Phoenix City, number 6 middle school, inside a grade 12 class 7 classroom. There's only 1 month left until the moment that decides your fate. Whether you become a dragon soaring through the heavens or a bug crawling in the dust depends entirely on your performance. Most of you are already adults and you've all awakened your special abilities. I've said these things many times, so I won't repeat them again and again. Just remember, your destiny is in your own hands. The homeroom teacher of Class 7 looked at the students and spoke with passionate intensity. This was a world of ability users. Every person would randomly awaken some kind of special ability upon turning 18. Different abilities had different levels of potential, leading to different future achievements. From lowest to highest, the potential ranks were F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS. If someone awakened an ability with rank of potential or higher, they were basically guaranteed a life of wealth and status, barring any accidents. After all, in this world, users with A rank potential and above were a small minority. Most people were rank C or rank D. Of course, there were also some rank E and rank F users. At that moment, in the last row of the classroom, a fairly handsome young man was looking at his wristwatch, muttering to himself. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, class dismissed. Just as he finished speaking, the bell rang. In an instant, he grabbed his backpack, which he had packed long ago, and bolted toward the door. Zhang Wenwan, stop right there. Seeing this, the teacher on the podium spoke in a cold voice. Is there something you need, teacher? Zhang Wenwan pulled back the foot that was already out the door and turned around to look at the podium. I remember yesterday was your 18th birthday. What ability did you awaken? The teacher asked. Actually, that's an interesting story. When the gods were scattering abilities across the world, I just happened to be holding an umbrella. So I might be a little bit more unique than others, Song Wenwan said with a smile. What do you mean by that? The teacher didn't catch on for a moment. Teacher, Song Wenwan means that he didn't awaken any ability at all, another student chimed in to translate. Whoa! Hearing this, a sudden uproar broke out among the students in the classroom. It was common knowledge that everyone awakens an ability at 18. Even if your talent was poor, you should still awaken a rank E or rank F ability. Who could have imagined that Song Wenwan, the student who always ranked first in academic subjects, would fail to awaken an ability? People who couldn't awaken any ability were even rarer than those who awakened rank SSS abilities. Are you serious? The teacher asked, staring at Song Wenwan. It's not exactly something to be proud of, so I have no reason to lie, Song Wenwan replied. Hearing Song Wenwan's words, the teacher nodded inwardly. Indeed, failing to awaken an ability was nothing to boast about. Then why are you rushing out? The second class is over. Where are you going? The teacher asked. He was worried that Song Wenwan might be taking it hard and was about to do something foolish. To eat, of course. As the saying goes, if you aren't enthusiastic about your meals, there's something wrong with your head. Food is the most important thing for people. Eating is life's top priority, Song Wenwan said very seriously. I should have known. You're so thick-skinned that I actually worried you'd do something stupid. After saying that, the teacher walked out of the classroom. Seeing the teacher leave, Song Wenwan hurriedly ran out of the classroom. If he got to the cafeteria late, he'd have to wait in line, and he hated waiting in line more than anything. Dog bro. However, just as Song Wenwan ran out, someone blocked his path. He turned his head and saw his best friend, Yoon Dae. Little jerk, if you don't give me a good reason for stopping me from getting food, you'd better start picking out your own coffin, Song Wenwan said to Yoon Dae. Dog bro, lunch is on me today. Order whatever you want. Money is no object for me today, Yoon Dae said, patting his chest. The reason he called Song Wenwan dog bro was because Song Wenwan was just too much of a dog in his behavior. Whenever things got tough, he always managed to stay low and survive until the very end. He would never put himself in danger until the absolute last moment. His motto was, when the road is rough, take a detour. The world is dangerous, so if it's too much, just withdraw. Most importantly, the way he handled things was incredibly doggy. He was a master of messing with people and avoided doing anything remotely normal or heroic. Unwarranted kindness usually hides a hidden agenda. Little jerk, you need a favor from me, don't you? Song Wenwan asked, squinting at Yoon Dae. Based on his knowledge of Yoon Dae, there was almost certainly no good news when this guy started acting so generous. There's absolutely no catch this time. I simply want to treat my dog bro to a meal to thank you for looking out for me all this time, Yoon Dae said with a righteous air. What's wrong? Are you not going to make it till tomorrow? Or are you getting married off? Song Wenwan teased. This was just how they interacted. Song Wenwan felt like he couldn't even hold a conversation without throwing a few insults at Yunde. Starting today, this king has finally risen from the depths. From now on, I'll be the one protecting you, and you can do whatever you want. Dog bro, remember this. From today on, I am your greatest supporter, Yunde said in a grand, heroic tone. You've awakened your ability? Song Wenwan asked. He remembered Yunde was 3 days younger than him, so he shouldn't have been able to awaken it for another couple of days. However, looking at the guy's incredibly smug face, this was the only possible explanation. As expected of Dog bro, you guessed it instantly, Yunde said proudly. Rank S potential? Song Wenwan asked tentatively. Knowing Yunde, he wouldn't be acting this arrogant in front of Song if it were anything lower than an S. Hearing Song Wenwan's question, Yunde shook his head. Rank SS? Song Wenwan asked. No, guess again, Yunde said. No way, rank SSS? Song Wenwan was genuinely shocked now. You had to realize that people with rank SSS potential were as rare as phoenix feathers or unicorn horns. Only 1 or 2 would appear out of every 10 million people. Correct answer. Your reward is a big meal, Yunde said, pulling Song Wenwan along toward the exit. So which ability did you awaken? Song Wenwan followed up. Sequence 16, morality. Yunde whispered the answer into Song Wenwan's ear. Good heavens, you're like a heifer on a rocket. Your power is absolutely sky high, Song Wenwan said in disbelief. An SSS rank potential was one thing, but for the ability type to be sequence 16, anyone with an ability ranked in the top 100 sequences was destined to become a top-tier powerhouse as long as they didn't die prematurely. And with a rank of 16, it wasn't an exaggeration to say he would definitely become one of the most influential people in the Dragon Kingdom in the future. Of course, all of this was predicated on him actually growing up and reaching his potential. A genius who hasn't matured isn't really a genius yet. Every year, countless geniuses in the Dragon Kingdom met an early end. However, Song Wenwan knew that once Yunde's ability sequence and potential were exposed, the Dragon Kingdom would certainly arrange for people to protect him in secret. At that moment, Song Wenwan finally understood why Yunde had spoken to him in that tone earlier. He truly had the right to be that confident. Thinking of this, Song Wenwan glanced at Yunde with a bit of envy. He couldn't understand how this guy had anything to do with the word morality. Afterward, he focused his attention deep within his own mind. Inside his mind, there was a massive computer monitor. Displayed on it was, loading 99.9%. Postscript, dear readers, please follow the author and help me reach the top 30 popular authors on Tomato. Thank you very much. Song is employing a classic tactical concealment strategy found in game theory to navigate this rigid meritocracy. By masquerading as a failure, he avoids immediate threats while waiting for his internal system to execute a total paradigm shift. Song is clearly weaponizing the social stigma of being powerless to maintain a state of strategic concealment. In this meritocratic hierarchy, being perceived as a zero is the ultimate camouflage while he waits for his internal system to achieve total synchronization.
Song Wenwan wasn't a native of Blue Star, he was a transmigrator from Earth. Back on Earth, he was a programmer. Because of a sudden bug in his code, his boss called him to fix it while he was cycling home on a shared bike. Just as he pulled out his laptop to make the changes, a thunderstorm broke out. He was struck directly by a bolt of lightning from the sky and transmigrated into the body of someone also named Song Wenwan on Blue Star 3 years ago. At that time, he discovered a computer monitor interface inside his mind. It displayed, loading 0%. After some experimentation, he found that as long as his physical fitness improved, the percentage shown on the screen in his mind would increase. So, for the past 3 years, he had been exercising like a madman. He wanted to see what would happen once the progress bar reached 100%. I wonder if this thing counts as my cheat code and if it's as powerful as an SSS rank awakened ability, Song Wenwan thought to himself. It was currently at 99.9%, just one final step away from being fully loaded. Song Wenwan's goal for today was to complete the loading process. Doggy, what are your plans? After finishing their meal, Yunde looked at Song Wenwan and asked. After eating, I'm going to deliver some durian and milk to Grandma Lu, Song Wenwan said. Whether it was rushing to eat after class or delivering milk to Grandma Lu, he did everything at maximum speed to train his body and see if he could break his previous running record. And to earn a bit of pocket money on the side. No, I mean for the future. Since you didn't awaken an ability, you can only take the path of a martial artist. With your current physical condition, the martial artist path actually suits you quite well, Yunde said seriously. As Song Wenwan's best friend, he hoped they could conquer the world together rather than drift apart. Although he could always look out for Song Wenwan, he knew that despite his friend's playful nature, He was an extremely competitive and proud person. He worried that one day the gap in their status would become too wide and cause them to go their separate ways. The martial artist path was different from that of an awakened one. It was exceptionally difficult and had a low ceiling. Some martial artists practiced bitterly for decades, yet they still couldn't match a few months of training by an awakened one. Therefore, no one was willing to become a martial artist unless they had no other choice. Maybe, he replied, not really bothered by the fact that he hadn't awakened an ability. As a member of the great army of transmigrators, Song Wenwen had his own cheat code. After parting ways with Yoon Dae, Song Wenwen went to the supermarket to pick up the durian and milk Grandma Liu had ordered and headed toward her house. Even while carrying these items, he could move as if he were flying. He was much faster than the sprint records of the great athletes back on Earth. Perhaps due to the spiritual energy in this world, after 3 years of training, Song Wenwen's physical fitness was at least 3 times stronger than when he was a programmer. When his wristband showed that he had reached 10 kilometers for the day, Song Wenwen returned home. "Sister Qingzheng, I'm back. Is dinner ready?" Song Wenwen shouted toward the kitchen while changing into his slippers. "My little Gaoer's back. Dinner will be ready in a bit." Just then, a stunningly beautiful woman who looked about 27 or 28 poked her head out of the kitchen and smiled at him. "Mom, I've told you so many times, don't call me Gaoer," Song Wenwen said helplessly. This great beauty was none other than Song Wenwen's biological mother, Yu Qingcheng. Even though she was in her 40s, she looked no different from a woman in her late 20s, which was why Song Wenwen always called her Sister Qingcheng. "Well, you are a single dog, aren't you? I've told you so many times to bring a daughter-in-law home, but you never listen," Yu Qingcheng said with an air of disappointed expectations. Other mothers cared about their son's grades or what rank of ability they had awakened. Only Yu Qingcheng cared about when her son would bring her a daughter-in-law. "Mom, I'm only 18, and with my looks and intelligence, finding a girlfriend will be a piece of cake," Song Wenwen said. He had perfectly inherited his mother's good genes. In terms of looks, he was indeed a handsome and extraordinary young man. You couldn't even catch anything if you were hunting in a zoo, let alone out in the wild. When your dad was 18, he had already won me over for half a year. Why can't you learn a thing or two from your father?" Yu Qingcheng said, again with that disappointed tone. "Where's Dad?" Song Wenwen quickly changed the subject. "He went to meet a couple of old friends." "We'll eat first. Don't worry about him," Yu Qingcheng said. "My dad actually has old friends. That's a rare one," Song Wenwen remarked before heading back to his room. After 3 years, he had completely integrated into this family. His parents were very open-minded and treated him incredibly well, so he was now perfectly happy to call them Mom and Dad. Once in his room, Song Wenwen took off his shirt and began his workout. 200 push-ups, 200 sit-ups, 200 crunches. If any girl saw his physique right now, she would definitely be drooling. While he didn't have explosive, bulky muscles, his body was very well proportioned and his 8-pack was clearly defined. Phew! After his workout, Song Wenwen flopped onto his bed. Withered vines, old trees, crows at dusk, a comfy sofa, AC, and a watermelon. As the sun sets, I flop onto my bed. "Oh, what pure bliss," he muttered to himself. "Loading complete. Power on." Right at that moment, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. It was accompanied by the computer startup sound he had heard for many years back on Earth. This caused the exhausted Song Wenwen to jump straight up from his bed. His cheat code had finally arrived. He couldn't wait to see what this cheat code, which had been loading for 3 years, actually was. "System? System? Please respond if you hear me," Song Wenwen called out loudly. However, no voice answered him. "Is it not a system? An old master? A ghost? A spirit?" Song Wenwen called out every type of cheat code he could think of, but there was still no reaction. This made his brow furrow tighter and tighter. This is ridiculous. He was certain his cheat code had arrived, but he had no idea what it was. Just then, he noticed a mouse cursor icon appearing before his eyes. "Am I seeing things?" Song Wenwen rubbed his eyes and muttered to himself. When he opened his eyes wide to look again, he found that there truly was a mouse cursor icon in front of him. As a programmer in his previous life, he was more than familiar with a mouse. He instinctively wanted to move the mouse. As soon as that thought appeared, he saw the cursor in front of him wiggle a few times, exactly as he had imagined.
"Is this my cheat? A mouse? Or rather a computer?" Songworm said to himself. There was a hint of disappointment in his voice because everyone else's cheats were incredibly powerful. Some had invincible systems, others had peak anti-cliché systems, or even the lingering soul of an immortal emperor, yet his was just a computer. Despite saying that, he began to study his computer anyway. He controlled the mouse, hovered it over a bottle of drink on the table, and subconsciously right-clicked. Immediately, several options appeared before his eyes. Copy, cut, paste, create shortcut, delete, rename, send to. Properties. These were the most common computer functions, but seeing them appear here was an unexpected delight. Something seemed to occur to Songworm. His breathing suddenly quickened, and he stared unblinkingly at the drink on the table. He moved the mouse and clicked the copy option. Then he clicked the paste option. The next moment, another identical bottle of drink suddenly appeared on the table. "Holy crap, that is amazing!" Songworm shouted, his voice cracking with extreme surprise. He quickly picked up the new bottle to examine it and found that, in appearance, it was exactly the same as the original. He opened it and took a sip, finding that the taste was identical too. "This function is beyond legendary. It is the absolute peak of awesome," Songworm exclaimed. As long as he wanted to, he could copy things infinitely. If drinks could be copied, what about treasure, or magic tools used by awakened ones, or rare natural herbs? If those worked too, then this ability was truly shockingly incredible. Next, Songworm began to try out the other functions. He selected the cut option on the drink. Nothing happened. Then he moved the mouse to his bed and clicked the paste option. In an instant, the drink on the table vanished and an extra bottle appeared on his bed. When he chose the rename option, he could change the name of the drink at will. When he selected the create shortcut option, he found an extra bottle of drink on the table, but he could only see it. He couldn't actually pick it up. When he clicked the delete button, the drink on the table disappeared completely. Where is the recycle bin? Songworm then began to look for it. Soon, on the computer screen that had lit up in his mind, he saw the recycle bin icon. Besides the recycle bin icon, there were other lit up icons like this PC, Word, Excel, PowerPoint, PC Manager, and Cloud Drive. In addition, there were some grayed out icons like Photoshop, QQ Chat, PUBG, League of Legends, and Crossfire. Back on Earth, these were the most ordinary icons, but now he knew they must have extraordinary powers. He opened the recycle bin and restored the deleted drink. The drink reappeared in its original spot without any warning. Next, he opened PC Manager. There were 3 options inside PC Manager. Full checkup, virus scan, junk cleanup. He first clicked full checkup, and soon he felt something coursing through his body. Not long after, a sentence popped up on the computer screen. "Fate is incomplete, please repair immediately." When Songworm saw this, his eyes widened instantly. He had always thought he was very healthy. He never expected that his very fate was incomplete. Perhaps that was why he had never awakened any special abilities. Without hesitation, Songworm clicked the Repair Now button. However, another sentence popped up on the screen. "Beep, insufficient energy, please replenish energy in time." Energy? What kind of energy? Songworm was completely confused. He thought his cheat was invincible, but he didn't expect there would be limitations. "Right, I can ask the voice assistant." Xiao Yi, Songworm called out. "I am here," a mechanical voice echoed in Songworm's mind. Hearing this voice, a smile appeared on Songworm's face. He had been a little worried that the voice assistant wouldn't work. "What kind of energy is needed to repair my fate?" he asked. "It is spirit stones," Xiao Yi replied. Hearing Xiao Yi say this, Songworm breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid it would require some extremely rare things he'd seen in novels, like emotion points, national luck, or fame. He might be a bit of a slacker, but that was because he had worked himself to death in his previous life. So, in this life, he had completely let himself go. If he turned his hobbies into a job, it would make him feel like he was being controlled by his cheat instead. Spirit stones were a common currency in the Dragon Kingdom. They were essential for awakened ones to increase their strength. Besides spirit stones, the Dragon Kingdom also used dragon coins. Note that dragon coins are only for daily items and aren't equal to real-world money. The main currency here is spirit stones. The exchange rate between dragon coins and spirit stones is 10,000 to 1. He currently had no way to earn spirit stones, but he had many ways to earn dragon coins. As a transmigrator, using works from my previous world was basic procedure. During his 3 years on Blue Star, he had used his memory to write several hit novels and poems. Therefore, he currently had quite a bit of savings. However, if he exchanged it all for spirit stones, it wouldn't amount to much. After all, it took 10,000 dragon coins to get just 1 spirit stone. His entire net worth would only get him a few hundred spirit stones. "I can't just sit around and use up my savings. I need to find a way to earn spirit stones," Songworm said to himself. He didn't want to rely on his family, although his parents were both around. They were just ordinary awakened ones. Their income was enough for a normal life, but when it came to spirit stones, they were stretched thin. Soon, Songworm looked back at the screen. In the PC Manager interface, besides full checkup, there were also virus scan and junk cleanup options. Xiao Yi, what do virus scan and junk cleanup do?" Songworm asked the voice assistant. "Virus scan can detect and expel all toxins from the body. Junk cleanup can remove excess impurities from the body. Hearing Xiao Yi's words, a flash of joy appeared in Song Won's eyes. With these two abilities, he wouldn't have to fear being poisoned or having too many impurities in his body. Humans eat ordinary food, so impurities inevitably build up in the body. The more impurities there are, the slower the cultivation progress. The process of cultivation for awakened ones and martial artists is a constant process of cleansing the marrow and meridians. But with the junk cleanup ability, Song Won was essentially taking a massive shortcut.
If Song Wenwon could cultivate special abilities, his cultivation speed would be many times faster than anyone else's. Thinking of this, Song Wenwon didn't hesitate at all and clicked directly on junk cleanup. Soon, he felt as if countless tiny insects were crawling around inside his body. The process was a bit painful. However, Song Wenwon knew his body was undergoing a metamorphosis, so he gritted his teeth and endured it. After about 5 minutes, the pain disappeared. It was replaced by an unprecedented sense of lightness. Song Wenwon looked down and saw a layer of black impurities on the surface of his body which smelled foul. He ignored it and simply clenched his fists. At that moment, his entire body was filled with power. He swung his fist twice, and the sound of breaking air echoed in the room. With my current strength, even if I encounter a bronze rank awakened, I should be able to hold my own, Song Wenwon said as he swung his fists and walked toward the bathroom. The ranks of awakened from lowest to highest are black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, and king. Anyone who awakens a special ability is called an awakened. Most awakened only have the strength of the black iron rank when they first awaken. Only a very small number of awakened can reach the bronze rank immediately after awakening. For someone like Song Wenwon to possess bronze rank strength just by clearing the impurities from his body was simply unbelievable. In less than 5 minutes, Song Wenwon walked out of the bathroom. Afterward, he continued to study his cheat system. Only by understanding his cheat thoroughly enough could he use it as he pleased. Soon, Song Wenwon discovered another piece of software that made him overjoyed: Cloud Drive. The Cloud Drive could be used to store items. Just like uploading files, he could treat items as files and quickly upload them to the Cloud Drive. When he needed them, he could just download them directly. This was equivalent to a treasure like a spatial ring. It was absolutely incredible. This was an ability he had always dreamed of. After being excited for a while, he finally calmed down. Although these functions are very powerful, they all seem to be auxiliary skills. There are no skills that can be used for attacking, Song Wenwon suddenly realized. While auxiliary abilities are good, Blue Star is a world full of awakened people. Without offensive capabilities, one cannot protect oneself. There are still 3 software icons lit up. I hope they don't disappoint me, Song Wenwon whispered, looking at the icons for Word, Excel, and PPT on the display. These 3 programs are basic computer functions, and there are many controllable interfaces within them. He just didn't know what they had turned into now. Thinking of this, Song Wenwon opened Word. The moment he opened Word, he clearly felt his room being enveloped by a special magnetic field. Being in this space, Song Wenwon suddenly felt as if everything could be controlled. With a heart full of excitement, he used the mouse to select the drink from earlier. Then he used the bold and font size increase functions within Word. In the next instant, the drink on the table doubled in size. Bigger, Song Wenwon shouted excitedly, then continued to use those 2 functions. Quickly, the drink doubled in size again. It can get even bigger. Keep growing. In just a few seconds, the drink on the table reached the ceiling. If I held an iron rod, wouldn't it be just like the Monkey King's Ruyi staff? Ha ha ha! Who else can stop me? Song Wenwon shouted excitedly. Anyone who saw his expression at this moment would have thought he was mentally ill. Suddenly, Song Wenwon seemed to think of something and used those 2 skills on an important part of his own body. In the next moment, a smile that every man would understand appeared on his face. And as time passed, the smile on his face gradually became more and more unrestrained. At this moment, it was as if he had obtained some rare and precious treasure. A divine skill! A divine skill! Who else is there? Song Wenwon shouted excitedly in the room. Having this ability made him even happier than cleansing his marrow and tempering his body, because this was a man's ultimate source of confidence. Next, he tried many other functions, giving him a certain level of self-defense. For example, he could use the background color fill function to change the room to whatever color he wanted. When the background was black, the room became so dark he couldn't see his hand in front of his face. It fell into an extreme darkness without a single ray of light. However, he could see everything in the room. In addition, he could use the change font color function to change the color of everything in the room, including himself. He could make his hair green or his clothes red. The most powerful part was that when he changed his own color to colorless, he became completely invisible. Just as Song Wenwon wanted to try other functions, he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness and weakness. Xiao Yi, what's going on? Song Wenwon hurriedly asked. He thought his cheat was invincible, but he didn't expect it to have side effects. The host's operation is overloaded. Please upgrade your hardware and software, Xiao Yi replied. Hardware and software, what does that mean? Song Wenyuan asked. As a former programmer, he naturally knew what these two things were for a computer. But he didn't know what Xiao Yi was referring to at this moment. A person's body is equivalent to computer hardware. The soul is equivalent to computer software, and the required spirit stones are equivalent to electricity bills and VIP membership fees when using a computer, Xiao Yi explained. Can you explain in more detail? He understood what Xiao Yi said, but not completely. There are many pieces of computer hardware, the most important of which are the processor and the running memory. Together, they determine the operating speed. And the operating speed of these two things is linked to the strength of the body. The stronger the body, the better the hardware. The faster the CPU runs and the larger the memory, the better the performance of other hardware will be, Xiao Yi replied. Many people don't quite understand the relationship between the CPU and running memory. To put it simply, the CPU is like an excavator digging soil. The better the CPU, the more times it can dig in 1 minute. Running memory is like a construction truck hauling soil. For the same truck, the larger the running memory, the more soil the truck can carry. When the performance and capacity of these two things increase, the efficiency of the work will naturally improve.
I understand that software now, the soul is like an operating system and a language processor. The better they are, the easier it is to run the software, Song Wenyuan said. The reason he felt dizzy and weak was that his physical and soul strengths were insufficient, leading to a system overload. To put it simply, he was overexerting himself. Even though I still don't have any offensive moves, with my current skills, I have more than enough to protect myself among my peers. Next, I need to find a way to increase my physical and soul strength. Looks like I need to get some body-tempering liquid and soul-nourishing liquid, Song Wenyuan muttered to himself. Body-tempering liquid is used to increase physical strength, while soul-nourishing liquid is used to increase soul strength. As long as he has enough spirit stones, he can buy both of these things. So, in the end, it all comes down to making more money. Puppy, come out and eat. Just then, Yu Qingcheng's voice came from the living room. When Song Wenyuan walked out of the bedroom, he found that his old man, Song Laosan, had just returned. His dad looked quite young, around his 30s. He was not only handsome, but also appeared quite elegant. Song Wenyuan had perfectly inherited his parents' best traits, truly a case of the student surpassing the master. However, Song Laosan walked with a slight limp. This was caused by saving Song Wenyuan 3 years ago. Hubby, you're back. Give me a hug. At that moment, Yu Qingcheng stepped forward and gave Song Laosan a hug. Song Laosan naturally kissed her on the forehead. What are you looking at, you single dog? Song Laosan said, looking at Song Wenyuan. Hearing his father say that, Song Wenyuan looked away and sat down at the dining table. To be honest, he was already used to this. His parents' favorite hobby was flaunting their affection and shoving their love in his face. If it were just that, it would be fine. After all, it is a good thing that his parents love each other. What bothered him most was that after flaunting their love, they would also mock him. Hubby, you must be tired after running around all day. Have a rib. Wife, you worked hard cooking too? Have a shrimp. Thanks, hubby. The shrimp you peeled are so delicious. It is mostly because your cooking is so good. At the table, Yu Qingcheng and Song Laosan were acting all lovey-dovey as if no one else was there. Wenyuan turned a blind eye to all of this, acting as if he hadn't seen a thing. The truth was, he had been watching this for 3 years and was long past being surprised. There is only 1 month left until Puppy graduates from high school. Then we will be free to enjoy our own little world, Song Laosan said. I was thinking the same thing. He has been a third wheel for so many years. It is time he kept his distance, Yu Qingcheng added. Am I actually your biological son? Song Wenyuan said, finally reaching his limit. It would be one thing if they said this behind his back, but saying it right to his face was another matter. This caused great damage to his young soul. The shadow in his heart was practically approaching infinity. Want to know? Transfer 20,000 yuan to your old man, and I will tell you, Song Laosan said. He knew his son made quite a bit of money writing novels. So whenever he had the chance, he would try to scam some money out of Song Wenyuan. I think our father-son relationship isn't worth 20,000. Here, big brother, have a rib. Let's just end our father-son relationship right here, Song Wenyuan said, placing a rib into his father's bowl. Puppy, you've grown. Instead of being angry at what Song Wenyuan said, Song Laosan looked relieved. And so, the meal ended amidst the banter between Song Wenyuan and his parents. Wenyuan, you failed to awaken an ability. Have you thought about which path to take next? After dinner, Song Laosan looked at Song Wenyuan. At this moment, he lost his previous silliness and looked very serious, even changing how he addressed him. I've thought it through. There are two paths. First, become a martial artist. Although progress is slow and the ceiling is low, the path of a martial artist isn't without its merits. Second, work hard to make money. I believe that wealth can move even the gods. Song Wenwan replied just as seriously. Since you have your own plan, I won't interfere. After all, you're an adult now. I got this martial arts secret manual from a friend. See if you can cultivate it, Song Lao-san said, placing a yellowed book in front of Song Wenwan. Song Wenwan picked up the book and glanced at it. It read, Sunflower Manual. Dad, are you serious? Seeing those words, Song Wenwan suddenly had an illusion as if a cold light flashed between his legs, making him tighten up. To master this skill, one must first castrate themselves. Everyone on Earth knew this saying. Is there something wrong with the manual? Song Lao-san frowned slightly and asked. If there was a problem, he definitely wouldn't let his son practice it. Let me take a look first, Song Wenwan said as he began to flip through the Sunflower Manual. Soon, he breathed a sigh of relief. This manual described how to absorb solar energy, much like a sunflower. It converted solar energy into personal energy to launch attacks. There was no requirement to castrate oneself first. Song Wenwan didn't know the grade of the Sunflower Manual, but for him, it was better than nothing. When he said earlier that he would become a martial artist, it was just talk for others to hear. What he truly relied on was his cheat code. However, this cheat code was his trump card and he wouldn't tell anyone. Not even his parents or his best friends. After dinner, Song Wenwan left. Have you really decided to let Wenwan take the path of a martial artist? After Wenwan left, Yu Qingcheng asked her husband. 3 years ago, Wenwan's destiny was damaged, making it impossible for him to awaken an ability. I've tried everything over these past 3 years, but I couldn't fix his destiny. The only path left for him is that of a martial artist. I don't expect him to go far on this path. I just hope he has more power to protect himself. I don't want what happened 3 years ago to happen again, Song Lao-san said. Hubby, you can't blame yourself for what happened 3 years ago. Let it go. If Wenwan can't become an ability user, it's also good for him to live a happy life as an ordinary person, Yu Qingcheng said. How can I let it go? Wenwan almost died right in front of me. I failed to protect him 3 years ago. I broke my own leg just to remind myself that I must never let it happen again. I swore then that if anyone dared to harm even a hair on Wenwan's head, I, Song Huangquan, would hunt down and kill their entire family. At this moment, Song Lao-san's silliness was gone, replaced by an intense murderous aura. Seeing her husband like this, Yu Qingcheng stepped forward and gently hugged him. She knew the scars from 3 years ago were too deep in her husband's heart. The only thing she could do was use love to slowly heal the wound.
After Song Wenwan left home, he headed straight for the exchange. The so-called exchange was the place where people traded dragon coins for spirit stones. His cheat required spirit stones to function, so he had to find a way to earn some. Very quickly, he used 3 million dragon coins. And just to clarify, dragon coins shouldn't be equated with our real-world currency, as the primary currency of this world is spirit stones, to trade for over 300 spirit stones. This already accounted for 2/3 of his total savings. Xiaoyi, how long will these 300+ spirit stones last me? Can they fix my destiny? Song Wenwan asked. Repairing your destiny requires 1,000,000 spirit stones. These 300 spirit stones can allow your current body to reach its capacity 50 times. Xiao Yi replied. Reaching capacity 50 times meant he could use the functions he had tested in his bedroom 50 more times. This tiny amount of spirit stones won't last long at all, Song Wenwan thought to himself. The 300 stones he exchanged weren't just for the energy needed to use skills, but also to buy body tempering fluid and foundation fluid. This was because body tempering fluid and foundation fluid could enhance both the physical body and the soul. He intended to use these two items to upgrade his hardware and software. A single bottle of black iron grade body tempering fluid and 1 bottle of black iron grade foundation. Fluid cost Song Wenwan 100 spirit stones. This made his heart ache with the cost. He had thought that after 3 years of working hard as a copycat writer and writing novels, he had finally become well off. He didn't expect that he was still essentially a pauper. Just as Song Wenwan was about to take the body tempering fluid to boost his physical strength, he suddenly thought of something. He hurriedly used the mouse to select the body tempering fluid and clicked the copy and paste options. The current copy is 0.16% complete. Estimated time remaining is 9 minutes and 59 seconds, consuming 10 spirit stones. When Song Wenwan saw this sentence appear on the display, his eyes widened instantly. Immediately following that was an irrepressible sense of joy. When he had copied drinks before, it was completed almost instantly. But copying body tempering fluid took 10 minutes and consumed 10 spirit stones. This proved that the more energy an object contained, the longer the copying process took, and the more spirit stones it would consume. However, overall, Song Wenwan was making a huge profit. By spending 10 minutes and 10 spirit stones, he could obtain a bottle of body tempering fluid worth 50 spirit stones. In other words, Song Wenwan earned 40 spirit stones in just 10 minutes. This was absolute massive profit, countless times faster than his exhausting work of writing for money. I love you, you love me, earning spirit stones feels so sweet. Song Wenwan couldn't help but hum a little tune. For the next 3 hours, Song Wenwan went nowhere and just kept copying body tempering fluid and foundation fluid. He used up 200 of his remaining spirit stones in one go. He now had 10 extra bottles of body tempering fluid and 10 extra bottles of foundation fluid. If he sold all of these, they would be worth 1,000 spirit stones. To the current Song Wenwan, this was a massive fortune. However, if he were to sell them to others, he obviously couldn't charge 50 spirit stones. If the price was the same as the official stores, people would naturally trust the official stores more. Selling them for 40 spirit stones would be just right. Song Wenwan wasn't in a rush to sell these fluids yet. Instead, he consumed one bottle of each himself. Soon, he felt a surge of energy tempering his physical body and his soul. He used the mouse to select himself and clicked on the attributes option. Target name, Song Wenwan. Age, 18. Physical strength, 42. Soul strength, 83. Ability attribute, none. Overall combat power, ? When Song Wenwan saw his attribute values, he frowned deeply. In the 3 years since he came to Blue Star, he had been exercising non-stop, and he had even purged the impurities from his body earlier, yet his physical strength was only 42. However, his soul strength was actually as high as 83. Could it be that because I transmigrated here and my soul merged with the original owner, my soul strength became this high? Song Wenwan wondered silently. Thinking it over, that was the only possible explanation. He looked at the attribute panel, his frown deepening even more. He could understand why the ability attribute showed none. After all, his destiny was damaged, and he had failed to awaken an ability. But the value for overall combat power was actually showing ? Usually, ? indicated a query, uncertainty, or an inability to detect the value. Although he had a cheat, he was still a weakling for now, so his combat power shouldn't be high enough to be undetectable. The possibility of it being a system error was low, so it likely represented uncertainty. Uncertainty was actually easy to explain, as using different methods would result in different levels of combat power. He had far too many unconventional skills right now. When Song Wenwan felt that the fluids were no longer tempering his body and soul, he refreshed the attribute panel. Target name, Song Wenwan. Age 18. Physical strength, 52. Soul strength, 93. Ability attribute, none. Overall combat power, ? Both his physical strength and soul strength had increased by 10 points. This meant that one bottle of black iron grade body tempering fluid or foundation fluid could increase its respective attribute by 10 points. He had no basis for comparison, so he didn't know what level 52 physical strength represented. Thinking of this, Song Wenwan hurriedly ran toward the school. Not only did he need to find people to compare with, but more importantly, he needed to liquidate the fluids he had copied. By the time Song Wenwan arrived at school, the last class was almost over. He sat at his desk, pretending to flip through the book 3 years of abilities, 5 years to success. Brother Dog, why did you only just get here? Old Shah just announced that the final mock test of senior year will be held tomorrow. Song Wenwan's best friend Yoon Dae asked. A test is just a test. It is not like we haven't done mock tests before. Song Wenwan didn't care about it at all. He was never worried about the academic curriculum. This test is completely different from the previous ones. This time it is not a theoretical test, it is a combat competition. By now, all the senior students have turned 18. Except for you, everyone has awakened an ability. This combat competition is specifically for ability showdowns. They say that students who perform exceptionally well can be directly recruited into the 3 academies, Yoon Dae said. Recruited into the 3 academies? That sounds all right, Song Wenwan said softly. The status of the 3 academies was equivalent to the top universities of his previous life. Only they taught abilities. However, this was of no use to Song Wenwan, as he hadn't awakened any ability. Since he had his cheat, whether he entered the 3 academies or not, didn't really matter that much. While he was speaking, he checked Yoon Dae's attributes. Target name, Yoon Dae, age 18. Physical strength, 14. Soul strength, 18. Ability attribute morality SS rank potential. Overall combat power 32. Looking at Yoon Dae's attributes, Song Wenwan's eyes widened. He hadn't expected that Yunde's physical and soul strength were so much lower than his own. Song is performing a high-speed arbitrage, disrupting the cultivation supply chain with digital manipulation. His massive soul strength proves that standardized testing often ignores true outliers. That question mark combat rating warns us that his potential is now mathematically unpredictable. The unknown combat rating proves Song is a literal glitch in the matrix. By leveraging duplication to exploit market prices, he is shifting from a fighter to a central bank. In this world, controlling the supply chain beats raw power.
You should know that the awakened ability of Yunde is called morality, though he is still not sure what this so-called morality ability actually is or what it can do. But morality is ranked 16th in the sequence, which makes it a top-tier existence. I didn't expect his physical and soul strength to be less than 20 points. Thinking of this, he turned his head and looked at the desk in front of him. Target name, Wang Jiali. Age, 18. Physical strength, 12. Soul strength, 11. Ability attribute, water, C-grade potential. Overall combat power, 23. Comparing the two, it's clear that Yunde is indeed much stronger than Wang Jiali. Both are currently at Black Iron rank, but their overall combat power differs by 9 points. Since they've both just awakened their abilities, even a small gap in combat power means a huge difference in real strength. Moreover, as far as he knows, Yunde awakened his ability more than half a month later than Wang Jiali. Yet his stats completely crush hers in every aspect. This comparison really shows how powerful Yunde is. Next, Song Wenwen checked the attributes of several other people. He found that the gap between the classmates wasn't that big, with overall combat power mostly in the 20s. The strongest was still Yunde. Although their potential varies, since they've all just awakened, the initial strength gap isn't massive. Ding-a-ling! Suddenly, the school bell rang. This time, Song Wenwen didn't rush out immediately. Instead, he took out the megaphone he had prepared. Body tempering liquid on sale. Dirt cheap body tempering liquid. Song Wenwen shouted into the megaphone. The noisy sound of the megaphone instantly caught everyone's attention in the classroom. Dog bro, what are you doing? Yunde looked at Song Wenwen with a look of total confusion. So Wenwen ignored Yunde's question and pulled 10 bottles of body tempering liquid from his backpack. Black iron grade body tempering liquid, not $9.98, not $8.88. Take it home for just 40 spirit stones. Tomorrow is the final mock exam. Gain a little strength today and you'll do much better tomorrow. Actions speak louder than words. What are you all waiting for? Song Wenwen continued. Dog bro, is this body tempering liquid for real? A classmate asked while looking at Song Wenwen. I, Song Wenwen, might be a bit of a scoundrel sometimes, but my reputation has always been guaranteed. Authentic goods at fair prices, no cheating anyone. The original price is 50 spirit stones, but now it's a clearance sale at a loss, only 40 spirit stones. For 40 spirit stones, you won't get ripped off or scammed, Song Wenwen said. Dog Bro's reputation is actually quite reliable. If it really is 40 spirit stones, it's a great deal. It'll save a lot of money, a student couldn't help but say. If you buy it at a specialty store, it's 50 spirit stones a bottle. Buying from Song Wenwen saves 10 spirit stones. If you convert 10 spirit stones into dragon coins, that's 100,000 dragon coins. That is not a small sum. For an awakened person to grow, besides talent, the most important thing is resources. Dog bro, we don't have that many spirit stones right now. Can we buy on credit? A student asked. This is a small business, no credit. However, I can wait for you. You can go home and get the spirit stones or have your parents bring them over, Song Wenwen said. Okay, then save a bottle for me, that student said. Dog bro, if this stuff is the same quality as the store, why don't you keep it for yourself? Another student asked. I know why. It's because Dog bro hasn't awakened any ability. I guess he prepared this body tempering liquid for himself, planning to use it after awakening. Who would have thought he'd fail to awaken, another student explained. Hearing this, many people suddenly remembered that Song Wenwen hadn't awakened an ability. Foundation liquid on sale! Dirt cheap foundation liquid! Mom, I want to buy foundation liquid. Are 2 bottles enough? Yes, that's enough, thanks Mom. Who the hell is buying foundation liquid? Song Wenwen glanced at the crowd, took out the foundation liquid, and started hawking it again. To the crowd, his shouting seemed like he had been caught in a lie and was getting angry out of embarrassment. You would be a fool not to take advantage of such a bargain. Buying 1 bottle saves 10 spirit stones. Dog bro, I want a bottle of body tempering liquid. I want 2 bottles of foundation liquid. I want 2 bottles of body tempering liquid. In an instant, many students in the class started scrambling to buy everything. Soon, the 10 bottles of body tempering liquid and 10 bottles of foundation liquid in Song Wenwen's hands were all sold out. He earned 800 spirit stones. After deducting costs, he made a net profit of 600. The competition is starting to heat up. It looks like I can harvest another batch of chives tomorrow, Song Wenwan said. If all 800 spirit stones are used for duplication, he could make 80 bottles of either liquid. If he could sell them all, he would make 3,200 spirit stones. Converting that to dragon coins, it would be 32 million. So, Song Wenwan began his copy and paste routine again. After increasing his physical and soul strength, it was like his computer's CPU, RAM, and operating system had all been upgraded. It used to take him 10 minutes to copy a bottle, but now it only takes 8. Even so, copying 80 bottles would take 10 hours. He would finish just in time for tomorrow's mock battle. Hey little Jianjin, let's go. Big bro will treat you to skewers tonight, Song Wenwan said to Yoondae. Sure, Kyuchi just messaged me too. Let's go together. With that, the two walked toward the school gate. At the school gate, a tall, well-proportioned woman in sportswear with a heroic look was searching for someone. Kyuchi, let's have dinner together tonight, a man in a blue short-sleeved shirt said as he walked up to her. The man was over 6 feet tall and looked very burly. No thanks, I already have plans. And don't call me Kyuchi, we are not that close, Tang Kyuchi said without looking back. Kyuchi, I came to tell you that I've awakened an S-rank strength type ability. I will definitely be admitted to one of the top 3 academies. I am destined to become a powerhouse in the future, the burly man said while looking at Tang Kyuchi. Impressive, impressive, so cool, Tang Kyuchi said perfunctorily. As soon as she finished speaking, she seemed to have found the person she was looking for. A bright smile appeared on her face as she walked forward. Dog bro, over here! She waved at Yoondae and Song Wenwan as they walked out of the school.
Kyuchi, you've gotten even prettier after not seeing you for a day. Song Wenwan approached Tang Kyuchi, speaking while raising a finger above his head. Just talk if you're going to talk. Why are you raising your finger? Tang Kyuchi asked Song Wenwan in confusion. I'm setting up a lightning rod. I'm afraid that if I tell a lie, I'll get struck by lightning and killed. Song Wenwan said. Dog bro, you're as shameless as ever. Tang Kyuchi wasn't angry. She just rolled her eyes and said, she had experienced Song Wenwan's shamelessness many times before. Song Wenwan, Yoondae, and Tang Kyuchi had practically grown up together since they were toddlers. They were true childhood friends, inseparable from a young age. They had been in the same class since kindergarten, and it continued through elementary and middle school. Although they weren't in the same class in high school, they were still in the same school. Most importantly, their fathers were also very close friends. Seven bro, dog bro said he's treating us to skewers today. Don't hold back later. Let's eat him out of house and home, Yoondae said. Although Tang Kyuchi was very beautiful, a definite 1 in a million beauty, neither Yoondae nor Song Wenwan treated her like a girl. This was why Yoondae always called her Seven Bro. Did something good happen to Dog Bro? Tang Kyuchi looked at Song Wenwan with curiosity. Nothing much, just made a little bit of money. By the way, I need you guys to help me with something tomorrow, Song Wenwan said. Knowing you, if you describe it as a little bit of money, it must be a fortune. Come clean, exactly how much did you make? Tang Kyuchi asked, looking at Song Wenwan with an interrogating tone. Not much. If converted to dragon coins, it's just 6 million, Song Wenwan said flatly. How much? Holy crap. Am I hallucinating? Tang Kyuchi and Yoondae exclaimed at the same time and then looked at each other. They could see from each other's eyes that they hadn't misheard. Both their families lived comfortably. They weren't super rich, but they weren't short on money either. However, 6 million was still a huge number for them. Dog bro, did you rob a bank? Tang Kyuchi asked. There are too many ears around here. I'll tell you later. Come on, let's go eat, Song Wenwan said. So, the 3 of them chatted and prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, after just a few steps, they were blocked by the muscular man who had tried to flirt with Tang Kyuchi earlier. Kyuchi, who are these 2? Is the reason you rejected me because of one of them? The muscular man asked, looking at Tang Kyuchi. You don't even know who we are, yet you dare to pursue Seven Bro? Hey kid, you've got some nerve, Yoondae said, looking at the muscular man. From another school? Song Wenwan asked Tang Kyuchi. Growing up, they had encountered many of Tang Kyuchi's pursuers. The 2 of them had always acted as her flower-guarding messengers. Yeah, he's from first high school, Tang Kyuchi said. Are you guys famous? What's your relationship with Kyuchi? Hearing what Song Wenwan and Yoondae said, the muscular man questioned them. Since you've asked so sincerely, we shall tell you out of the kindness of our hearts. To prevent Kyuchi from being harassed and to maintain her peace. Characters of justice, both mighty and handsome, to uphold love and truth. We are the flower-guarding messengers traveling through the mortal world. Yoondae. Song Wenwan. Yoondae and Song Wenwan took turns reciting their lines, looking like they had a major case of middle school syndrome. After they finished, they both turned their gazes toward Tang Kyuchi. And that is that. Under the pressure of their gazes, Tang Qiqi reluctantly uttered the final line. She thought it was fun to say this when they were kids, but saying it now just felt extremely embarrassing. However, forced by the two of them, she had to say it every time. You guys are seriously mental. I know a doctor at a mental hospital with great skills. Do you want me to introduce you? The muscular man said, looking at the two. Begone, begone, begone. Yunde raised his hands and pointed at the muscular man.
Look at you, your facial features have no discipline, fighting for space on your face.
And your face is so huge that a tear shed last year hasn't even reached your cheek yet. If I were you, I'd be too ashamed to show my face, let alone pursue Qiqi, Song Wenwan said. When it came to verbal sparring, he feared no one except his own eccentric parents. What do you mean by that? The muscular man didn't quite understand Song Wenwan's insults. An ugly person should study more. Look at you, you're so uneducated you don't even realize someone is insulting you. If Seven Bro really accepted your pursuit, she'd be driven to death 800 times a day, Yunde said. You can't say it like that. Stupid people will drag your IQ down to their level and then beat you with their extensive experience. We still have to be careful. Song Wenwan followed up immediately. The two of them played off each other, continuously belittling the muscular man. This time, the muscular man understood. They were cursing him. Do you two want to die? The muscular man said, looking at Song Wenwan and Yunde. As he spoke, he clenched his fists tight. Dog bro, he's threatening us. Yunde turned his head and said to Song Wenwan, It's fine, let him come. If he touches a single hair on my head, I'll sue him until he's left with nothing but his underwear, or my name isn't Song Wenwan. Song Wenwan said, Don't worry, dog bro, I'll record this. Yunde said as he took out his phone and opened the camera. The two of them had cooperated like this many times before. Come on, didn't you want to hit me? I'm giving you the chance. At most, it's 3 to 10 years of prison time. Don't worry, once you're inside, I'll visit you every now and then just to tell you how happy I am out here, Song Wenwan said, stepping right in front of the muscular man with a provocative tone. The muscular man looked at Song Wenwan and clenched his fists, but in the end he didn't throw a punch. Dragon Kingdom was a nation of laws. Malicious injury came with a very heavy price. The muscular man knew Song Wenwan was trying to bait him into attacking. With Yunde recording on the side, if he acted, the evidence would be ironclad. I challenge you, the muscular man roared at Song Wenwan. Challenge me? Sorry, I don't accept. I just won't accept. What are you going to do about it? If you have the guts, just do something, Song Wenwan said. There was no rule saying a challenge must be accepted. Coward, spineless, you're not a man? The muscular man cursed at Song Wenwan. He was trying to use reverse psychology to make the other agree.
Yeah, exactly. So what? I can make sure you never get a chance with Qiqi. And yet you don't even dare to touch a single hair on my head, Song Wenwan said indifferently. Using reverse psychology on him was completely useless. A honey trap, on the other hand, might actually have a chance. We will see about that. Tomorrow, I will definitely have you kneeling before me. Facing the smug Song Wenwan, the hulking man took a deep breath, dropped a threat, and turned to leave. He knew perfectly well that staying here any longer would be pointless. He would settle this score later. Does this guy have some serious connections? Song Wenwan turned and asked Tang Qiqi. I am not exactly sure about the details, but I heard his uncle is some kind of official at the Education Bureau, Tang Qiqi said. And here I thought he had some badass background. Turns out he is nothing special, Song Wenwan said, unconcerned. Having someone in the Education Bureau would indeed be quite intimidating for most people. But it meant nothing to him and Yunde. He had not awakened an ability, so whether he went to college or not did not matter. The Education Bureau could not affect his future. As for Yunde, he possessed an SSS rank potential ability. Once revealed, the top 3 academies would be fighting over him. Forget about someone in the Education Bureau. Even if the mayor showed up, they could not do anything to him. All right, let's go eat. By the way, Qiqi, did you awaken an ability? Song Wenwan asked as they walked. I did. Sequence 10, Samsara, Tang Qiqi said in a very soft voice. What? Holy crap. Song Wenwan and Yunde both cried out in disbelief at the same time. Any ability within the top 100 sequences had SSS rank potential. And Sequence 10 was definitely one of the most powerful abilities in existence. Song Wenwan never imagined that Tang Qiqi would awaken such a formidable power. I thought I was hot stuff for awakening Sequence 16, but man, Brother Qi is even more of a beast. This is beyond God tier, absolutely freaking incredible. As expected of Brother Qi, Yunde exclaimed in awe. However, his tone was mostly filled with joy. Brother Dog, did you really not awaken an ability? Tang Qiqi asked a bit cautiously. Song Wenwan had always been the soul of their trio. Now that he was the only one who had not awakened, she was afraid he might be discouraged. I really did not awaken anything. I will have to rely on you two to protect me from now on. Come on, forget the skewers. I am treating you to a royal banquet.
To celebrate both of you soaring to the top, Song Wenwen said, putting one arm around Yunde and the other around Tankichi as they walked forward.
So Brother Dog knows he needs me to protect him now. Then hurry up and call me Brother Yun or Brother Dae, Yunde said. Among the three of them, Song Wenwan was the oldest. Tankyuchi was 1 day younger than him, and Yunde was 3 days younger. That's why he had always called them Brother Dog and Brother Chi. He also wanted to be called Brother for once. Little Cheeky, are you trying to rebel now? Do not think just because you awaken sequence 16 that you are all grown up yet. With my skills, beating you up right now would be as easy as a father disciplining his son. Do you want to give it a try? Song Wenwen asked. Never mind. We can talk about this later, Yunde said with a flattering smile. He suddenly remembered that Song Wenwen had been working out for the past 3 years and had learned some martial arts. He had only awakened his ability a day ago. If they actually fought, he really would not be Song Wenwan's match. Little Cheeky, do not say I never gave you a chance. Within a year, as long as you can beat me, I will gladly call you Brother Yun, Song Wenwan said. Really? You promise? Hearing this, Yunde's eyes instantly lit up. He felt that with his potential, his strength would undergo a heaven-defying change in a year's time. By then, beating Song Wenwan would be a piece of cake. I promise. Q-Chi can be our witness, Song Wenwan said nonchalantly. Fine, I will be the witness. If you can beat me, I will also gladly call you Brother Yun, Tang Q-Chi said, looking at Yunde. Really, actually, never mind with Brother Chi. Having Brother Dog call me Brother Yun is enough for me. Yunde was about to agree, but then he suddenly remembered that Tankichi's sequence was higher than his. Most importantly, he had been bullied and beaten by Tankichi since they were kids. When facing Tankyuchi, he felt a sort of natural suppression, like a younger brother facing an older sister. No matter how tough a younger brother is, he is like a little lamb in front of his sister. Little Cheeky, I gave you a chance and you did not take it. Once this opportunity is gone, it is gone, Tankyuchi said. Having Brother Dog's promise is enough, Yunde said, unbothered. Little Cheeky, do not be so cocky. It is easy to get slapped in the face later. And it really hurts when you get slapped too many times, Song Wenwan said. Though he had not awakened an ability, he had his secret weapon in hand. He felt his secret was just as good as any ability, even sequence 10, or even sequence 1. Plus, once he earned 1,000,000 spirit stones, he could fix his destiny. At that time, if he awakened a powerful ability as well, it would be God tier on top of God tier, absolutely legendary. In the end, the three of them did not go for a royal banquet. They went for skewers anyway. For them, grabbing skewers and drinking beer was much more satisfying than any fancy feast. During the meal, Song Wenwen talked about the 2 paths he intended to take. First, become a martial artist. Second, earn as many spirit stones as possible, to the point where his wealth could rival the gods. To this, Tankyuchi and Yunde naturally gave their unconditional support. Here, these are little gifts from your big brother to celebrate your awakenings. Song Wenwan took out 2 bottles of iron-grade body tempering fluid and foundation building fluid and placed them in front of the 2. He had duplicated these while they were busy eating. Brother Dog, this is way too valuable, Yunde said. Their families' backgrounds were similar, not poor, but definitely not wealthy. Buying these 2 bottles would cost 1,000,000 dragon coins. While it would not bankrupt their families, it was still a massive expense. Just take them. I have special channels, and each bottle only costs me 10 spirit stones. From now on, I will provide all the body tempering and foundation fluids you need. As much as you want, Song Wenwen said. He did not hide this from them. Except for the secret of his special power, he was willing to share everything else with Tankichi and Yunde.
Really, Dog Bro? You're not lying to us? Yunde asked. I swear on your mother's life, I'm not lying to you, Song Wenwen said, patting his chest. But my mom lies to me all the time, Yunde said with a look of grievance. I believe Dog Bro, he's never lied to us when it comes to serious business. Dog Bro, this is also the source of your confidence that money can reach the gods, right? Tankechi knew Song Wenwan well.
This is only one part of my confidence. You'll slowly get to know the rest later.
You two better train hard. Don't let me become the god of wealth while you two are still little weaklings, Song Wenwan said. All right, let's each work hard and meet at the top, Tankichi said, raising a glass of beer. Work hard individually and we'll meet at the top. Clink! The 3 beer glasses collided in the air, making a crisp sound. The summer sun rises very early. Song Wenwan got up a little after 5 o'clock because he needed to absorb the first ray of sunlight between heaven and earth, just as recorded in the Sunflower Manual. Morning sunlight is the easiest to absorb. and practicing then yields twice the result with half the effort. Sitting on the roof facing the sun, Song Wenwon absorbed the sunlight. Soon he felt a warm current surge into his body, nourishing it. Huh? Is it this easy? Song Wenwon said to himself. He originally thought that getting started with the sunflower manual would be difficult and might take a long time. He didn't expect to succeed on his first attempt. What Song Wenwon didn't know was that the reason he could absorb sunlight so easily was because he had previously used the junk cleanup function to cleanse his marrow and refine his body. If Song Wenwon were to open his attribute panel right now, he would find out. For every minute that passed, his physical strength would increase by 0.01. 0.01 seems like very little, but that's just for 1 minute. An hour adds 0.6, and 10 hours would add 6. You have to realize that for those newly awakened ability users, their physical strength is only a little over 10 points. Soon, more than an hour had passed. Song Wenwon stood up and stretched his body. The greatest gain from practicing the sunflower manual wasn't the increase in physical strength, but the presence of a new kind of energy in his body. In other words, Song Wenwon had gained a new method of attack. Another day full of energy. Today's goal, 3,200 spirit stones. Afterwards, Song Wenwon rode an electric scooter and sped toward the school. Riding my favorite little scooter, I'll never get stuck in traffic. At this moment, Song Wenwon was in a wonderful mood. He arrived at the school gate before 7 o'clock and set up his stall. Since the school was starting the final mock test at 8, many students were already arriving one after another.
Body tempering liquid, dirt cheap. Vitality fluid, dirt cheap.
Body tempering liquid, 4 for 200 spirit stones. Haha! Just like that, Song Wenwon began his shouting. As Song Wenwon shouted, more and more students gathered in front of the stall. Dog bro, is the price still the same as yesterday? One student asked. After dinner last night, Song Wenwon, Yunde, and Tang Chi-Chi had placed many advertisements in various school groups. Although advertising can be a bit annoying, almost all the seniors in the school knew about it now. At Song Wenwon's stall, you could buy a bottle of body tempering liquid or vitality fluid worth 50 spirit stones for only 40. That's right, 40 spirit stones a bottle. Genuine goods at a fair price, no cheating anyone. Song Wenwon replied.
Dog bro, is this body tempering liquid the real deal? Another classmate asked with a smile. The famous botanist Liu Huaqiang once said, when you doubt whether a melon is ripe, it has already lost its ripeness in your heart. Once suspicion arises, the crime is already established.
When I, Song Wenwon, do business, I care about one thing, integrity.
Since I dare to sell this body tempering liquid, it means it's the real deal.
On this point, you can doubt my character, but you can't doubt my credit. After all, I'm the man who will become the richest person in the Dragon Kingdom, Song Wenwon said with righteous conviction. I trust Dog Bro's credit.
I bought a bottle of body tempering liquid yesterday, and the effect was exactly the same as the ones from the specialty stores.
I'll take another bottle of vitality fluid, one of Song Wenwon's classmates said.
Hurry up, there are only 40 bottles each of vitality fluid and body tempering liquid today.
First come, first served. If you don't buy it, someone else will.
Once others buy it and their strength increases, they'll definitely come out on top in this mock simulation.
When that happens, maybe the teachers from the 3 great academies will take notice. That way you'll soar to the sky. Song Wenwon began his sales pitch. What he said was actually true. As long as the first person takes body tempering liquid and vitality fluid, the others will unconsciously start competing. It's just like cram schools. Everyone else goes to cram school, so if you don't, you'll be left behind. Out of helplessness, you're forced to join the cram schools. In this way, everyone is back at the same starting line. It's no exaggeration to say that wherever there are people, fierce competition will always exist. For Song Wenwon, the more these students competed, the better his business would be. So it didn't take long for all 40 bottles of body tempering liquid and 40 bottles of vitality fluid he copied yesterday to sell out. In their school, there were over 1,000 seniors in total. On average, only 1 in 10 or so people bought a bottle, which really wasn't much. However, some people simply couldn't afford body tempering liquid. After all, not every student comes from a wealthy family, and some people had prepared these long ago at home, so they didn't need to buy from Song Wenwon. For these newly awakened students, they can only take at most 1 bottle of black iron grade body tempering liquid or vitality fluid a month. Taking too much would cause harm to the body. So, Song Wenwon's business at the 6th middle school had basically reached its limit. But Phoenix City didn't just have the 6th middle school. There were other middle schools. Besides, the main event is the college entrance exam in a month. For these students with awakened abilities, the college entrance exam is the most important turning point in their lives. This is even more brutal than the college entrance exam on Earth, because on Earth, even if you do poorly on the exam, there are still chances to succeed through other paths. For example, opening a restaurant, starting a studio, or finding a lucky break and taking off. Not few people have succeeded through these paths. But on Blue Star, power and ability are everything. Once you fail the college entrance exam, it's very difficult to get back up.
Of course, nothing is absolute. There are always a few who grow up after going through many hardships.
But that percentage is just too small. A 1 in a million or even a 1 in 10 million chance.
Talking so big yesterday, I thought he was some kind of big shot. I didn't expect him to be a loser who hasn't even awakened an ability.
He was born to run a street stall for life. Just as Song Wenwan was packing up his things, a sarcastic voice spoke up in front of him.
He looked up and saw that the person speaking was the burly man who had been pursuing Tang Qiqi yesterday. After the burly man left yesterday, he had someone look up information on Yunde and Song Wenwan. The results showed that Song Wenwan was indeed a prominent figure at number 6 middle school, and his academic grades were always rank 1 in the grade. Plus, because he was quite a cheeky character, it could be said that everyone at number 6 middle school knew his name. Unfortunately, he didn't awaken an ability when he was 18. For someone who hasn't awakened an ability, no matter how good their academic grades are, they are still trash. Dealing with someone like that was as easy for him as crushing an ant. I was wondering which dog was barking here. I didn't realize it was a moron like you. Tell me, what exactly are you barking about? Song Wenwen asked. However, he was thinking to himself at that moment. This burly guy is a student from number 1 middle school. What is he doing at number 6 middle school today? He figured it probably wasn't anything good. Remember what I said yesterday? I will definitely make you kneel before me today. I keep my word. The burly man stared at Song Wenwan and said, even though you're a moron, you're still your mother's precious moron. Be a good boy and go home to your mama. See if getting some of your mother's milk can cure your idiocy. In my opinion, a cure is impossible, but there's still hope for some improvement. You should have more confidence in yourself, Song Wenwan said in an encouraging tone. He had practiced the great damn technique of verbal warfare. In a battle of words, 10 burly men were no match for him. Song Wenwan, all you can do is talk a big game. The more you jump around now, the more miserable I'll make you later. We'll see about that, the burly man said, then left with his friends and headed into the school. I hope you don't mess with me, or things will end badly for you, Song Wenyuan said, and he packed his stall and walked into the school as well. To be honest, he didn't care at all about a student with an ability potential level of only S rank. Soon it was 8 o'clock. At this time, all the seniors gathered around the sports field. In the center of the field, 10 combat arenas were set up. At this moment, many teachers were sitting on the podium. Among them were school leaders, teachers from number 1 middle school, and recruitment officers from the 3 major academies. According to instructions from the Bureau of Education, this mock exam will be a joint event with number 1 middle school. They have sent 10 outstanding students to participate in our combat tournament. This is a friendly match, but it is also a challenge to our school. As students of number 6 middle school, your task is to do everything you can to defeat them. For the honor of number 6 middle school, I am counting on all of you. Enough talk. I declare that the senior mock combat tournament has officially begun. I hope every student can perform beyond their limits. The school leader didn't give a long speech and announced the start directly. The rules of the competition were very simple: one-on-one combat. The winner moves on to the next round, and the loser is eliminated. Old Cha, can I skip this? Song Wenwan asked his homeroom teacher. No, the principal said all students must participate. You can just forfeit as soon as you get up there, but you still have to go through the motions. Old Shah looked at Song Wenwan and said, he knew Song Wenwan hadn't awakened an ability, so he wasn't surprised by this request. He didn't expect Song Wenwan to place near the top anyway. Is there a reward for first place? Song Wenwan asked. The reason he didn't want to participate wasn't that he was afraid of losing, but because it was meaningless to him. With that time, he'd rather think about how to earn more spirit stones. Yes, the school is really putting up a lot of money this time. There are rewards for the top 3. First place gets 100 spirit stones and a bottle of bronze-grade body tempering liquid, Old Shah said. Hearing this, the students of Class 7 were stunned. 100 spirit stones meant 1,000,000 dragon coins. A bottle of bronze-grade body tempering liquid would cost at least 200 spirit stones at a specialty store. So, you better fight well and don't let those students from number 1 middle school take these rewards, Old Shah said to the class. Don't worry, Old Shah, you've got us. I declare that the top 3 spots in this mock tournament will be swept by the 3 musketeers. Everyone, step aside for the masters. At this moment, Yunde suddenly stood up and spoke to his classmates. Little Jianzhen, only you could be this shameless, as always. If this tournament was for the thickest skin, you would definitely be the champion. A classmate joked. The strong are never understood. It is lonely at the top, Yunde said, feigning a look of sadness. I don't know if you're a master, but I know you must be very lonely and empty inside, another classmate said. The students of Class 7 had a very good relationship and often teased each other. While everyone was joking around, the school speakers crackled to life. The pairings for the matches were decided by drawing lots. Li Wei from Class 2 and Zhang Lei from Class 5, please proceed to Arena 1. Zhang Wenyuan from Class 7 and Lu Meng from Number 1 Middle School, please proceed to Arena 2. Hearing the announcement over the speakers, Song Wenyuan was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect it to be his turn to go up right at the beginning. And his opponent was actually someone from Number 1 Middle School. Doggo, go kick his butt. Yunde patted Song Wenyuan on the shoulder.
Old Sha, are we allowed to use weapons in the match? Song Wenmuan ignored Yunde and looked at his teacher.
Yes, but for ability users, they aren't very useful, Old Sha reminded him. Ability users use their powers as their means of attack, so weapons really didn't make much of a difference for them. As long as I can use them, Song Wenyuan said, then he started walking toward Arena 2. Yunde, is Song Wenyuan pursuing the path of a martial artist? Old Sha asked Yunde while watching Song Wenyuan's confident back. Yes, Yunde nodded. What a pity, Old Sha muttered to himself. If Song Wenyuan could have awakened an ability, his future achievements would have been immeasurable. The ceiling for a martial artist is just too low. Song Wenyuan soon arrived at Arena 2. It is you, he said with some surprise when he saw his opponent clearly. Liu Mang embodies the classic arrogance of a genetic elite. By dismissing Song, he falls into the trap of cognitive bias. In high-stakes competition, tactical asymmetry often triumphs over raw power, making this more than just a simple duel. Liu Mang suffers from the classic high-ranker fallacy, believing an S-grade potential grants him immunity to basic combat logic. Song is clearly baiting him into a trap where psychological dominance precedes the actual physical strike.
It is me. Bet you did not expect that. I told you, I will definitely make you kneel before me today. Song Wenyuan's opponent was the same burly guy he had met before, named Lu Meng. Not bad, kid. Using your family connections to rig the match, I see. I take back what I said earlier. You are not a moron. You are actually slightly better than a moron. At most, you are just brain dead, Song Wenyuan said with a smile. Everything I have done is within the rules. Today, I will make a loser like you pay a heavy price. I will make you realize that there is a world of difference between us, Lu Meng said in an arrogant tone. I agree with that. There really is a massive gap between us. Except I am the clouds and you are the dirt. As they say, names reflect the person. You are called Lu Meng, which sounds like hooligan, and I am Wenyuan, which means warmth. Just by listening, it is clear you are the villain and I am the hero. Since ancient times, good always triumphs over evil. As the villain, are you prepared to lose? Song Wenyuan asked. Hearing Song Wenyuan say this, Lu Meng burst out laughing. Arguing with a piece of trash like you is a complete waste of breath. On your knees! Lu Meng stopped wasting words and lunged towards Song Wenyuan. He had awakened a strength-type ability and excelled at close-quarters combat. If he landed a hit, the victim would be left either dead or crippled. Curious, why did you come up onto the stage? I can handle him alone. You do not need to get involved. At that moment, Song Wenyuan said suddenly, while looking behind Lu Meng. Hearing this, Lu Meng instinctively turned his head. However, at that exact moment, Song Wenyuan made his move. Holding the brick he had picked up earlier, he slammed it down toward Lu Meng's head. Lu Meng sensed the danger, but before he could react, he felt a sudden sharp pain in his head. Bang! There was a loud thud following the impact. Bang! Immediately after, Lu Meng's body collapsed onto the arena floor, unconscious. The sage says, when fighting, use a brick. Aim for the face. Do not swing wildly. If you miss, try again. If you hit, hit harder. Keep hitting until it is done, Song Wenyuan said, looking at the brick in his hand. The winner is Song Wenyuan from Class 7, Grade 12, the referee on the stage announced. Is that it? I thought he would be tough, given all that big talk, Song Wenyuan said, jumping off Arena 2 and heading back to his class. Brother Dog, that was amazing, a total one-shot kill. I would expect nothing less from you, Yunde said as he walked up to Song Wenyuan. No matter how good your kung fu is, you are still afraid of a kitchen knife. No matter how good your ability is, a brick will still knock you down. I could take on 10 guys like him. Oh, how lonely it is to be invincible, Song Wenyuan said, even starting to sing the song of invincibility. Compared to Song Wenyuan's smugness, the teachers from number 1 high school looked as though they had just swallowed flies. While Lu Meng was not the strongest in their school, he was still one of their top-seeded contestants. Otherwise, he would not have been chosen to come to number 6 high school for this exchange. If he had lost after a hard-fought battle, they would have had nothing to say. After all, there is always someone better out there. But once on stage, he was knocked out with a brick before even fully displaying his ability. It was an absolute embarrassment. They would not call Song Wenwon despicable, because this was a fight. From the moment they stepped onto the arena, they were enemies. If this were a life-and-death struggle, Lu Meng would likely be dead by now. Therefore, they did not feel ashamed of Song Wenwon's actions. They even felt a bit of admiration. Combat is about using the simplest means to defeat your opponent. In that regard, Song Wenwon had done an excellent job. What is that student's name? An admissions teacher from the 3 academies asked, pointing at Song Wenwon. His name is Song Wenwon. He holds the top rank in our school for academic subjects. However, from what we know, his destiny was damaged, so he has not awakened any abilities, a teacher from number 6 high school explained. Hearing this, the 3 teachers from the admissions office all had a flicker of regret in their eyes. Without an awakened ability, his future path was completely blocked. Our school still has many promising talents, the principal of number 6 high school said. Are there any students known to have high potential for their abilities? A beautiful female teacher from the admissions office asked. We were worried our security measures were not good enough, so we simply did not keep any records. We are just waiting for them to take the world by storm, the principal of number 6 high school said. A long time ago, all students would awaken their abilities in a group setting. It was clear at a glance who awakened what type of ability and what its potential was. But because of that, privacy was non-existent. Once a promising talent appeared, they were easily targeted. 10 years ago, 90% of Dragon Country's prodigies with S-rank potential or higher were assassinated. Dragon Country was furious, and its powerhouses paid a visit to every country under suspicion. In that war, many top experts from various nations perished. It came very close to sparking a global war. Since then, ability awakenings in Dragon Country have been conducted at home and do not need to be reported. Therefore, aside from immediate family, no one knows what ability someone else has awakened. Otherwise, with Yunde and Tang Qiqi's SS rank potential, the 3 academies would have been fighting over them long ago. I hope some peerless geniuses show up, the beautiful teacher said. I would like to ask, how did number 1 high school select these 10-seeded contestants? The principal of number 6 high school asked the teachers from number 1 high school. We did not deliberately select them. We just announced the friendly exchange with number 6 high school and let them volunteer. So here they are, a teacher from number 1 high school said. In this mock combat, the truly powerful students will likely hide their strength, while those with average skills will try their hardest to show off. I do not know who these kids learned it from, but they are all hiding their cards deeper than the last. To see their true strength, we will probably have to wait until the National College entrance exam, an admissions teacher from the 3 academies said. Learning to hide one's strength is a good thing. We will just have to see if they can fool our eyes, another admissions teacher added. The matches were actually quite boring. Since most people's power levels were similar and they lacked systematic training, their fights were like children brawling. The only interesting part was seeing the various types of abilities. Of course, you could only see the types. You could not even see the potential ranks. Yundi from Class 7, Grade 12 and Wang Shuwu from Class 10, Grade 12, please report to Arena 8. At that moment, the loudspeaker announced, Brother Dog, watch me. Yunde said to Song Wenwon before turning to walk up to the arena. Song Wenwon was quite curious about Yunde's ability.
Yundi awakened the Sequence 16 ability, Morality. Fire abilities and water abilities are very easy to understand. It is hard to imagine exactly what this morality ability actually does. Soon, Yunde stepped onto the arena stage. Just surrender now, so I don't have to lift a finger, Yunde said calmly to his opponent. At this moment, he had a look of contempt on his face and spoke with extreme arrogance. You think way too highly of yourself. Wang Shuwu ignored Yunde and waved his hand, sending several water arrows flying from his palm. He had awakened a water-based ability. Elemental abilities are the most common ones seen in everyday life. Facing Wang Shuwu's attack, Yunde did not back down at all. He also activated his own skill, Moral Restraint. This place should be peaceful, Yunde thought silently. Suddenly, a strange magnetic field centered on him appeared, enveloping Wang Shuwu. As Yunde finished his thought, the water arrows Wang Shuwu had fired vanished into thin air. At the same time, Wang Shuwu felt as if his body was bound by something, making him unable to move. Then Yunde walked up to Wang Shuwu. Witness my proud dragon repents, Yunde shouted as he struck his opponent's chest with his palm. Instantly, Wang Shuwu was sent flying off the arena stage. Thanks for the match, Yunde said calmly with a traditional cupped fist salute. In reality, he was going wild with joy inside. He knew his ability was strong, but he didn't expect it to be this powerful. A single moral restraint had settled the match. He hadn't even used moral kidnapping or moral judgment yet. Oh, how lonely it is to be invincible. Yoondae imitated Song Wenyuan's earlier behavior, singing as he walked off the stage. By this time, everyone else was completely stunned. Song Wenyuan's earlier fight with Lu Mang ended quickly because of the element of surprise. However, in this fight, Wang Shuwu hadn't been careless at all. He had even struck first. And yet, he still lost the match just as cleanly and decisively. This made many people feel like the two were just putting on a show on stage. Did you see what kind of ability Yoondae awakened? A teacher from the 3 great academies asked on the podium. He was quite experienced, but he couldn't figure out the technique Yoondae had just used at all. It looks a bit like telekinesis. It can't be telekinesis. Telekinesis wouldn't make water arrows vanish instantly, nor would it paralyze a person. Maybe it's something like gravity. Gravity isn't right either. While gravity could dissipate water arrows, his opponent should have been forced to their knees or flattened against the ground. Then what could it be? It is unclear for now. He is a good prospect, though I wonder what his ability's potential rank is. The teachers on the podium whispered among themselves but couldn't reach a conclusion. Hey scoundrel, what ability did you awaken? It is so awesome! A classmate couldn't help but ask after Yoondae returned to his class. My ability is called the 18 Dragon Subduing Palms. What I just used was the first palm. Proud Dragon repents. There is also Flying Dragon in the sky, Dragon appearing in the field, the Divine Dragon swings its tail, and so on, Yoondae said with a straight face. However, not a single person believed a word he said. They could all tell that Yoondae was talking nonsense. Still, they understood that one shouldn't just reveal their ability to others so casually. Not bad, you didn't embarrass me, your big brother, Song Wenyuan said. Then, everyone turned their attention back to ring number 6, because Tang Qiuqi had just stepped onto that arena stage. And Tang Qiuqi's opponent was a student from the 1st middle school. Tang Qiuqi, sure victory? Go, Tang Qiuqi! Before the fight even started, the students from the 6th middle school began cheering spontaneously. As the school belle of the 6th middle school, Tang Qiuqi often stood up for justice, making her incredibly popular. These guys prioritize beauty over friendship. None of them cheered for me like that. Go, Boss Tang! Yoondae glanced at his classmates and shouted loudly. Tang Qiuqi, I didn't expect to meet you in the first round. The top belle of the 6th middle school is indeed very beautiful. But now that we have awakened abilities, beauty is useless. You need strength. Tang Qiuqi's opponent was also a girl, her face covered in freckles. At this moment, her eyes were filled with jealousy. As a girl herself, she couldn't stand girls who were prettier than her. Is your awakened power a mouth-based ability? You talk too much, Tang Qiuqi said expressionlessly. Under Song Wenyuan's subtle influence, Tang Qiuqi had become an expert at roasting people. Fine, let's see just how much strength you, the great school belle, actually have. I'm not afraid to tell you I've awakened a wind-type ability with A-rank potential. Infinite wind blades, the freckled girl shouted as she waved her hand, sending 3 wind blades flying toward Tang Qiuqi in a triangular formation. Looking at the 3 wind blades flying toward her, Tang Qiuqi gave a casual wave, and the blades stopped right in front of her. Reincarnation, Diva Path Reflection. The next moment, the 3 wind blades flew back the way they came, heading straight for the freckled girl. This gave the freckled girl a massive fright. She hurriedly formed a wind shield in front of her, trying to block the reflected attack. Reincarnation, Prada Path Absorption. At that exact moment, Tang Qiuqi attacked again. The wind shield formed by the freckled girl was instantly dissolved, and the 3 returning wind blades were just about to strike her body. The freckled girl seemed paralyzed with fear, having no idea what to do. She never imagined that her proudest attack would be so fragile in the face of Tang Qiuqi. Just then, the referee suddenly appeared in front of the freckled girl and blocked the reflected attack for her. I declare Tang Qiuqi from Class 8 of the 3rd year the winner, the referee announced. Tang Qiuqi didn't waste a single word. She turned and jumped off the stage, glancing at Song Wenyuan and Yoondae. It was as if she was saying, "See, I didn't embarrass us either." Yoondae and Song Wenyuan naturally understood her look, and both gave her a thumbs up. Tang Qiuqi! Tang Qiuqi! The people around them chanted loudly. On the podium, the teachers looked at one another and shared a silent understanding. However, they were exceptionally excited inside. Although they hadn't figured out Tang Qiuqi's exact ability yet, they could tell that it must be within the top 100 sequences. Any ability within the top 100 sequences is guaranteed to have SSS rank potential. They simply had to recruit this student. The representatives from the three great academies were all thinking about what kind of offer they could make to bring Tang Tichi to their respective institutions.
The reason the recruiters from the three great academies didn't make a fuss was because they were worried that people with ill intentions would target Tang Qiuqi once they realized her potential. Very soon, 2 hours had passed. By then, the top 32 contestants had already been decided. The matches for the top 16 were about to begin. To be honest, Song Wanwan found this kind of competition incredibly boring. If it weren't for the generous rewards for first place, he would have slipped away long ago.
He felt that he should find something to do to pass the time.
Song Wanwan. Right at that moment, a voice filled with absolute rage rang out. Song Wanwan turned around and saw Lu Mang looking at him with eyes full of murderous intent. "Your grandpa is right here," Song Wanwan said loudly. He knew his fun had arrived. Song Wanwan was just wondering if he should start a betting pool on who would take the top 3 spots. However, after thinking it over, he gave up on the idea. He felt certain that the school definitely wouldn't let him do such a thing. He didn't expect Lu Mang to come looking for him now, which would add a little bit of excitement to his boring life. "You despicable, shameless, and filthy scoundrel, you actually dared to sneak attack me. Do you have the guts to fight me fair and square? I'll definitely make you kneel and call me daddy," Lu Mang shouted. He had pushed so hard for the exchange between the first high school and the 6th high school just to publicly teach Song Wanwan a lesson. Who would have thought that Song Wanwan had no sense of honor and actually sneak attacked him? This made him beyond furious, and at this moment, he wanted nothing more than to tear Song Wanwan apart. A defeated general has no right to speak of courage. "You want to fight me fair and square? You're not worthy," Song Wanwan said with a look of contempt. "Are you scared? All you can do is rely on sneak attacks. In a head-on fight, beating you would be as easy as beating my own dog." Lu Mang continued with his provocations. "If you want me to fight you fair and square, it's not impossible. Let's put something on the line. Do you dare?" Song Wanwan said, looking at Lu Mang. He suddenly remembered that Lu Mang's family was well off, so it was the perfect chance to squeeze some spirit stones out of him. "A wager? Fine. If you can beat me, I'll give you 100 spirit stones. But if you lose, I don't want your stones. You just need to kneel kowtow 3 times and say, 'Daddy, I give up' 3 times. "Do you dare?" Lu Mang challenged. "Say 3 times what?" Song Wanwan asked. "Daddy, I give up," Lu Mang said. "Good boy, it's good that you've given up. Now go play," Song Wanwan said. Wow, I've seen a lot of weirdos, but I've never seen someone so eager to find a father. "Does this kid have some kind of daddy issues?" Yoondae said at this moment. One word. "Do you dare?" Lu Mang didn't get into an argument with Song Wanwan. He knew that in a battle of wits, he was outnumbered and not very eloquent, so he was no match for a master of trash talk like Song Wanwan. He wanted to let his strength do the talking. "You actually have the nerve to bring out only 100 spirit stones? If I were you, I'd be too embarrassed to show my face," Song Wanwan said. He might be the young master of the Lu family, but maybe he isn't their biological son. Being able to pull out 100 spirit stones might already be his limit. "Brother Dog, don't make things too hard on him," Yoondae added from the side.
He knew Song Wanwan too well. As soon as the other opened his mouth, he knew what he was planning.
So, he fanned the flames from the sidelines. 500 spirit stones, Lu Mang shouted at the top of his lungs. With a voice that loud, I thought it would be at least 5,000 spirit stones. I can't believe it's only 500. "What a waste of time," Song Wanwan said, stretching his arms. "You pauper, do you even have 500 spirit stones?" Lu Mang said disdainfully. "Excuse me, but I just received 3,200 spirit stones this morning. If you want to fight me fair and square, fine, but show me 3,200 spirit stones first. If you can't produce them, then go find somewhere else to cool off," Song Wanwan said with a wave of his hand. "Fine, 3,200 spirit stones, I have them. This is a spirit storage card from the exchange, and there are 4,000 spirit stones inside. If you can defeat me, it's yours. Otherwise, you kneel down and kowtow to me," Lu Mang said. In his view, the only reason Song Wanwan could beat him before was because he was caught off guard and fell for a trick.
"Since you're begging me so much, I'll reluctantly agree."
"I'll give you a chance to learn from me," Song Wanwan said, acting like a noble master. Soon the two of them arrived at a corner of the playground. Around 100 students gathered to watch. "Do you think Brother Dog can win again?" "I think it's unlikely. He only managed to knock out Lu Mang before because it was a total surprise. In a head-on fight, it's impossible to beat Lu Mang. After all, Brother Dog hasn't even awakened an ability." The surrounding students were all sharing their opinions. "Brother Dog, don't hold back for my sake. Kick his butt," Yoondae shouted loudly at this time. "Are you ready?" Song Wanwan asked, looking at Lu Mang. "You want to sneak attack me again? Do you think I'll give you another chance?" Lu Mang said as he stomped his foot hard on the ground. Instantly, his body shot forward like an arrow from a bow. "Ukiwi, smack the back of his head," Song Wanwan suddenly said, looking past Lu Mang. "Trying that trick again? Do you think I'll fall for it twice?" "Die!" Lu Mang didn't look back and shouted at Song Wanwan. Seeing that Lu Mang didn't fall for the bait, Song Wanwan quickly dodged to the side. With his physical strength, his speed was actually superior to Lu Mang's. For the next 20 seconds, Lu Mang attacked continuously while Song Wanwan kept dodging. During this time, Song Wanwan even dropped his phone. "You loser, you only know how to dodge. Do you dare to face me head on?" Lu Mang suddenly stopped and spoke to Song Wanwan. He wasn't good at speed, and for a moment he really couldn't do anything to Song Wanwan. "I wanted to get along with you all as an ordinary person, but all I got in return was contempt. I'm done pretending. I'm laying my cards on the table. I am a peerless master." Witness the first move of the Buddha's palm, the illuminating light of Buddha. Song Wanwan gave a loud shout. Immediately after, a mass of golden light appeared above his head. It was very warm, just like a miniature sun. Seeing this, Lu Mang hurriedly retreated because he couldn't figure out what kind of technique this was. "Brother Dog, I'm here to help you." Just as he was retreating, Tang Qiqi's voice suddenly rang out from behind him. Hearing this voice, Lu Mang quickly turned his head to look. However, after turning around, he didn't see Tang Qiqi anywhere. "Oh no, I've been tricked!" This thought immediately popped into Lu Mang's head. Just as this thought appeared, he felt a sharp pain in his head once again. Then his vision went black, and he passed out.
I, Song Wenwan, am willing to call you a good man for rushing over just to give me spirit stones. Since that's the case, I'll go ahead and accept this spirit storage card. At this moment, Song Wenwen stepped forward and picked up the spirit storage card lying aside, speaking as he looked at the unconscious Lu Mang. After saying this, he walked behind Lu Mang and picked up his own phone. He had dropped the phone on purpose earlier to time it perfectly and play the voice recording that Yunde had Tongkichi record. He had shouted out the first form of the Buddha's palm earlier just to distract Lu Mang. When Tang Qiqi's voice played, Lu Mang fell for it as expected. So Lu Mang got his head cracked open for a second time, a repeat performance. How lonely it is to be invincible, Song Wenwen sang excitedly as he walked back toward his class's seating area. Meanwhile, one of Lu Mang's lackeys rushed forward, carried him on his back, and headed for the infirmary. No one else expected this battle to end so quickly and cleanly again. It took less than a minute from start to finish. Soon, Song Wenwen had fought his way into the top 8. During this time, all of his opponents had been distracted by his various tricks and then knocked out with a single brick. Everyone else reached the top 8 through sheer strength. He was the only one who, in the eyes of outsiders, relied on cheap tricks and shortcuts. No one had expected Song Wenwen to actually reach the top 8. This was true for both the admissions officers from the 3 major academies and the homeroom teacher of Class 7. Soon, the quarterfinal matches began. At this time, everyone's attention was focused on the arena. The strength and talent of the students who could reach the top 8 were not to be underestimated. "Song Wenwan, your luck ends here," said Chao Zhenkao from number 1 middle school, looking at Song Wenwan. He had awakened lightning abilities and was one of only 2 students from number 1 middle school to make it into the top 8. "If you want to say you're strong, just say it. There's no need to beat around the bush with me. I can't stand hypocritical people like you." "Can't people just be a bit more sincere with each other?" Song Wenwen said disdainfully. "Enough talk, let's fight!" "Ground thunder!" Chao Zhenghao shouted as lightning flashed across his palms. Then he slammed both hands onto the stage. Instantly, streaks of electricity turned into snakes of lightning, surging towards Song Wenwan. "Forget it, I'm showing my hand now, I'm the champion," Song Wenwan said as he also moved. Facing the lightning snakes attacking along the ground, he didn't retreat but instead charged straight into the swarm. Is this kid trying to get himself killed? Seeing Song Wenwan's actions, the same thought popped into the heads of every student on the field and every teacher on the podium. In the next moment, all of them widened their eyes in shock. Because under their gaze, Song Wenwan's feet landed right on top of those lightning snakes. Everyone thought Song Wenwan would be electrocuted into a coma, but instead the lightning snakes were crushed under his feet. Like stepping on soap bubbles, the lightning snakes vanished instantly without a trace. Song Wenwan's opponent was stunned speechless by this move. He hadn't expected Song Wenwan to neutralize his attack in such a simple and crude manner. Taking advantage of the moment his opponent was dazed, Song Wenwan reached him and swung the brick in his hand. Bang! In the next moment, without any surprise, the brick in Song Wenwan's hand landed squarely on his opponent's head. His opponent was knocked unconscious immediately and collapsed onto the stage. "Is that it? All show and no substance," Song Wenwan muttered before turning to walk off the stage. It all happened in a flash. The audience only reacted after he had already stepped down. "Brother Dog, you're amazing," someone shouted at the top of their lungs, their voice cracking. The way Song Wenwan defeated his opponent with such raw power was incredibly impactful for the spectators below. This time it wasn't a trick, it was his genuine strength. Based on his physical strength alone, he could probably hold his own against a bronze-rank ability user. If I'm not mistaken, he must have taken the path of a martial artist and reached a certain level of proficiency. It's rare to see such incredible physical strength at his age. What a shame! The many teachers on the podium were talking among themselves. The only thing they regretted was that Song Wenwan had never awakened an ability. If he could awaken an ability, even one with just A-rank potential, he would become a powerhouse in the future. After stepping down, Song Wenwan turned his attention to another arena. On that stage, Tang Qiqi was facing off against her opponent. Her opponent had awakened fire abilities. Prairie Fire. Tang Qiqi's opponent waved a hand and a massive wall of flame instantly covered the stage, swallowing Tang Qiqi whole. Just as the referee was considering whether to intervene, he noticed the flames on the stage rapidly converging toward the center. Soon everyone saw that the flames were being absorbed by Tang Qi. Then Tang Qiqi launched her attack. Reincarnation, Asura Path Eruption. In the next moment, a powerful pillar of energy erupted from Tang Qiqi's hand, hitting her opponent like a laser beam. Without any surprise, her opponent was blasted straight off the stage. Fortunately, Tang Qiqi had good control over the energy, and her opponent only suffered minor injuries. So strong. Seeing this, both the watching students and the teachers on the podium exclaimed in awe. "Thank you for the match," Tang Qiqi said before turning and leaving the stage. At the same time, she glanced at the adjacent arena. Yun Di was currently fighting on that stage. His opponent had awakened gravity abilities. "Triple gravity," his opponent shouted, trying to crush Yunde with intense weight. Facing this, Yunde remained expressionless and launched his own attack. Moral kidnapping. "You should respect your elders and care for the young by letting me win this match," Yunde said quietly. As soon as he finished speaking, his opponent uncontrollably jumped off the stage. The moral ability was a very bizarre one. However, its power was beyond doubt. Seeing Yunde win the match just like that, everyone frowned. From their observation, they noticed that Yunde seemed to win in a baffling way every single time. What kind of ability is that? This was the question in everyone's mind. However, no one gave them an answer. Soon, another person secured a victory to enter the semifinals. Su Hong from number 1 middle school. Holy crap, I just realized that little prick and his trio of musketeers have all made it into the top 4. It couldn't really be like what little prick said before, that the 3 of them would sweep the top 3 spots, could it? I don't want someone from number 1 school to be the champion, but I also don't really want the trio to sweep the top 3. If they really take all top 3 spots, we'll never be able to show our faces again in the future. For a moment, the students of number 6 middle school were caught in a dilemma.
Su Hong, I have to say you've got some skills. We, the 3 musketeers, aren't bullies. We'll give you a chance. Forfeit now so we don't have to get our hands dirty, Yunde said, looking at Su Hong. It's fine if you don't want to forfeit. You can choose. Either you take on all 3 of us alone, or the 3 of us gang up on you, Song Wenyuan said with a bright smile. That smile sent a chill down Su Hong's spine. Although Tang Qiqi didn't say anything, it was obvious she supported Song Wenwan and Yunde's decision. The remaining matches are supposed to be head-to-head duels, Su Hong said stubbornly. He was naturally unwilling to give up like this, but seeing the malicious looks in their eyes, he felt a bit intimidated. Young man, don't be too greedy. 4th place is already pretty good. Any one of the 3 of us could beat you with ease. In this life, you need to have some self-awareness. If you forfeit, you can still have our friendship. If you don't, well, think about the consequences yourself, Song Wenwan said with a slight threat. During the college entrance exams, I definitely won't lose to you. Just you wait. Hearing Song Wenwan's words, Su Hong struggled internally for a while, then left those harsh words behind and chose to withdraw. With that, only Song Wenwan and his 2 friends were left. Now the 3 stood in a triangle, their eyes full of fighting spirit, none of them willing to back down. I'm taking the championship. Do either of you have an objection? Song Wenwan said. His tone was absolutely unquestionable. You want it just because you say so? Why don't you just fly to the sky and stand side by side with the sun? Yundi said, refusing to back down. Ladies first. This championship should be mine, Tang Qiqi said. Fine then. Brothers for over 10 years and you won't even let me have one little championship. Do you 2 have a conscience? Have you forgotten who always looked after you, played with you, and treated you to big meals? Song Wenwan played the emotional card. How much is conscience worth per pound? I, Yunde, don't even have manners, let alone a conscience, Yunde asked indifferently. My conscience can't be traded for a championship, Tang Qiqi said. Fight, fight! The surrounding students, who were eager for drama, said silently to themselves. To be honest, if these 3 were to fight, it would definitely be quite a spectacle. They wondered if the Three Musketeers of number 6 high school would part ways today all because of a single championship. Since no one is willing to step down, let's use the old rules. Song Wenwan said, "Bring it on, I can't wait." Yunde followed up immediately. "Old rules it is." Tang Qiuqi didn't have any objections either. Rock, paper, scissors. Then, the three of them extended their hands at the same time. Tang Qiuqi and Yunde both showed paper, while Song Wenwan showed scissors. Who else is there? Ha ha ha. Competing with me? Are you two even worthy? I hereby announce that for the high school senior mock combat competition, I, Song Wenwan, am the champion. Song Wenwan said in an incredibly arrogant voice. Look at this sore winner. Yunde couldn't help but say, "It's our turn now. Rock, paper, scissors." Then Yunde and Tang Qiuqi played rock, paper, scissors. In the end, Yunde's rock defeated Tang Qiuqi's scissors. Ha ha ha! 7, thanks for the game!
I hereby announce that for the high school senior mock combat competition, I, Yunde, am the runner-up. Yunde followed up immediately.
You guys just got lucky, Tang Qiuqi said with a bit of regret. Just like that, the champion, runner-up, and third-place winner were decided in such a trivial way. The school could do nothing about it either. After all, they were the ones who made it to the finals. As long as they were willing, they could decide the rankings however they pleased. The friendship between these three is indeed enviable, a student muttered to himself. Everyone has some friends growing up, but relationships as strong as the Three Musketeers are extremely rare. In this life, a true soulmate is hard to find. Half an hour after the mock combat competition ended, Song Wenwan and the others received the rewards corresponding to their ranks. As the champion, Song Wenwan received 100 spirit stones and a bottle of bronze-grade body-tempering liquid, just as he had expected. As the runner-up, Yunde only received 100 spirit stones, and Tang Qiuqi received 50 spirit stones. At this moment, the three were in the principal's office, with teachers from the admissions offices of the three major academies sitting before them. Tang Qiuqi Yunde, on behalf of Huadu Academy, I invite you to join us. As long as you are willing to come to our academy, not only can we give you a full scholarship, but we can also arrange for a private villa to be your dormitory, a beautiful teacher said to Tang Qiuqi and Yunde. As for Song Wenwan, she ignored him completely. Although Song Wenwan won the championship of this mock competition, he hadn't awakened an ability after all and had taken the path of a martial artist. The ceiling for a martial artist is simply too low. If you two are willing to come to our Magic City Academy, we not only offer a full scholarship, but will also arrange for a teacher at the king rank for one-on-one instruction, a thin man in his 30s said. Similarly, he also ignored Song Wenwan.
Our Imperial Capital University isn't quite as wealthy, but if you two are willing to come, we can give each of you a slot to enter a secret realm, the teacher from the Imperial Capital University admissions office said.
Hearing him say this, the teachers from the other two academies were completely stunned. Their schools had secret realms too, but the competition for slots to enter them was exceptionally fierce every time. They didn't even know what Tang Qiuqi and Yunde's specific abilities were yet, so offering such conditions was indeed a massive investment. However, neither Tang Qiuqi nor Yunde paid any attention to the conditions offered by the three. My condition is simple. Whichever academy is willing to admit Brother Dog, I'll join that academy, Yunde said. That is my stance as well, Tang Qiuqi said.
Hearing them say this, the three admissions teachers all hesitated at the same time.
Song Wenwan didn't awaken an ability. If he joined their academy, he would likely be at the bottom of the class. In the future, he might even become a laughingstock for their school. Yunde, Qiuqi, stop messing around. Join whichever academy you like. You don't need to drag me along. I told you, the path I'm taking is different from yours, Song Wenwan said. I don't care. We, the Three Musketeers, are a single unit. It won't work without any one of us, Yunde said. Exactly. We can't be missing anyone.
My condition remains the same. Whichever academy takes Brother Dog, I'll go to that academy, Tang Qiuqi said firmly.
How about this? If you two are willing to come to our academy, I can allow Song Wenwan to become an auditing student. What do you think? The teacher from Magic City Academy said. This was his bottom line. As for officially admitting Song Wenwan, that was absolutely impossible.
These recruiters are blinded by the halo effect, valuing supernatural gifts over Song's strategic intelligence. By demanding a package deal, Tang and Yun are weaponizing their elite status to challenge the school's rigid and outdated talent assessment metrics. This trio demonstrates a masterclass in collective bargaining by leveraging their talent to fight academic elitism. While the universities are blinded by rigid metrics, these friends prioritize social capital, forcing the establishment to reconsider the value of an unawakened warrior.
Ever since the three academies were established, there has been a rule: quality over quantity. If someone lacks talent, they won't be admitted even if they are the son or daughter of the dean. Naturally, we cannot treat this rule as if it doesn't exist just because of one or two outstanding students. If every top student made such a request, the academy would have been filled with useless people long ago.
Song Wenyuan has not awakened a special ability. Entering the Imperial Capital Academy might not necessarily be a good thing for him, the teacher from the Imperial Capital Academy said. His thoughts were the same as the teacher from the Magic City Academy. Nothing is certain. Rules are meant to be broken. If they haven't been broken, it is only because the stakes aren't high enough. Now that it has come to this, I am not afraid of you knowing. Yunde said. Yundi, my future is not for you to decide. Excuse me, teachers, please wait a moment. I will step out and talk to them. As Song Wenwan spoke, he grabbed Tang Qiuqi with one hand and Yunde with the other, leading them out of the office. If he hadn't stopped him just now, Yunde would have probably revealed that he had awakened the morality ability. Once such a thing is exposed, he would likely be in danger in the future. At that point, even being within the 3 academies might not keep him safe. Song Wenwan pulled Tang Kui and Yunde to a deserted corner before letting them go. I know you both mean well, but you also know me. If I, Song Wenwan, want something, I will get it fair and square through my own abilities, not by begging others. I am also a proud person. Do you two really think I would accept a spot earned this way? Song Wenwan said, looking at them. But Tang Qiuqi wanted to say more, but Song Wenwan interrupted her before she could finish. I know what you want to say, but it is completely unnecessary. Remember what we said last night? We work hard separately and meet at the top. Even if we are briefly apart, we will eventually reunite. I promise you, I will definitely go to the 3 academies. And I will do it in the most brilliant way possible, Song Wenwan said to the 2 of them with absolute certainty. Brother dog, keep your word, Yunde said, looking at Song Wenwan. A gentleman's word is his bond, Song Wenwan replied. Brother dog, this is the first time you have made such a solemn promise to the 2 of us. We are willing to believe you. If you can't do it, I will hate you for the rest of my life. You know me, when I say a lifetime, I mean a lifetime. 1 day less, 1 hour less, 1 minute less, it does not count as a lifetime, Tang Qiuqi said with extreme determination. All right, I will see you at the 3 academies, Song Wenwan said with a smile. See you at the 3 academies, Tang Kui and Yunde followed suit. Okay, now you 2 go in and quickly choose the academy you like, Song Wenwan said. This time, Tang Qiuqi and Yunde said no more. They took a look at him and walked toward the principal's office. The 2 of them did not choose the same academy. Yundi chose Magic City Academy. Tang Qiuqi chose Flower City Academy. This left the recruitment teacher from the Imperial Capital Academy completely confused. The Imperial Capital Academy was the strongest overall among the 3 academies, and he had offered the most generous terms. Yet neither of these 2 chose the Imperial Capital Academy. He just could not understand. If he were to ask Yunde and Tang Qiuqi, he would definitely get the same answer. If Song Wenwan were to enter the 3 academies in the future, he would definitely choose the Imperial Capital Academy. The 2 of them would go to other academies to sweep away the geniuses, while leaving the Imperial Capital Academy for Song Wenwan to turn upside down. After Song Wenwan learned about the academies they chose, he instantly understood their thoughts. He did not say anything, just smiled. In that case, he would choose the Imperial Capital Academy. Once Tang Qiuqi and Yunde were admitted, they naturally had to head to their chosen academies. In the Dragon Kingdom, there is no such thing as summer or winter breaks. Setting special abilities 1 day earlier means 1 more layer of protection for one's safety. After seeing them off, Song Wenwan began his own plans. The path of using wealth to reach the heavens was not that easy to walk, even if he could duplicate body-tempering liquid and foundation-strengthening fluid. Making a little money was no problem, but if he wanted to make a fortune, he could not handle it all by himself. Therefore, he needed to train some reliable helpers. Over the next 2 days, he spent all 3,200 spirit stones he had earned to duplicate body-tempering liquid and foundation-strengthening fluid. Then he sold them to students from other high schools in Phoenix City. With a discount of 10 spirit stones per bottle, many students were willing to buy from him. So, very quickly, he earned 12,800 spirit stones. Subsequently, he spent another week duplicating 640 bottles of each liquid and sold them all. This way, he earned 51,200 spirit stones. Strictly speaking, this was his first pot of gold. His business with the liquids had basically reached its limit. There were 2 reasons. First, the market was saturated. Those in various high schools who wanted to buy had already done so through various channels. Second, Song Wenwan noticed that he was being watched. It made sense. Others were selling a bottle for 50 spirit stones, while he sold them for 40, and in massive quantities. It was bound to attract attention. As the saying goes, 2 of a trade seldom agree. Blocking someone's path to wealth is like killing their parents, so it was not surprising he was being targeted.
That evening, as Song Wenwan was walking home, he found a man blocking his path. Just as he was about to turn and leave, he noticed another man had appeared behind him. These two wore masks so their faces could not be seen. "Is there something you gentlemen need?" Song Wenwan said with a smile. "Just one question. Where did you get the body-tempering liquid and foundation-strengthening fluid you are selling at the high schools?" The man in black in front asked. "Oh, so that is what you wanted to ask. I thought you were here to harass me. You gave me quite a scare," Song Wenwan said with a long sigh of relief. "Speak," the man in black said as he walked toward Song Wenwan. "It was a dark and windy night. I was sitting on the roof, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon. Suddenly, a vortex appeared in the sky. A golden door emerged from the vortex, and soon after, the door opened. A golden bowl floated out from the door and fell toward the ground. I naturally could not ignore such a treasure falling from the sky. I rushed over to pick it up and found that it was decorated with patterns of dragons and phoenixes, with 3 gilded characters carved on it. Treasure bowl. By chance, I discovered that as long as I put something inside the bowl, it would increase dozens of times overnight. That is how my liquids came to be," Song Wenwan said with a serious expression.
After hearing the story Song Wenwan told, the 2 men in black naturally didn't believe a word of it. Their intelligence wasn't so low that they couldn't distinguish truth from lies. "Are you making up stories for me? Do you have any idea what happens to those who deceive the 2 of us?" The man in black said. "Stop wasting time with him. Take him back first," the second man in black said.
Not bad. You actually realized I was making it up. Your IQ is quite high.
"Much better than my neighbor's dog," Song Wenwan said in an appreciative tone. "You're asking for death," the man in black shouted as he rushed toward Song Wenwan.
You think I have no tricks up my sleeve? Naive.
First form of the Tathagata palm, Buddha's light shines everywhere. As Song Wenwan spoke, a ball of golden light appeared on his palm. This was the energy contained within his body after practicing the sunflower scripture. The man in black had never seen this kind of attack before and didn't dare to be careless. He hastily retreated over 10 meters at his top speed. However, he realized that Song Wenwan's attack never landed. It was just a bluff. "Cutie, I fooled you," Song Wenwan teased. "Die!" the man in black shouted, rushing at Song Wenwan again. "Golden armor. Kill them. Leave no one alive," Song Wenwan said, his voice now filled with killing intent. Hearing Song Wenwan's voice, the man in black hurriedly looked around. Song Wenwan's expression just now made people unconsciously believe he had something to rely on, forcing them to be cautious. However, the man in black turned around and didn't see anyone. When he turned back to look at Song Wenwan, he found that Song Wenwan had already run far away. "You idiot, fooled you again." His mocking voice drifted back from the distance. "You're driving me crazy. I'll tear you into 1,000 pieces." "Chase him!" the man in black said, pursuing in the direction Song Wenwan had fled. Song Wenwan wasn't slow, but the 2 men in black were even faster, so it didn't take long before he was caught.
Did you really think you could escape? The man in black said, blocking Song Wenwan's path. Run? Do you really think I'm running?
"Why didn't you consider that I led you here on purpose?" Song Wenwan said, looking at the 2 men. "Death is at your door, yet you're still playing tricks." "Song Wenwan, we've investigated you. You haven't awakened any special abilities," the man in black said. "True, I haven't awakened any abilities. However, that doesn't mean I don't have any way to fight back. Today is the perfect time to test my golden finger on you 2, Song Wenwan said, opening his word software. Instantly, within a radius of dozens of meters, he felt as if everything was under his control. But the 2 men in black didn't feel anything. They only vaguely felt that something about Song Wenwan seemed to have changed, but they couldn't put their finger on exactly what it was. "Time to go. Color-filled black," Song Wenwan said, looking at the 2 men. In the next moment, the surroundings of the 2 men in black turned pitch black. This gave them a huge fright. However, before they could react, they sensed a crisis. They instinctively dodged to the side. Boom! A sharp sound of impact rang out, and they felt a cold draft pass right by them.
Your reflexes are quite sharp. Manage to dodge that.
"Then let's see if you can dodge this one," Song Wenwan said, holding a large blade. When sparring with classmates, a brick was enough. But facing enemies, he naturally needed a weapon. So, he had prepared a waist saber long ago and stored it in his cloud drive. "Increase size, make it bold. Bigger, bigger, thicker, thicker." Very quickly, using the enlarge and bold functions, the blade of the saber in Song Wenwan's hand exceeded 20 meters in length. "Take this, sweeping across 1,000 armies," Song Wenwan shouted, swinging the massive blade horizontally. The 2 men in black felt the danger again. but they had no idea which direction it was coming from. Right now, they were like headless flies, unable to see anything. Therefore, they could only launch wide-range attacks blindly. When the 20-meter-long blade swept toward them, both men retreated 2 meters, trying to avoid it. However, a 20-meter blade wasn't that easy to evade. In an instant, the 2 men were cut clean in half by the 20-meter-long blade. It seems silver rank awakened ones are only so-so. "You died before I even exerted myself," Song Wenwan said indifferently. As he spoke, he changed the saber back to its original size, then used the mouse to drag the 2 severed corpses and the blood on the ground into the recycle bin, and clicked empty.
His series of actions was a perfect destruction of evidence. Not a single trace was left behind.
Afterward, he closed word and walked toward home. To be honest, Song Wenwan was quite excited right now. Strictly speaking, this was his first life-and-death battle against awakened ones. Moreover, those 2 men in black were silver rank awakened ones with decent strength, yet they hadn't even lasted 10 seconds under his attack. Most importantly, he still had many skills he hadn't used yet. "I wonder if I can defeat a gold rank awakened one if I use all my skills," Song Wenwan thought to himself. He hadn't fought a gold rank awakened one yet, so he didn't know how strong they were. Therefore, it was difficult to judge their power.
I'm looking forward more and more to those gray-iconed apps. I wonder what abilities they'll have. I need to hurry up and increase my physical and soul strength to unlock those gray icons sooner, Song Wenwan said again.
During these 10 days, besides copying body-tempering liquid and essence-strengthening liquid to earn spirit stones, he hadn't forgotten to practice the sunflower scripture. He also took iron rank body-tempering liquid and essence-strengthening liquid twice. Subject name, Song Wenwan. Age, 18. Physical strength, 132. Soul strength, 113. Ability attribute, none. Overall combat power, unknown. Compared to 10 days ago, his physical and soul strength had improved significantly. Most importantly, his physical strength had already surpassed his soul strength.
That was because practicing the sunflower scripture increased physical strength by 0.6 per hour. 10 hours of practice a day meant an increase of 6.
In 10 days, his physical strength had increased by 60 just from practicing the sunflower scripture. Thus, his physical strength surpassed his soul strength in one fell swoop. After all, the improvement of soul strength only relied on essence-strengthening liquid.
For average ability users, they can only consume the same grade of body tempering liquid and foundation nurturing liquid once a month. For instance, a black iron rank ability user can only take black iron grade body tempering and foundation nurturing liquids. Taking a silver grade body tempering liquid would cause their body to explode and lead to death. Furthermore, taking the same grade of body tempering liquid multiple times would also place a significant burden on the body. This is because both the body tempering liquid and the foundation nurturing liquid contain impurities. It takes a full month for the body to recover and adjust. But for Song Wenwan, this problem doesn't exist. He possesses the trash cleanup skill. After taking the body tempering and foundation nurturing liquids, he only needs 3 to 4 days to completely flush out the impurities from his body. Moreover, as his physical and soul strength increase, this recovery time continues to shorten. Because of this, the amount of body tempering and foundation nurturing liquids he can consume in a month can reach 7 or 8 bottles. Perhaps even more. The more liquids he consumes, the faster his physical and soul strength increase. As a result, the time needed to flush out impurities decreases further, allowing him to take even more liquids. It is a virtuous cycle. Besides this, what Song Wenwan cares about more is when he can earn 1,000,000 spirit stones. With 1,000,000 spirit stones, he will be able to repair his destiny core. At that point, he will be able to awaken his special ability. To be honest, he is quite curious about what kind of ability he will awaken. After returning home, he didn't tell his parents about what happened tonight. Although he killed both men in black, he felt a strong sense of crisis. This time, the people coming after him were only silver rank, so he could still handle it. But what if the other side sends someone at the gold rank next time? Even if he could handle the gold rank, what about platinum, diamond, or even king rank? There will eventually be a time when he can't cope. Therefore, he needs to unlock as many icons as possible to have more trump cards in his hand. The more trump cards he has, the safer he will be. It's time to take the bronze rank body tempering and foundation nurturing liquids, Song Wenwan said to himself as he sat on the bed. Based on his research over several days, he discovered that those with physical and soul strength below 50 are at the black iron rank. Those between 50 and 250 are at the bronze rank. Those between 250 and 1,000 are at the silver rank. Those between 1,000 and 5,000 are at the gold rank. His current physical strength is 132, and his soul strength is 113, Both have reached the bronze rank. Therefore, he can withstand the bronze rank body, tempering and foundation nurturing liquids. Without hesitation, he took out the bronze rank liquids he had prepared long ago and drank them. Immediately, he felt a surge of sharp pain radiating through his body. Song Wenwen had experienced this many times before, so he didn't pay it much mind. Time ticked by minute by minute. It took about 10 minutes before the pain in his body completely vanished. With the black iron grade liquid, the pain only lasted about 5 minutes. I didn't expect the pain from the bronze grade liquid to double in duration. I wonder how much my physical strength will increase, Song Wenwen said with a look of anticipation. As he spoke, he opened his attribute panel. Subject name, Song Wenwen. Age 18. Physical strength, 152. Soul strength, 133. Ability attribute, none. Comprehensive combat power, unknown. The bronze grade body tempering liquid only increased my physical strength by 20, Song Wenwen said, somewhat surprised. He had originally thought the bronze grade liquid would increase it by at least 40 or 50 points. It seems the further you progress, the harder it is to increase physical strength, Song Wenwen remarked. The black iron grade liquids are no longer very useful to him now. In the past, one bottle of black iron grade liquid could increase his strength by 10 points. But now it increases it by 1 point at most. As his physical strength continues to increase in the future, the effect of black iron grade liquids will diminish even further. However, Song Wenwen was not discouraged by this. If black iron liquids are useless, then he will just use bronze grade liquids from now on. Early the next morning, Song Wenwen headed to the Four Seas Pavilion. The Four Seas Pavilion is one of the 2 major commercial giants in the Dragon Kingdom. Within the Four Seas Pavilion, the range of items is vast, covering everything one could imagine. Body tempering and foundation nurturing liquids are just the basics. They also have magical treasures, element stones, rare herbs, and natural wonders. It is no exaggeration to say that as long as you can afford the price, anything found in the Dragon Kingdom can be purchased here. Song Wenwen came here for 2 main reasons. First, he couldn't do the liquid business this month, so he needed to buy some new items to replicate. Second, he wanted to observe the reactions of the manager and the staff here. He suspected that the 2 men in black who tried to attack him yesterday were sent by the Four Seas Pavilion. Many people in business can be quite ruthless. No one knows what kind of methods they would use to secure a profit. However, this was just a guess. He didn't have any solid evidence. Hello, what would you like, sir? As Song Wenwen walked into the Four Seas Pavilion, an attractive shop assistant wearing black stockings stepped forward and asked. I'll just look around first, Song Wenwen replied. Actually, he didn't know what to buy either. He could only see what was selling well in the shop and buy that. These are element stones, which can be absorbed to strengthen the energy within an ability user's body, the assistant explained. Song Wenwen knew that there were 9 types of element stones in total. They are gold, wood, water, fire, earth, light, dark, wind, and thunder. These are the 9 basic elements, so the element stones are divided into 9 categories as well. How much is one element stone? Song Wenwen asked. He definitely needed to buy these because 99% of ability users need element stones for their cultivation. 10 spirit stones, the assistant replied. Give me 10 of each kind, Song Wenwen said generously. Element stones are consumables, and unlike the liquids, you aren't limited to just 1 bottle a month. This is a type of consumable that ability users need over the long term. 10 of each kind? Are you sure, sir? The assistant asked, puzzled. Under normal circumstances, each person only needs to use 1 type of element stone. Song Wenwen wanting all 9 types at once seemed a bit unusual. Is it not allowed? Song Wenwen asked. Of course you can. I'll wrap them up for you right away, the assistant said. Afterward, Song Wenwen bought some magical treasures. For example, weapons and armor. Armor could increase his defense, which is what he currently lacks. As for natural wonders and rare herbs, Song Wenwen didn't buy any. Those items require special preservation methods. Otherwise, their medicinal properties would dissipate over time. He hasn't found a market for those materials yet, so he isn't in a hurry.
During the time he was buying these things, Song Wenwen didn't notice anything unusual. Of course, this still didn't rule out the Sea High Pavilion as a suspect. Perhaps the other party was just hiding very deep. Forget it, I'll just take it 1 step at a time, Song Wenwen said as he walked out of the Sea High Pavilion. Just as he reached the entrance, he saw Lu Meng walking in with a man who looked very similar to him. Song Wenwen, you're actually still alive? Lu Meng said in an incredulous tone the moment he saw Song Wenwen. As soon as the words left his mouth, he hurriedly covered his own. However, Song Wenwen heard him loud and clear.
Such words aren't spoken lightly. There must be a reason behind them.
So, Song Wenwen squinted his eyes and stared at Lu Meng without blinking. He is Song Wenwan, the man next to Liu Mang asked. He was Liu Mang's second brother, Liu Jiao. Second brother? It's him! Liu Mang nodded. You've got guts, using despicable methods to swindle 4,000 spirit stones from my brother.
Our Liu family's spirit stones aren't something just anyone can take.
I'm just afraid you'll have the life to take them, but not the life to spend them, Liu Jiao said, turning to look at Song Wenwan. Talking so arrogantly makes it easy to not live to see tomorrow, Song Wenwan countered. Good, very good.
A piece of trash who couldn't even awaken an ability dares to talk to me like this. I, Liu Jiao, haven't been in Phoenix City for the past 2 years, and now every stray cat and dog thinks they can jump out.
Kneel down now and kowtow 3 times to my brother, then obediently hand over the 4,000 spirit stones you swindled from him, and I'll let you go like a passing breeze. Otherwise, I'll make you wish you were dead, Liu Jiao said. Such big talk. You haven't brushed your teeth since you were a kid, have you? Does your dad know you're this arrogant?
If he does he regret not just flushing you down the toilet back then? Song Wenwan said, not backing down at all.
When it came to a war of words, he feared no one.
Impressive. At that moment, a voice filled with wonder suddenly came from the side.
Hearing the sudden voice, Song Wenwan and the Liu brothers all turned their heads to look in the direction it came from. They saw a man who looked to be about the same age as Song Wenwan looking at him with pure admiration. Seeing Song Wenwan look his way, the man hurried forward and grabbed his arm.
Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Jin Zizai. I want you to be my big brother.
If you're willing, I'd even take you as my master, the man said as he stepped forward. I didn't recommend you be discharged in the first place. See? You're having another episode, Song Wenwan said, glancing at him. He didn't know the man in front of him at all and had never seen him before.
Big brother, your words are so profound. It's like you're subtly calling me mentally ill.
Incredible. Insulting someone without using a single curse word.
Such a golden quote, I have to write this down in my notebook. As Jin Zizai spoke, he actually pulled out a small notebook from his pocket and started recording what Song Wenwan had just said. This guy definitely has some issues. He might really have just been released from somewhere, Song Wenwan thought to himself. Then he turned his gaze toward the Liu brothers. Seeing Song Wenwan's look, Liu Jiao didn't say anything more. Instead, he raised his hand, pointed at him, and made a throat-slitting gesture. Song Wenwan didn't talk tough either, merely wearing a cold sneer on his face. Then he turned and left. Big brother, don't go.
Do you have any more golden quotes? Say a few more so I can learn. Seeing Song Wenwan preparing to leave, Jin Zizai hurriedly spoke up.
Be a good boy. If you're sick, go see a doctor. Don't delay it. Song Wenwan didn't want to deal with this nutcase. He had no idea where he had come from. Big brother, don't think of me as a lunatic. I'm sincere. I really want to learn from you how to insult people without using curse words.
I've been clumsy with words since I was a kid. Whenever I get into an argument, I just freeze up. Sometimes when I'm insulted, I don't even know how to talk back. Every time after an argument, I feel regret, thinking I didn't perform well.
Big brother, I've been watching you for a while. Your sharp way of shutting people down is so satisfying. Big brother, please, just teach me, Jin Zizai said, hurriedly blocking Song Wenwan's path. If you want to learn how to insult people, go be a keyboard warrior online and flame whoever you see. Then look at how they flame you back and just take notes, Song Wenwan explained. Stupidity is contagious. If he spent too much time with someone like this, he'd turn stupid too.
That's different. Their insults are like scripts. I can't apply them in real life. I've recorded many golden quotes, but I don't know how to master them. As Jin Zizai spoke, he even showed Song Wenwan the various insulting quotes he had recorded in his notebook.
Seeing this, Song Wenwan was left speechless. This was the first time he had ever seen someone use a notebook to record things like this. Speaking is an art. If you want to insult someone, it's very simple.
Take their mother as the center point, immediate relatives as the radius, physiological organs as the primary weapon, and fantasies as the main skill. Combine these with specific verbs and nouns from ethics, sexuality, livestock, pets, and the funeral industry.
That's already half the success, Song Wenwan said.
Big brother, I truly didn't pick the wrong person. You're exactly who I've been searching for.
Big brother, today you either take me as your disciple or accept me as your lackey. Otherwise, I won't get up, Jin Zizai said, sitting straight down on the ground and hugging one of Song Wenwan's legs.
I'm a civilized person. I don't usually get physical.
But once I start, even I'm afraid of myself. Don't force my hand, Song Wenwan said. As long as you don't kill me, I've decided you're my master, big brother. No matter who comes, it won't change my mind. As Jin Zizai spoke, he hugged even tighter. Faced with Jin Zizai's behavior, Song Wenwan was completely helpless. He hadn't expected to encounter such a thick-skinned rogue.
I'm very busy. Hundreds of thousands are on the line every minute.
I don't have time to play with you.
There's a saying, blocking someone's path to wealth is like killing their parents. By delaying my money-making, you're becoming my enemy. Since the soft approach didn't work, Song Wenwan decided to get tough. Master Big Brother, if it's about money, that's easy. I'm rich. Jin Zizai said, looking up at Song Wenwan. Do you think money can buy everything? Song Wenwan asked. Actually, it really can buy everything. If it can't, it just means you're not rich enough. Master Big Brother, as long as you take me in, I'll give you 100 every day. Jin Zizai said. Do you think I'm lacking 100 dragon coins? Song Wenwan asked. I'm not talking about dragon coins, I'm talking about spirit stones, Jin Zizai replied. Cough, cough. Hearing Jin Zizai say this, Song Wenwan almost choked on his own spit. 100 spirit stones was equivalent to 1,000,000 dragon coins. 1,000,000 dragon coins in a single day. That was absolutely an astronomical price.
I'm already tempted, but I still have to maintain my dignity. Haven't you heard the saying? Neither poverty nor humbleness can make one waver, nor can threats or force bend one's will. 500 spirit stones. As the saying goes, a gentleman loves wealth, but he acquires it in the right way. 1,000 spirit stones. The ground is cold, get up quickly. Seeing that you're so sincere, I'll reluctantly accept you as my little underling. Under the power of Jin Zizai's money, Song Wenwan compromised. 1,000 spirit stones a day is truly an astronomical price. Jin Zizai is right. There is nothing that money cannot buy. If there is, it just means you're not rich enough. Thank you, boss, Jin Zizai said excitedly. After saying that, he stood up and looked at Song Wenwan with earnest eyes. I have to say, he really is a guy with so much money that he can win anyone over with it. He is the first person to win Song Wenwan's approval so quickly. Boss, then teach me how to talk back to people now, Jin Zizai said eagerly. Little Jin, I just said that speaking is an art. Since it is an art, it cannot be learned overnight. How about this? From now on, you follow me and observe my words and actions closely. See if you can get influenced by the art. Only through such subtle influence can you really gain something. Otherwise, it's no different from what you learned on the internet, Song Wenwan said solemnly. He swore that he wasn't doing this just to collect more spirit stones from Jin Zizai. He was doing it to let Jin Zizai be influenced by art. Boss, makes sense. Then I'll have to trouble you to take care of me from now on. Faced with Song Wenwan's trickery, or rather his suggestion, Jin Zizai nodded in agreement. I have things to do today, so start following me from tomorrow, Song Wenwan said. Boss, I want to follow you starting right now. Eating, sleeping, and living together with you, inseparable every day. To be influenced by you as much as possible, Jin Zizai said very seriously. I know I'm handsome, have a good figure, and am very charming. But I don't like men. Don't even think about eating, sleeping, and living together. There is absolutely no such possibility, Song Wenwan said righteously. Faced with Song Wenwan's refusal, Jin Zizai still wore a smile. 500 more spirit stones every day, he then said, holding up 5 fingers. Am I the kind of person who would bow down for 5 pecks of rice? I said it's impossible, absolutely impossible, Song Wenwan said, raising his voice a notch. At another 1,000, Jin Zizai held up 1 more finger. Suddenly, I remembered that I happened to have a guest room at home. You are welcome to move in. Song Wenwan changed his attitude instantly and said with a smile. Thank you, boss, Jin Zizai also said with a smile. However, I really have things to do today. Here is my contact information, come find me tomorrow. Song Wenwan said, gave his contact info to Jin Zizai, and walked away. This time, Jin Zizai did not stop him, but watched him leave. Second grandpa, help me check his information, the more detailed the better. After Song Wenwan left, Jin Zizai whispered. Understood. Soon, a voice echoed in Jin Zizai's ears. The reason Song Wenwan was in such a hurry to leave was not to make an excuse to get rid of Jin Zizai. It was because he wanted to track the 2 Liu brothers. When Liu Bang first saw him, the first thing he said was, "You're actually still alive." This shows that he must have taken some measures to try and deal with him. Those 2 men in black yesterday could have been sent by him. Even if it wasn't him, he is someone who knows the inside story. Song Wenwan is not someone who waits for danger to arrive before reacting. He likes to nip danger in the bud and prevent problems before they happen. Therefore, he wanted to find out who sent those 2 men in black yesterday. Previously, he suspected the Sea-High Pavilion. Because competitors are rivals, and the body tempering and foundation building liquids he brought out before were too numerous and of unknown origin, which easily made others jealous. Now the main suspect is Lu Mang. After reaching an empty corner, he applied color filling to himself. He filled himself with a colorless pigment, and just like that, he became invisible. After becoming invisible, he returned to the entrance of Sihai Pavilion, quietly waiting for the two Liu brothers to appear.
Song Wenmuan didn't have to wait long before the two Liu brothers walked out of Sihai Pavilion.
At that moment, a car pulled up in front of them. If they left by car, it wouldn't be easy to track them.
Liu Jiao is a powerful esper. If he followed by car, he would easily be discovered.
After thinking for a moment, Song Wenwan used his mouse to select himself, then clicked the shrink font button. Very quickly, his body kept shrinking until it reached the size of a finger. This was the limit he could shrink to. Then he jumped up, grabbed onto Lu Mang's trouser leg, and rode with them in the car.
Fortunately, when his body shrunk, his weight decreased along with it.
Otherwise, his original weight would have certainly pulled Lu Mang's pants down. Second brother, why did you suddenly come back, and why did you buy so many elemental stones? Sitting in the car, Lu Mang asked his brother. I obtained a king-level dragon Lingji during my last trip to a secret realm. If we can fully activate its potency, our Lu family will definitely produce a king-level powerhouse. At that time, our Lu family will instantly become one of the top families in Phoenix City, Lu Jiao said.
That's great. That way, we won't have to worry about what those big families think anymore, Lu Meng said excitedly.
This matter concerns the rise and fall of our Lu family, so it must not be leaked, Lu Jiao cautioned. Second brother, don't worry. I understand the importance of this.
After we get home, I'll stay inside and not go out, Lu Mang said, nodding.
It's rare that you have this kind of heart. My estimate is that if everything goes smoothly, we can use the elemental stones to fully activate the Dragon Lingji within an hour. By then, once Grandpa takes it, there's a 98% chance he will break through to the King Realm, Lu Jiao said.
Once Grandpa breaks through to the King Realm, I must capture that bastard Song Wenwan. I investigated him before. You wouldn't know, second brother, but this bastard brought out many black iron-level body tempering and foundation-building liquids for sale, selling each bottle for only 40 spirit stones.
But I haven't been able to find out what channel he got these things from.
If we can control this channel, then with the Lu family's resources, we could quickly dominate the market in Phoenix City. At that point, we'll be making a fortune every single day.
I sent 2 Silver Realm people to catch him yesterday, and there's still no news. I suspect those 2 people are probably already dead.
It seems that there is still a secret behind this Song Wenwan, Lu Mang said.
Hearing Lu Mang say this, Song Wenwan, who was invisible inside the car, suddenly broke out in a cold sweat.
Song's flexible morality meets its match in the Lu family's predatory expansion strategy. By aiming for king-level dominance through a forced monopoly, they've escalated a petty grudge into a full-scale industrial war where invisibility might be Song's only surviving asset.
Song's preemptive defense strategy highlights a brutal reality in power struggles. Survival depends on destroying threats before they peak. By discovering the Dragon Lingji's secret, he has moved from a simple market disruptor to a target of strategic elimination.
Song Wenwan suddenly realized that he had been too flashy in his quest to earn spirit stones, and sure enough, he had attracted unwanted attention. At the thought of this, a murderous glint flashed in his eyes. Not to mention that the people who went to deal with him yesterday were indeed sent by Lu Mang. Just the fact that Lu Mang already suspected him and was prying into his secrets meant that Lu Mang had to die. To be honest, Song Wenwan had always thought that Lu Mang was just one of those brainless young masters who acted recklessly because of his family background. However, after hearing what he just said, he realized that Lu Mang was extremely cunning and far from as simple as he appeared on the surface. What outsiders saw was likely just his facade. None of these big family descendants are simple, Song Wenwan thought to himself. Song Wenwan is not a priority. Let him hop around for a couple more days. Our top priority is to ensure that grandfather breaks through to the King Realm, Lu Jiao said. I understand, Lu Mang nodded. After that, the two stopped talking, and the car fell into silence. Song Wenwan turned his gaze to Lu Jiao and checked his attributes. Target name, Lu Jiao. Age, 24. Physical strength, 1241. Soul strength, 1138. Ability attribute, speed. Total combat power, 2,379. When he saw Lu Jiao's attributes, Song Wenwan narrowed his eyes. From the physical strength, it was easy to see that Lu Jiao was a Gold Realm Esper. Reaching the Gold Realm at only 24 years old showed that Lu Jiao's talent was quite significant. Moreover, his combat power, reaching as high as 2,379, made him one of the most powerful opponents he had encountered. I wonder if I can take him down if I use all my trump cards, Song Wenwan mused to himself. Lu Jiao felt a flicker of killing intent at that moment, but he didn't pay it any mind. Because there were only 3 people in the car, himself, his brother, and the driver. His brother and the driver were both trustworthy. He assumed the killing intent he felt was just his brother expressing his feelings about Song Wenwan. Not long after, the car drove into the Liu family compound. The Liu family lived in a landscaped garden. The layout of the garden was centered around rockeries, with yellow stones forming earth and stone hills at the entrance. The hills were covered in ancient trees and new shoots, full of vitality, with green bamboo swaying in the shadows and vines hanging from above, creating a natural woodland atmosphere. Just looking at the scenery, such a garden was a rare sight. After getting out of the car, Liu Mang and Liu Jiao hurriedly walked into the Liu family's secret chamber. Song Wenwen didn't think twice and followed them right in. At this moment, the core members of the Liu family were waiting inside the secret chamber. An old man with a goat-like beard and two middle-aged men who looked to be in their 40s. "So, did you manage to buy the elemental stones?" the old man with the goat beard asked as he looked at Liu Jiao. He was the current head of the Liu family, Liu Jiao's grandfather, Liu Wenshan, who possessed the strength of the peak diamond realm. "We bought them," Liu Jiao replied. Good. To avoid any further complications, let's hurry and activate the vitality of the dragon Ganoderma, Liu Wenshan said. As they spoke, everyone sat in a circle around a jade basin. Inside the basin was a palm-sized, dragon-shaped Lingzhuj mushroom. However, the dragon Ganoderma looked dull and listless, as shriveled as a sun-dried piece of ginger. Liu Jiao pulled a cloth bag from his pocket and waved it, and suddenly, tens of thousands of elemental stones and spirit stones appeared on the ground. At this point, Liu Wenshan, the two middle-aged men, and Liu Jiao all sat down cross-legged. Liu Wenshan and Liu Jiao refined the elemental stones, while the two middle-aged men refined the spirit stones. They channeled all the refined spiritual energy and elemental power into the dragon Ganoderma. The dragon Ganoderma acted like a sponge, greedily absorbing the spiritual energy and elemental power. Liu Mang knew he couldn't help, so he stood guard at the entrance of the secret room to prevent anyone from entering. Time ticked away, second by second. Soon, an hour and a half had passed. By now, Liu Jiao and the two middle-aged men had sweat dripping from their foreheads.
It was clear they were reaching their limits, barely holding on through sheer willpower.
Roar! Just then, a faint dragon's roar suddenly emanated from the dragon Ganoderma. This jolted everyone in the secret chamber. They saw a red dragon shadow emerge from the dragon Ganoderma, circle in the air a few times, and then return into the mushroom. The dragon Ganoderma had completely changed its appearance. From its previous withered state, it had become plump and lifelike, looking as if it were truly a baby dragon. It's activated. Seeing this, everyone in the room said happily, "Bang!" Just then, a crashing sound came from the door of the secret room. Everyone instinctively looked toward the door, questioning Liu Mang, who was standing there with their eyes. "It wasn't me," Liu Mang said. "If it wasn't you, then who?" Liu Jiao asked. "Oh no!" The members of the Liu family hurriedly looked toward the spot where the dragon Ganoderma had been. They discovered that the dragon Ganoderma had vanished right before their eyes. "Where is the dragon Ganoderma?" Liu Wenshan jumped to his feet and said. However, there were only those few people in the room, and they had all maintained their positions. Furthermore, everyone in the room was a core member of the Liu family. It was impossible that one of them had taken it. More importantly, Liu Wenshan was a peak Diamond Realm Esper, only one step away from the King Realm. No one else in the room had the power to take the dragon Ganoderma from right under his nose. Now that the dragon Ganoderma was missing, there was only one possibility. There was someone else in the secret room. Watch out, there is an invisible Esper. Liu Wenshan was a seasoned veteran after all, and he immediately reached the conclusion closest to the truth. In his view, there were only two kinds of people who could take the dragon Ganoderma right under their noses. First, an Esper whose power exceeded theirs. That would be a King Realm Esper. However, if it were truly a King Realm Esper, there would be no need to use such methods, because the opponent's power would be enough to easily crush them. It would be more direct to just steal it by force. Second, an invisibility-type Esper with strength similar to theirs. Blue Planet had countless types of abilities, and invisibility was not considered an overly rare one. Hearing Liu Wenshan's words, the two middle-aged men moved and immediately blocked the door to the secret room.
An invisibility Esper can only become invisible, not pass through walls.
To leave, they could only go through the main door of the secret chamber. Liu Wenshan immediately unleashed his perception, scanning every corner of the room. Since the opponent had not reached the King Realm, as long as he scanned carefully, he would definitely be able to detect their presence. Meanwhile, Song Wenwan's heart was racing.
Although Song Wenwan used color filling to create an invisibility effect, his body was still physically present, it was only visually obscured. If the opponent searched carefully, they could definitely perceive his presence. However, he was not worried because he had not yet run out of tricks. Hyperlink, activate. In the next moment, Song Wenwan's body completely vanished from the secret room. Oh no, it is a spatial fluctuation. There is also a spatial ability user. Boss, seal off the entire Liu family estate as fast as possible, Liu Wenshan shouted hurriedly. But there was a hint of despair in his voice. Blocking the entrance to the secret room would be effective against an invisibility user, since they cannot walk through walls. However, it was completely useless against a spatial ability user. A spatial ability user can traverse space and leave the secret room with ease. He knew that the Dragon Spirit Ganoderma was likely lost forever. However, the Dragon Spirit Ganoderma was the key to his breakthrough to the king level, so he naturally would not give up so easily. Thus, the people in the secret room hurriedly opened the door and dashed outside. Liu Wenshan even took to the air, searching for spatial fluctuations and suspicious individuals. In an instant, everyone in the Liu family sprang into action, searching for any suspicious persons. At this moment, Song Wenwan was hiding in an inconspicuous corner of the Liu family garden. He had just used a skill from his presentation software, Hyperlink. After a hyperlink is created in the software, clicking it allows you to jump quickly to another page. And the hyperlink Song Wenwan just used allowed him to move from one place to another. Of course, this movement had a certain distance limit. Given his current physical and spiritual strength, he could only jump via hyperlink within a 100-meter radius of himself. This distance was enough for him to escape from the secret room to the outside. However, there was one thing that was not restricted. There was no upper limit to the number of hyperlinks he could establish within that 100-meter radius. As long as he wanted, he could create thousands of hyperlinks and teleport at will. Stealing the Dragon Spirit Ganoderma was something he had already planned while on his way. Therefore, when he first arrived at the Liu family garden, he had already set up hyperlinks in multiple locations. He originally did it just in case, but he didn't expect to actually need them. The reason he didn't rush to leave after arriving at the garden, but instead hid in an inconspicuous place, was because there were still some things he hadn't finished. When he saw the Liu family members all mobilizing to search for suspicious persons, he stepped out of the corner and walked back into the secret room. He had just deleted the Dragon Spirit Ganoderma. There was no way to take it with him immediately, because neither cutting nor uploading it to the cloud drive could be done in an instant. The Dragon Spirit Ganoderma contained a massive amount of energy, which was like a file that was too large. Uploading it or cutting it would require sufficient time. But Liu Wenshan and his group certainly wouldn't give him that much time. Although he was invisible, his strength was too low. Trying to physically take the Ganoderma right under the noses of Liu Wenshan and his men was unlikely to work. He would likely be discovered immediately. Therefore, deleting it on the spot was the best choice. After deletion, it was temporarily stored in the recycle bin. Confirming that the secret room was empty, Song Wenwan opened the recycle bin and clicked the restore option. In the next moment, the vanished Dragon Spirit Ganoderma reappeared in its original position. Song Wenwan stepped forward, grabbed it, and chose Upload to Cloud Drive. This was more time efficient than cutting. The two abilities, Cut and Upload to Cloud Drive, seem similar at a glance, both meant for storing an item. But in reality, there is a fundamental difference. Cut can be operated from a distance, essentially using spatial transfer to move an item from one place to another, so it takes longer. Upload to Cloud Drive requires holding the item to operate, so it takes significantly less time. The current operation is 1.6% complete, estimated time remaining 59. Soon a prompt popped up on the display screen. Good, it only takes 1 minute, Song Wenwan said with a long sigh of relief. He was truly worried that storing it to the cloud drive would take a long time. In that case, there was no guarantee the Liu family wouldn't return to the secret room. 1 minute passed very quickly, and the Dragon Spirit Ganoderma vanished from Song Wenwan's hand. During this period, no members of the Liu family appeared. Liu Meng, now it's time to settle our scores, Song Wenwan said, left the secret room and returned to the Liu family garden. Still invisible, Song Wenwan searched for Liu Meng. Liu Meng had not left the garden, so Song Wenwan found him quickly. At that moment, Liu Meng, accompanied by his servants, was still searching everywhere for suspicious persons. Unfortunately, they were destined to find nothing. Wenwan quietly approached behind Liu Meng. The next moment, a cold glint flashed, and Liu Meng's head flew straight off. This scene stunned the Liu family servants. However, before they could even react, they saw Liu Meng's body and his flying head disappear. Because Song Wenwan had just clicked delete on both items. He even emptied the recycle bin afterward, destroying the evidence completely. Did I just have a hallucination? I think I had one too. I saw the third young master's head suddenly fly off, and then his body and head vanished in the blink of an eye. Two of the Liu family servants muttered to themselves. Everything happened in a split second, so much so that the servants doubted their own eyes. Oh no, it wasn't a hallucination. The third young master has actually been killed. Head of the house, eldest master, come quickly. The third young master has been murdered. One of the servants finally reacted and shouted at the top of his lungs. The servant's shout soon brought everyone from the Lu family except for Lu Wenshan.
What did you just say? The third young master was murdered? What on earth happened? Lu Jiao asked. Upon hearing Lu Jiao's question, the servant who had shouted recounted what he had just seen. Who could be so heartless to kill my son? I will tear them into 1,000 pieces, the older middle-aged man said in a tone filled with hatred. At this moment, his heart was consumed by hatred. He was Lu Mang's father, Lu Xinghan. The invisibility user must still be in the garden. Everyone, be careful. It is certain that this person has a deep vendetta against our Lu family. Jiaoer, come to your second uncle's side. Lu Mang's second uncle, Lu Xinghe, who was Lu Xinghan's brother, said. He still maintained his composure.
Liu Xinghe believes that the invisible ability user who stole the dragon Ganoderma and killed Lu Meng must have done it out of revenge. Since the person couldn't kill him or his brother, they went after the younger generation instead. Now that Lu Meng is dead, the next target is likely Lu Jiao. I have to admit, Liu Xinghe's guess is largely correct. Song Wenwen really did intend to finish off Lu Jiao, but he didn't expect him to be protected so quickly. This made it difficult for him to make a move. However, Lu Jiao has to die because, back in the car, he learned about the grudge between him and Lu Meng. If he lets him go, once he remembers those things, he might come after him. At that point, it would be him in the light and the enemy in the shadows. If something were to happen to his friends or family, or if he himself were ambushed, it would be too late by then. Therefore, no matter what, he must kill Lu Jiao today. Since Lu Jiao is being protected by Liu Xinghe, he will just hide in the shadows and wait for an opportunity.
As a competent hunter, patience is absolutely essential.
As the saying goes, one can spend 1,000 days as a thief, but one cannot spend 1,000 days guarding against a thief. At first, Liu Xinghe and Liu Xinghan were able to keep their focus on protecting Lu Jiao. At the same time, they kept their senses wide open, searching for any unfamiliar presence. However, as time went by, their concentration began to waver. The person must have left by now. Father is coming back soon, so it's impossible for them to still be hiding nearby, Liu Xinghe said. We cannot be careless. Manger has already been killed. Nothing must happen to Jiaoer. Let's wait for father to return, Liu Xinghan said, having regained his composure. Though his eyes were filled with hatred, he appeared calm on the surface. About 5 minutes later, Lu Wenshan descended from the sky. His expression was terrible to behold. During his flight to search the area, he hadn't detected any further spatial fluctuations or found any suspicious individuals. This meant that his hope of breaking through to the king level had been shattered just like that. If wishes could come true, Song Wenwen would surely have been torn to shreds by now. From Lu Wenshan's expression, Liu Xinghe and Liu Xinghan could tell he hadn't recovered the dragon Ganoderma. Father, who do you think did this? Liu Xinghan asked as he stepped forward. It's still unclear, but I can be certain that there were at least 2 people who stole the dragon Ganoderma. One possessed an invisibility ability and the other had a spatial ability, Lu Wenshan said confidently. Hearing this, Liu Xinghan and Liu Xinghe both furrowed their brows. There aren't many people with invisibility abilities, but there are a few in the Dragon Kingdom. However, as far as I know, there is only one person in the entire Dragon Kingdom with a spatial ability, the Spatial Saint. But he wouldn't do something like steal a dragon Ganoderma. To put it bluntly, even if our Lu family offered it to him on a silver platter, he might not even want it, Liu Xinghan remarked. I know it couldn't have been the Spatial Saint, but perhaps there are other unknown spatial ability users in the Dragon Kingdom.
As long as we investigate slowly, we will eventually find some useful information.
This matter must absolutely not be left at that. Eldest, issue the order. Use all of our channels to track down anyone with invisibility or spatial abilities, Lu Wenshan said. Yes, Liu Xinghan replied. After saying that, he turned and left. Father, there is one more thing. While you were searching for the suspects, that invisible ability user killed Manger. He didn't even leave a body, Liu Xinghe said. What? Woshars? Damn it. If I find out who is targeting my Lu family like this, I will surely skin them alive and carve them into 1,000 pieces, Lu Wenshan said, in a voice filled with extreme rage. If he hadn't been desperately suppressing the energy within his body, it would have been enough to destroy everything within a radius of hundreds of meters. A diamond tier ability user in a fit of rage is terrifying. Find out which ability users have a grudge against our Lu family. Also, investigate where the news about the dragon Ganoderma leaked from, Lu Wenshan said to Liu Xinghe after calming down. Yes. Liu Xinghe nodded. The Liu family has made countless enemies over the years to reach their current status and power. Investigating each one of them is truly no easy task. Song Wenwen did not stay in the Liu family's garden the whole time. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but his body was reaching its limit. If he stayed any longer, he wouldn't be able to maintain his invisibility. Once his invisibility failed, he would surely die. It was better to leave for now and find another opportunity to kill Lu Jiao. He had set up a hyperlink in the Lu family's garden, so he could easily return whenever he wanted. Just like that, Song Wenwen left the Lu family. Once he had eaten, rested, and fully recovered his energy, he used the hyperlink to teleport and return to the Lu family. It was already midnight. Most of the Lu family members had already gone to bed. Searching for Lu Jiao room by room would likely get me discovered by the Lu family. I've got it, Song Wenwen thought, going to the garden and setting a fire. Fire is merciless, and it soon began to spread.
Coincidentally, there was a light breeze tonight, and the fire grew with the wind. Within minutes, the garden was engulfed in flames.
Fire! Come and put out the fire! The servants of the Lu family shouted. Soon the Lu family was roused from their sleep, all rushing out of their rooms, water flowing over the mountain. Just then, Lu Xinghe made his move. He was a water-based ability user, and with a wave of his hand, jets of water shot into the sky and collided with each other. In the next moment, these colliding water jets transformed into a torrential downpour. In less than 10 seconds, the blazing garden was extinguished. Song Wenwen's plan wasn't to burn down the entire Lu estate. This world isn't Earth. Ability users are everywhere, and the concept of a major fire doesn't really exist. Because as soon as a fire is detected, it can be put out immediately. Water, fire, earth, air, spatial ability users, all of them can easily put out a massive inferno. Song Wenwen set the fire primarily to lure Lu Jiao out. His plan was successful. Not long after the fire broke out, he spotted Lu Jiao appearing in the garden. As luck would have it, Lu Jiao was quite far away from Lu Xinghe. This provided Song Wenwen with the perfect opportunity to strike.
Song Wenwen had previously checked Lu Jiao's attribute panel and knew he was already a gold-tier ability user and that his awakened ability was speed. He only had one chance to strike. If he missed, there would absolutely not be a second. Song Wenwen silently approached a spot 10 meters behind Lu Jiao. Lu Jiao, consider yourself unlucky. If you had any other type of ability, I really might not have been able to kill you. It's a pity you're a speed-type ability user, Song Wenwen said, opening Excel. Instantly, the space 20 meters in front of Song Wenwen was divided into small compartments. Each compartment was very small, only enough to hold at most 2 people. At this moment, Lu Jiao was standing inside one of those compartments. Because he had been staying in the same spot without moving, he didn't notice. How could a fire start so suddenly? This shouldn't be an accident. It's likely man-made, Lu Mang muttered to himself. He seemed to have thought of something suddenly and lifted his head instantly. At the same time, he felt a sense of crisis coming from behind. Without any hesitation, he pushed his speed to the limit, intending to dash forward. However, just as his body took a step forward, he felt as though he had collided with an invisible wall. This was something he had never expected. This impact stunned him instantly, and his body bounced backward involuntarily. At the same time, a waist blade appeared behind him and swung toward his head. Without any surprise, the next moment, Lu Jiao's head went flying. A gold tier might seem powerful, but in reality, his physical body had not reached the level of being impervious to blades. Being ambushed made him very easy to kill. Only after reaching the platinum tier could one barely be considered a powerhouse. Wenwen closed the Excel spreadsheet immediately, then deleted Lu Jiao's corpse and the head that had flown off. Then he cleared the hyperlinks left at the scene and left the Lu residence as fast as possible. Only then did the people of the Lu family realize that Lu Jiao had actually been killed. "Jiaoer!" Lu Xinghan shouted in a voice filled with agonizing grief. Unfortunately, Lu Jiao hadn't even left behind a corpse, so he didn't even have a place to vent his sorrow. "Ah, who is going against my Lu family? Let me find out who killed my 2 sons, and I will definitely tear you into thousands of pieces and grind your bones to dust." Lu Xinghan roared. There are 3 great tragedies in life: losing one's father in childhood, losing one's spouse in middle age, and losing one's child in old age. Lu Xinghan lost 2 sons in a single day. One can only imagine how grief-stricken he was at this moment. It's just a pity that the deaths of Lu Jiao and Lu Mang are destined to remain a mystery. As long as Song Wenwen doesn't say anything, no one will know it was him. After Song Wenwen was far away from the Lu family garden, he turned back to look in the direction of the Lu residence. "Don't blame me. It was your Lu family who attacked first. I was just defending myself." If a son is not taught well, the father is to blame. If you want to blame someone, blame yourselves for not raising your sons properly. I hope he won't be so arrogant and tyrannical in his next life and can be a good person. After saying these words, Song Wenwen turned around and headed home. It is quite interesting, actually. Earlier at the entrance of the Sihai Pavilion, Song Wenwen had said to Lu Jiao, Talking so arrogantly, it's very easy not to live until tomorrow. To tell the truth, when Song Wenwan said that, he was just retorting at Lu Jiao and didn't intend to kill him. Who would have thought that because of the incident with Lu Mang, Lu Jiao was finished off by him and really didn't live until tomorrow? This is what they call arrogance brings disaster and heaven's madness brings rain. The way of heaven is a cycle. Who has heaven ever spared? When he woke up the next day, Song Wenwan felt completely refreshed. He felt no guilt for killing. At this moment, he only felt joy and physical ease. Because he had resolved to worry. He no longer had to worry about Liu Mang causing him trouble. Waking up in the morning, embracing the sun, full of positive energy. Waking up in the morning and opening the window, feeling so beautiful. Song Wenwan hummed a little tune as he opened the window. The sunshine outside shone in, making his whole body feel warm. He discovered that ever since he started practicing the sunflower manual, he had an inexplicable joy toward the sun. He felt as if he had really turned into a sunflower, following the sun as it moved. Sister Qing Cheng, good morning. After washing up and coming out of the room, Song Wenwan said to Yu Qing Cheng, who had already prepared breakfast. Gower, you're in for a treat today. It's all the food you love. Yu Qing Cheng looked at Song Wenwan with a bit of surprise before saying. She already knew that Yunde and Tang Qixi had been admitted to Huadu Academy and Modu Academy. She had originally thought that Song Wenwan would be a bit disappointed. Although not to the point of being miserable, he should have been a bit downcast. After all, his childhood playmates had gone to the 3 major academies, while he hadn't even awakened an ability. Such a gap is not something an ordinary person could accept. Yet she discovered that Song Wenwan's mood was actually very good. This wasn't faked. His mood was genuinely very good. As a mother, she could still tell that much. However, she didn't probe further. Gower, I told you before to capture Qiuqi's heart early and make her my daughter-in-law, but you just wouldn't. Now that she's gone to Huadu Academy, your chances are even slimmer, Yu Qing Cheng said with a hint of regret. Sister Qing Cheng, haven't I told you many times? Qiuqi and I are brothers, the kind of brothers who would risk everything for each other. But there's no romantic love. It's impossible to be husband and wife, Song Wenwan said. You're still young and don't understand. Many couples just end up as brothers after being together for a while. It wouldn't be anything strange for you two to go from brothers to husband and wife. Qiuqi is so pretty, and she's the school beauty of your school. Don't you want to hold such a beautiful woman with a great figure and face every night when you sleep? Yu Qing Cheng said. Cough, cough. I'm still young. I'm just a kid. Song Wenwan was choked by Yu Qing Cheng's blunt tone and hurriedly said, You're already 18, not young anymore. When your dad was your age, he was already an experienced pro. Gower, tell me honestly, do you like boys? Yu Qing Cheng suddenly asked, staring straight at Song Wenwan. Don't guess randomly. My orientation is very normal, Song Wenwan said hurriedly. You know, me and your dad, we are very open-minded parents. If you really liked boys, your dad and I wouldn't object either. As long as you are happy and satisfied, that's fine, Yu Qing Cheng said. Sister Qing Cheng, I'll say it again. My orientation is perfectly normal. Just wait, within a year, I'll definitely find a drop-dead gorgeous beauty to be my girlfriend. Is that okay? Song Wenwan said, looking at Yu Qing Cheng. Facing his mom slightly crazy, urging to find a girlfriend, drawing a big pie was a good way to cope.
Upon hearing Song Wenwan's guarantee, Yu Qing Cheng stared at him and said, A real man must keep his word and be as good as his bond. Let's make a deal today. If you can't find a girlfriend within a year, you have to follow the arrangements made by your father and me. When the time comes, you are not allowed to refuse the girlfriend we set up for you. If you dare to refuse, I will dare to drug you. Gower, you wouldn't want to lose your virginity under such circumstances, would you? When she said this, her tone actually carried a hint of excitement, which made Song Wenwan's face darken with frustration. How come Dad has been so elusive lately? Where did he go? Song Wenwan hurriedly changed the subject.
If this topic continued, he had no idea what shocking nonsense his fierce mother might come up with next.
He went on a business trip out of town recently and will be back in a while, Yu Qing Cheng replied. I see. Song Wenwan didn't think much of it. Business trips were perfectly normal for work. After finishing breakfast, Song Wenwan walked out the door. It is true that I should find a girlfriend. Sister Qing Cheng has a point. Cuddling a beautiful woman with a great figure and face every night would be wonderful. It's just that I haven't met the right one yet. Although Qiuqi is pretty, we're too close. I really don't feel that way about her. Who else is there then? I don't seem to know any other pretty girls. Oh well, let nature take its course. Song Wenwan stretched and muttered to himself. Then he walked forward. Today he planned to find a storefront. Setting up a street stall forever won't cut it. Business needs to grow and thrive to reach new heights. Put on socks before shoes, act humble before becoming the boss. Wait, what's a grandpa? My dad's dad is called... Holy crap! Song Wenwen mumbled to himself as he walked. However, just as he said the last word, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. It made him blurt out a beautiful curse, and he nearly jumped out of his skin. Scaring people to death is a serious offense. Are you sick or something? If you are, go see a doctor, don't waste time, Song Wenwen said to the suddenly appeared Jin Zizai.
Boss, you're the one who told me to come find you today, Jin Zizai said nonchalantly.
I told you to find me, but I didn't tell you to hide by my door and scare me. If I wasn't in such a good mood today, I'd show you exactly why flowers are so red, Song Wenwen said angrily. The boss just said another golden quote. I have to write it down, Jin Zizai said, pulling out his little notebook. You're really a cute one. I'm truly impressed by your sneakiness. Listen to me, thank you. Because of you, I almost died, Song Wenwen said. Boss, what is Lao Liu sneaky one? Jin Zizai asked curiously. This was the first time he had heard this term.
This term originated from an ancient mythical story.
Legend has it that there was a magical vine that grew 7 gourds. These 7 gourds absorbed the essence of the sun and moon every day for 81 days, giving birth to 7 Calabash brothers with great powers. The eldest, the strong one, could shake heaven and earth, had infinite strength, and could grow or shrink at will. The second, the clairvoyant one, could see for thousands of miles and hear from all directions. The third, the iron-bodied one, had a copper head and iron arms and was invulnerable to blades. The fourth, the fire one, was a master of flames and blazing heat. The fifth, the water one, could summon tidal waves and swallow mountains and rivers. The sixth, the invisible one, would come and go without a trace, always appearing where the enemy least expected, causing endless trouble. Truly a rare millennium-old sneaky villain. So from then on, people collectively refer to such eccentric, sneaky villains as Lao Liu, Song Wenwen explained. Hearing Song Wenwen's explanation, a smile appeared on Jin Zizai's face. The boss is truly knowledgeable. I've decided I want to be a Lao Liu too. Come without a shadow, leave without a trace, Jin Zizai said very seriously. Everyone hates a Lao Liu, but they all want to be one. You have to keep working hard to be a good Lao Liu, Song Wenwen said earnestly, patting Jin Zizai on the shoulder. Rest assured, boss. From now on, I am Lao Liu, and Lao Liu is me. Jin Zizai nodded and said. Song Wenwen didn't say anything more and turned to walk away. If he didn't leave now, he was afraid he'd burst out laughing. Seeing Song Wenwen walking away, Jin Zizai turned his head to look back at where Song Wenwen had just come out from, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes. Then he turned to look at Song Wenwen's back and hurried to catch up. However, after taking only a few steps, he realized Song Wenwen had suddenly turned back to look at him. As we agreed before, if you want to follow me to learn the art of speech, it's 2,000 spirit stones a day. Pay up first, Song Wenwen said, holding out his hand. Boss, that's not how business works. Shouldn't it be settled monthly? Jin Zizai asked. Monthly settlement? Are you joking? I don't care what the rules are elsewhere, but here, my word is the rule. Pay first, then we do business. Also, I don't accept transfers. I want cash. If you don't want to pay, then forgive me for not being able to help you, Song Wenwen said. Paying first is fine, boss. I'll book a month. Here are 60,000 spirit stones, Jin Zizai said, flipping his palm, and a cloth bag appeared in his hand. Taking the bag from Jin Zizai and opening it to look inside, there were clearly more than 60,000 spirit stones. At this moment, Song Wenwen gave Jin Zizai a meaningful look. Spatial storage items do exist on Blue Star, but they are extremely precious and not something just anyone can own. He saw clearly just now that Jin Zizai took this bag of spirit stones out of the ring on his hand. Thinking about it, that must be a spatial ring. And someone who can casually pull out 60,000 spirit stones is no ordinary person. You have to know he spent 3 years as a literary copywriter before, and the royalties he received could only be exchanged for a few hundred spirit stones. Recently, taking advantage of the superpower awakening trend, selling body-tempering fluid and foundation-building fluid for 10 days only netted about 50,000 spirit stones. That was his entire net worth. Unexpectedly, Jin Zizai brought out 60,000 spirit stones without a second thought. Little Jin, your family fortune is quite substantial, Song Wenwen said while looking at Jin Zizai. Haha, we don't have much else at home, just plenty of spirit stones. It's just pocket money, boss. Don't mind it, Jin Zizai said with a smile. I understand you have no interest in money, Song Wenwen said. The boss really understands me. My family is just ordinary. Jin Zizai laughed. With those words, you already have the potential to be a big boss, Song Wenwen also said with a laugh. Jin Zizai's words reminded him of the 4 great show-offs back on Earth. Song Wenwen is effectively monetizing street wisdom through high-ticket coaching. Yet Jin Zizai's spatial ring reveals a wealth gap that hints at elite concealment. True power often disguises itself as harmless curiosity to observe others without being judged. Jin Zizai's casual wealth reveals a massive class divide, yet his desire for trickery shows that even the elite crave social invisibility. Song is wise to charge up front because expertise is only respected when it carries a high price tag.
Money makes the world go round. With Song Wenwan offering a more than generous price, he quickly purchased a commercial shop of over 130 square meters from someone.
Boss, why are you buying a shop? Jin Zizai asked, confused. To make money, Song Wenwan said. Make money? That's easy. You could just rent out the empty properties you have at home. If that doesn't work, just take out some of the treasures collected at home and sell them. Heck, even one piece could sell for tens of thousands of spirit stones, right? Jin Zizai said, looking at Song Wenwan with a serious expression.
You're absolutely right. But I'm mainly doing this to experience life. If I wanted to make money, it would be very simple for me. For example, if I wanted to earn 10,000 spirit stones a month, I would just need to deposit 3 million into the exchange bank. To earn 100,000 a month, I just need to deposit 30 million.
Isn't that simple? Song Wenwan asked with a smile.
Boss makes a good point.
That is so like you. Hearing this, Jin Zizai's eyes widened instantly, his face full of admiration.
Little Jin, have you ever had your IQ tested since you were born?
I feel like with your IQ, you could definitely crush everyone else, Song Wenwan asked, suddenly staring at Jin Zizai.
I have. My IQ is a whopping 89.
Although it's not the highest, it's already beyond the reach of many, Jin Zizai said proudly.
That is impressive.
With that IQ of yours, apart from my distant great-uncle's neighbor who has cerebral thrombosis, no one else could fail to reach it, Song Wenwan said, suddenly sounding a bit sympathetic.
The IQ of an ordinary person is between 90 and 110.
Most people's IQ is around 105, and if they awaken a supernatural ability, it usually increases by 5.
So Jin Zizai's IQ is quite something. I also know that my IQ crushes others, but I just don't like to use my brain in daily life.
In my opinion, anything that can be solved with money is not a problem. There's no need to use your brain at all.
So far, I haven't encountered anything that money couldn't solve, Jin Zizai said in a very humble, bragging way, missing the underlying meaning in Song Wenwan's words.
Your excellence is beyond doubt. If brains could be sold for money, everyone else's would sell for at most 100 spirit stones.
But yours would fetch at least 1 million, Song Wenwan said.
Is it worth that much?
I really am excellent. Boss, you truly have an eye for talent. You discovered my greatest highlight in an instant, Jin Zizai said excitedly.
Your brain is incredibly valuable because, after all, you haven't really used it. It's practically brand new.
A brain like that is rare. Other people's brains are worn out from overuse, so they definitely aren't worth much, Song Wenwan added. Boss, my mom said that we should try not to compare things like this with others. We should be low-key.
Otherwise, it's easy to make others feel inferior, Jin Zizai said very seriously.
Your mom makes a lot of sense.
However, when you tell others about things your mom told you, don't say my mom said. That way, people who are jealous of you might think you're a mama's boy. From now on, just say it's an ancestral teaching. That makes you sound much more sophisticated, Song Wenwan said again.
Makes sense.
Boss is right. Speaking is truly an art. Listening to you say that, the classiness just went up.
I must write this down in my notebook, Jin Zizai said, pulling out his little notebook. By the way, little Jin, how old are you, and have you awakened your ability? Song Wenwan asked casually.
Boss, I'm 18 already, and I have awakened my ability.
Let me tell you a secret. I awakened sequence 37, Freedom, with an SSS level potential.
I wasn't called Jin Zizai before, but after awakening, I changed my name, Jin Zizai whispered.
Why are all of your abilities so bizarre? Song Wenwan said, feeling speechless.
Yindi awakened the morality ability, which was weird enough, and now this Jin Zizai has awakened the freedom ability. What kind of ability is this anyway? Still, at least it's in the top 100 sequences with SSS level potential, so it must have some extraordinary aspects. Mr. Song, all the paperwork is complete. From today on, this shop is yours, a man walked in and said, handing a pile of documents to Song Wenwan.
All right, thank you for your trouble, Song Wenwan said, taking the documents and glancing at them.
The decoration of this shop doesn't need much change, just a rearrangement of the layout.
Boss, what are you planning to sell in this shop? Jin Zizai asked curiously.
Do you know what sells the best? Song Wenwan didn't answer and instead asked him.
Artifacts and rare treasures,
Jin Zizai blurted out.
These are the most common things for supernatural users, and they always sell for high prices.
Correct, but not entirely. Let me ask you, two artifacts with identical functions, both valued at 500 spirit stones. However, one is plain and ordinary, while the other was used by a saint venerable. Which one would you buy? Song Wenwan asked. Of course, the one used by the saint venerable, Jin Zizai said without a second thought. Why? Even though the function is the same, it was used by a saint venerable. What if the one used by the saint venerable cost 100 spirit stones more? I'd still buy it. It's not like I'm short on money. What about 1,000 more? I'd still buy it. What about 10,000 more? That would make me think twice. It doesn't seem worth it. There you go. What's truly valuable isn't the artifact's function, but the story behind it. That is the core competitiveness and the biggest gimmick. Hearing Song Wenwan say this, Jin Zizai furrowed his brow. What does that mean? He asked, looking confused. With his IQ, he couldn't quite grasp what Song Wenwan was talking about. Do you have any collectibles at home? Yes, I have quite a few. Then some of them should be like this. It's not edible, it doesn't boost your power, it doesn't look good, and it can't serve as decoration. But because some powerful person used it or it was involved in some famous event, a common item suddenly skyrockets in value.
Song Wenwan remembered very clearly that back on Earth in his previous life, there were many bizarre collectibles.
For instance, a breath of the famous inventor Edison, or a chamber pot used by an emperor, a chair sat on by a great leader, clothes worn by a star. In reality, these items don't have much actual value. But somehow, there are always people who collect them. So while Song Wenwan leased this shop to sell items, he is selling stories even more. Or rather, using stories as a gimmick to grab people's attention.
Since Song Wenwan arrived at Blue Star, he had spent 3 years working as a literary plagiarist. Moreover, his mind was filled with countless stories from Earth, to say nothing of the rest. The myths and legends alone provided him with endless source material. Furthermore, he had read countless web novels, providing him with even more material. He decided to write these stories down and attach them to the items he was selling. This way, the items in his shop would have enough appeal. And since he was the only one who knew these stories from Earth, this was an advantage no one else had. So, over the next few days, Song Wenwan adjusted the layout of his shop, designed the storefront, and duplicated a large number of the artifacts and elemental stones he had purchased. Apart from that, he spent his time writing stories. He started from Pangu creating the world and moved on to Nuwa molding clay to create humanity. Writing like this, even at 20,000 words a day, it's going to take a long time. Song Wenwan muttered to himself after finishing the story of Nuwa creating humans. Xiao Yi, can I use the almighty search engine? The search engine has not been unlocked, Xiao Yi replied. Then is there any way to quickly convert the stories in my head into text? Song Wenwan asked, refusing to give up. You can use a Bluetooth connection to link your phone to the computer and use brainwaves to convert the images in your mind into text, Xiao Yi answered. Ha ha ha, it actually works. Xiao Yi, I love you to death. Song Wenwan jumped up in excitement. He had only asked on a whim, never expecting it to solve his biggest problem. Quickly, he used Bluetooth to connect his phone to the computer in his mind. He then realized that the images in his mind could be converted not just into text, but also into pictures and videos. Of course, the conversion speed for pictures and videos was nowhere near as fast as text. This is amazing. It's a divine skill, Song Wenwan said excitedly. If he had possessed this ability 3 years ago, he could have single-handedly swept through the worlds of novels, comics, and video. For the next period, Song Wenwan converted all the myths and legends from Earth in his memory into text, pictures, and videos. The videos were in the form of animation. Early the next morning, Song Wenwan printed 5,000 flyers and had them distributed throughout Phoenix City. The main content on the flyers consisted of only 2 sentences. First, the first pavilion. Grand opening today.
Second, bring this flyer to the store and get 1 spiritual stone for free. Limited to 1 per person. Event lasts for 2 days.
You have to know that 1 spiritual stone is equivalent to 10,000 dragon coins. Such a gesture was nothing short of extravagant. When the people of Phoenix City saw the flyer, they thought the person who printed it was crazy and just trying to mess with them. Therefore, many people threw the flyers they received straight into the trash can. However, there were always some who, out of curiosity, followed the address on the flyer to the first pavilion. There, they found 2 large screens set up at the entrance, playing a story they had never heard of. Pangu creating the world. At first, they only stopped out of curiosity to take a look, but they soon found themselves hooked. Many were thinking for the first time about how the world and everything in it came to be. So much so that many suddenly forgot why they had come in the first place.
It is human nature to watch a crowd, so passers-by, seeing the large group gathered at the entrance of the first pavilion, stepped up to join in.
As time went on, the crowd in front of the first pavilion grew larger and larger. When the story of Pangu creating the world finished playing, the onlookers pulled their eyes away. still feeling a sense of longing. Only then did they remember that they had come to receive a spiritual stone. And so, they walked into the store. As they entered, they saw a handsome young man sitting at the counter in the center of the shop, looking at everyone with a smile. Behind him were rows of display shelves. On the shelves were various elemental stones and artifacts. At the very top of the shelves hung a huge banner that read, 10% off everything.
Underneath that huge banner hung a smaller one that read,
Spend over 100 spiritual stones and get a Pangu storybook for free. Spend 200 and get a comic book. These comic books and storybooks were all produced overnight by people Song Wimwen had hired. This time, in order to make a name for the first pavilion, he really pulled out all the stops. He didn't believe that with this kind of promotion, there would still be anyone in Phoenix City who didn't know about the first pavilion. Boss, can I really get a spiritual stone with this flyer? Someone asked, holding up a flyer and looking at Song Wenwen. Of course, it's a guarantee. We can redeem them on the spot. Hand it over, Song Wenwen said. The man, still half doubting, handed the flyer to Song Wenwen. Song Wenwen didn't hesitate, took out a spiritual stone and handed it to him.
"He really gave me a stone!" The recipient was still in disbelief, feeling like he was in a dream.
Before this, no one could have imagined that a flyer could be exchanged for a spiritual stone. Boss, I have a flyer here too. I have one too. Me too. Suddenly, others holding flyers all began to clamor. Everyone, don't worry, line up to receive them. Xiaojin, help me maintain order, Song Wenwan said. He sat at the counter, and as long as those in line produced a flyer, he didn't say a word and just handed them a spiritual stone. In no time, he had given out nearly 200 spiritual stones, which meant 200 people had already received stones. Compared to the 200 who had exchanged their flyers, there were even more onlookers. After all, some were just there for the spectacle and didn't have flyers. Suddenly, many of them turned and headed back to the streets to search for flyers. Those who had already received their stones didn't leave. They all wanted to see what exactly this first pavilion was up to. Boss, what do you mean by the 10% off written on your banner? Someone couldn't help but ask.
It's simple. Take elemental stones, for example. They sell for 10 spiritual stones elsewhere.
Here, they only cost 9. Other artifacts, body tempering fluids, and so on are all 10% off as well. If you spend over 100 spiritual stones, you also get a special copy of the Pangu storybook. It has a more detailed account of the story of Pangu creating the world, Song Wenwen explained. Hearing Song Wenwen say this, the crowd suddenly realized what was going on.
Although a single elemental stone is only 1 spirit stone cheaper, if you buy in bulk, you can save a lot of spirit stones. Song Wenwen didn't rush to promote the elemental stones. Instead, he looked at the crowd and asked, "Do you know which part of Pangu the elemental stones were transformed from? If you ask me, it must be his hair." How could it be his hair? The video just said that Pangu's hair turned into flowers, plants, and trees. If you ask me, it should be his cells. It could also be dust from his body. For a moment, the gathered crowd began to discuss heatedly because of Song Wenwan's question. Seeing this, a slight smile appeared on Song Wenwan's face, and he picked up a bottle of drink from the side and took a sip. The answer to which part of Pangu the elemental stones originated from is not important. What matters is the discussion among these onlookers. The more heatedly they discuss, the better it is for the publicity of the first pavilion. Customers who want to buy elemental stones, hurry up. First come, first served, Song Wenwen said afterwards. I'm a water-type Esper, give me 12 water attribute elemental stones, and don't forget to include the Pangu Legend storybook, one customer said. Customer, please wait a moment, Song Wenwen said as he turned to the shelf, took 12 water attribute elemental stones, and handed them to the customer. He also handed the customer a copy of the Pangu Legend storybook at the same time. 1 elemental stone sells for 9 spirit stones, so these 12 elemental stones cost 108 spirit stones. And Song Wenwen's cost to replicate 1 elemental stone is 2 spirit stones. In other words, he makes a net profit of 7 spirit stones for every elemental stone sold. As for labor, utilities, rent, and printing the storybooks, these costs are negligible compared to products priced in spirit stones. I want 5 gold attribute elemental stones and also a bronze grade big blade, another customer said. All right, that will be 345 spirit stones in total, and I'll include a Pangu Legend comic book for you, Song Wenwen said. Just like that, as time went on, people kept coming with flyers to exchange for spirit stones. And there was a constant stream of people buying elemental stones or artifacts. In this way, Song Wenwen was busy from morning till night. When night fell and Song Wenwen closed the shop doors, he let out a long sigh of relief. It was truly exhausting for a whole day's work. However, he was excited in his heart. There aren't many shops in the entire Phoenix City that are this popular on their first day of business. Sitting in the shop, Song Wenwan began to count the day's earnings. Throughout the day, he sold a total of 867 elemental stones, 32 black iron grade artifacts, 11 bronze grade artifacts, and 1 silver grade artifact. 1 elemental stone nets a profit of 7 spirit stones. 1 black iron artifact nets a profit of 80 spirit stones. 1 bronze artifact nets a profit of 250 spirit stones. 1 silver artifact nets a profit of 1,800 spirit stones. Today, he earned a total of 13,179 spirit stones. If converted into dragon coins, that's like earning a small fortune in just one day. And this was just the first day. As the first pavilion becomes more famous, the number of customers will grow every day. The amount of spirit stones earned daily will also continue to rise. The only thing Song Wenwan is worried about now is demand exceeding supply. Because with his current physical strength, he can only replicate a maximum of 1,440 elemental stones per day. If replicating black iron artifacts, he can do 144 or 28 bronze artifacts or 6 silver artifacts. These aren't cumulative. It's a choice of 1 out of 4. For example, if he chooses to replicate elemental stones, he cannot replicate black iron artifacts. If he replicates black iron artifacts, he cannot replicate bronze artifacts. The higher the grade of the artifact, the longer it takes to replicate one. As the number of customers increases in the future, these goods will definitely not be enough to sell. Fortunately, he still has some stock on hand. However, it will only last for 3 days at most. It seems I must find other ways to improve my physical and spiritual strength, Song Wenwan said silently to himself. Only after both the hardware and software are improved can the replication speed increase. If his current physical or spiritual strength could reach 1,000, he could replicate at least 50,000 elemental stones every day. He is currently relying on body tempering fluid, foundation establishing fluid, and practicing the sunflower manual to improve his body and spirit. Although he can use the waste cleaning function to regularly expel the impurities generated after taking the fluids, for him, this kind of improvement is still too slow. Xiaojin, do you know of any methods to improve physical and spiritual strength other than the fluids? Song Wenwan asked, looking at Jinzi's eye. Although Jinzi's eye never mentioned it, he knew that he must come from a prominent family. Even if he was a little lacking in intelligence, his knowledge and experience were far superior to his own. There are many methods, Jinzi's eye said nonchalantly. He didn't quite understand why Song Wenwan was so happy while counting the spirit stones just now. He had heard earlier that Song Wenwan only earned a little over 10,000 spirit stones, so was that really worth being so happy about? Tell me about them all, Song Wenwan said hurriedly. The first method is using heavenly treasures to temper the body, such as the fire of the earth's core, thunder fluid, primordial heavy water, and so on. These aren't expensive, only about 1,000,000 spirit stones per portion, Jinzi's eye said with a smile. 1,000,000 spirit stones per portion, that's really cheap, Song Wenwan said, his mouth twitching twice. If he had over 1,000,000 spirit stones, he would use them directly to repair his own fate. Besides this method, what else? Another method is training in a gravity field. Depending on one's strength, you can choose different levels of gravity. For example, 2 times gravity, 3 times, 10 times, and so on. However, that is very tiring, and I don't think it's good, Jin Zizai added his opinion. How much does that charge? That one is quite cheap. A 2 times gravity field is 100 spirit stones per hour. 4 times is 200, 8 times is 800, and 16 times is 1,600. Even the highest 128 times gravity field is only 6,400 spirit stones per hour, Jin Zizai said. You use the word only very well. It highlights how cheap the 128 times gravity field is. And it also highlights your disdain for the 128 times gravity field, Song Wenwan said, looking at Jin Zizai. He discovered that to chat with Jin Zizai, one needs strong psychological fortitude, otherwise it's easy to be severely wounded. Perhaps it's because Jin Zizai's family background is so wealthy that he has absolutely no concept of spirit stones. Someone who didn't know better might think he was bragging. But Song Wenwan could tell that the things Jin Zizai talked about were likely just mundane, everyday matters to him. The other party genuinely believed that from the bottom of his heart. He genuinely felt that heavenly treasures worth over 1,000,000 per portion were cheap.
More importantly, he did it to create an illusion. He wanted those in the dark to believe that behind this shop stood immense power and a deep-rooted background. That is the only reason he dared to use such a name. Only then could the shop stand firm without being targeted by others. Of course, during this time, he made good use of Jin Zizai's identity. Although he didn't know exactly which noble family Jin Zizai came from, the force behind him was undoubtedly extraordinary. That much was beyond doubt. Since Jin Zizai had been busy in his shop all day, any suspicious party looking into the shop's background would surely focus their attention on him. Given Jin Zizai's background, that would be enough to deter all sorts of petty troublemakers. Naturally, he didn't tell Jin Zizai about this. It was a little scheme of his own. However, he also knew that this alone was not enough. He was still quite interested in the gravity field that Jin Zizai had mentioned. Although the price wasn't cheap, it was affordable given the speed at which he was earning spirit stones. He planned to head over and check out the effects of the gravity field tomorrow after getting the first floor settled. Just as Song Wenwan was discussing these things with Jin Zizai, news about the first floor was rapidly spreading across Phoenix City. First floor, Pangu creating the world, flyers, free spirit stones, 10% off everything. These catchphrases caught the attention of many and were passed along from mouth to mouth.
Those who had carelessly tossed the first floor flyers away were now filled with regret.
What they had thrown away wasn't just a flyer, it was a spirit stone. A spirit stone meant little to someone like Jin Zizai. But for those living at the bottom of society, a single spirit stone could be worth several days or even weeks of wages. And so, a peculiar scene emerged in Phoenix City. Many people were digging through trash cans, searching for the flyers they had discarded. Some managed to find them, but others were not so lucky. They were in agony, feeling as though they had just lost a fortune. At the same time, the storybooks and comics Song Wenwan had given away were circulating among many people. The story of Pangu creating the world was reaching more and more ears. And naturally, the first floor was mentioned whenever the story was told. As time went on, the reputation of the first floor grew bigger and bigger. While not yet a household name, it had certainly become somewhat famous. After all, it had only been the first day. The next morning, Song Wenwan opened his eyes under the sunlight on the roof and exhaled a breath of stale air. He discovered that his speed of absorbing sunlight seemed to have increased. In the past, he could only increase his physical strength by 0.01 points per minute. Now he could increase it by 0.02 points per minute. This was because he had cultivated the Sunflower Manual to the second level. Right now, there was a ball of energy, like blazing fire in his dantian. "Let me test my attack power now," Song Wenwan said, then walked to his door and struck the ground with his palm.
Suddenly, a pit about a meter wide appeared on the ground, with scorched marks from the flames on its surface.
Relying only on this energy without using my physical strength, I actually have the attack power of the Black Iron rank, Song Wenwan muttered to himself. It had taken such a long time to achieve this level of attack power, and that was only because of the many times Song Wenwan had cleansed his marrow and bones. Otherwise, it would have taken even longer. This goes to show that a martial artist's progress is truly slow. However, Song Wenwan wasn't discouraged. On the contrary, he was exceptionally happy.
Because this was an unexpected gain. These weren't his real means of attack.
With that thought, he took a look at his attribute panel. Name: Song Wenwan. Age: 18. Physical strength: 252. Soul strength: 193. Superpower attribute: none. Comprehensive combat power: unknown. I didn't expect my physical strength to have reached 252, meeting the standard for the silver rank. But my soul strength is starting to lag behind the growth of my physical strength, Song Wenwan thought to himself.
The reason for such a large gap was that cultivating the Sunflower Manual only enhanced physical strength, but couldn't increase soul strength.
Or rather, the increase to soul strength was negligible.
If you want to improve a computer's performance, both the software and hardware must be upgraded, otherwise it will crash.
Therefore, Song Wenwan had to find a way to increase his soul strength. He would have to ask Jin Zizai about that. After leaving home, Song Wenwan didn't go straight to the first floor. Instead, he headed to the Esper Union with Jin Zizai. The Esper Union was established under the leadership of the 4 sages of the Dragon Kingdom, with official state backing. Anyone can hire Espers at the Esper Union to handle matters for them. However, due to its official status, one cannot hire these Espers to kill, commit arson, or engage in any activities that violate the laws of the Dragon Kingdom. Anything else that is legal is permitted. For instance, escorting an item or a person to a destination, or protecting the employer's safety, or helping them locate a specific item. Simply put, the Esper Union acts as a brokerage. Employers post tasks, and union members accept them through the platform. The platform is responsible for assessing task difficulty while also supervising the union's Espers. This prevents Espers from committing heinous acts for personal gain. Song Wenwan came here specifically to hire some Espers to protect the first floor. Judging by yesterday's trends, it wouldn't be long before the first floor became a thorn in the side for certain powers. He wasn't afraid of commercial competition, but he was worried about others playing dirty. An open spear is easy to dodge, but a hidden arrow is hard to defend against. Having lived 2 lives, Song Wenwan understood this principle well. Although he could deal with ordinary troublemakers, he didn't want to expose himself. It was best to maintain his image in the public eye as a worthless person who hadn't awakened any powers, or at most, a martial artist. Soon Song Wenwan and Jin Zizai arrived at the Esper Union. So this is the Esper Union? Why does it look so dilapidated? It hardly lives up to its reputation, Jin Zizai said, looking around the environment while muttering to himself. That is a bold claim. It is the first time someone has called our Esper Union dilapidated. A voice suddenly came from the side. The tone was clearly unfriendly. Hearing this voice, a flash of helplessness crossed Song Wenwan's eyes. He never expected that his live-wire friend Jin Zizai would cause trouble with just one sentence. Jin Zizai, one sentence, and now two men are ready to fight over me.
At this moment, Song Wenwan turned around and discovered a man of about 25 or 26, looking at the two of them with an unkind expression. Did I say something wrong? The Ability User Guild is, after all, the #1 guild in the Dragon Kingdom. Even if they don't use Hechian Jade for flooring, they should at least be using white marble. And yet they used artificial marble. My dog's kennel is better than this. Jin Zizai was always one for shocking statements. His comment left everyone in the Ability User Guild stunned. Using white marble for the floor? I can't believe he actually said that. Why not say they should use Imperial Green Jade while he is at it? Where did this arrogant kid come from spouting such nonsense here? The 25 or 26-year-old man said with a cold snort. Xiaojin, shut up. Jin Zizai wanted to say more, but before he could, Song Wenwan interrupted him. Although he knew that what Jin Zizai said might be true, these things could not be said on an occasion like this. Saying that is equivalent to slapping them in the face in front of everyone. No one would give you a pleasant look after that. Apologies everyone, this is my brother. 3 years ago, to save me, his head got kicked by a donkey. His IQ is a bit touching nowadays, so please forgive him, Song Wenwan said, folding his arms and addressing the others. Hearing him say this, the expressions of the people in the Ability User Guild improved slightly. If Jin Zizai's IQ was indeed problematic, they really shouldn't take it too seriously. Boss, you have changed. You are not as witty as you used to be. You are actually saying things like this now. What happened to that defiant spirit you had before where you challenged the very heavens? Jin Zizai looked at Song Wenwan and said, Xiaojin, I have told you many times, language is an art. Art is not just about mocking people. When you are with me, listen more and speak less, Song Wenwan said. Understood, boss, Jin Zizai replied. Seeing that Jin Zizai stopped talking, Song Wenwan walked toward the mission counter of the Ability User Guild. Hello, I would like to hire a few people to protect my shop and my safety. The stronger the better. Could you help me select some suitable candidates? Song Wenwan said to the staff member at the counter. Sir, are you looking for a long-term arrangement? Also, what is your approximate budget? We have individual ability users and also ability user teams here. Which one would you like to hire? The staff member asked. I'll hire an individual ability user, long-term. Money is no object. The stronger they are, the better. I will offer a price based on their strength, Song Wenwan replied. He only needed to protect himself and his shop, so he didn't need too many people. He already had some understanding of how the Ability User Guild operated. 1,000 Spirit Stones a month could hire a Golden Realm ability user. 10,000 Spirit Stones could hire a Platinum Realm ability user. This was already the highest market rate. It's not easy for ordinary ability users to earn Spirit Stones. Not everyone can have broken skills like Song Wenwan. All right, please wait a moment, the staff member said and began working on the computer. At this time, Song Wenwan saw many individual ability users in the guild taking out their phones. This was because the staff member had posted Song Wenwan's hiring requirements as a mission. Very quickly, many ability users approached the counter. Sir, I am a Silver Realm Wind type ability user. I excel in speed and also in attack. Do you think I meet your requirements? A man who looked to be in his 30s said, looking at Song Wenwan. Over 30 and still only in the Silver Realm. This person has poor talent, likely D-class or C-class at most. Barring any accidents, such a person is destined to live an unremarkable life. In fact, people like this are everywhere in the Dragon Kingdom. In any world, ordinary people are the vast majority. Sir, I am a Silver Realm Fire type ability user. I am a Silver Realm Telekinesis type ability user. Soon, others also began introducing themselves to Song Wenwan. However, none of these people met Song Wenwan's requirements. Sorry everyone, I need someone who is at least in the Golden Realm. Could you please update the requirement to a minimum of Golden Realm? Song Wenwan apologized to the ability users in front of him, then turned to the staff at the counter. All right, the staff member nodded. With the staff member's condition update, all the Silver Realm ability users in the vicinity left. In an instant, there were no other ability users left in front of Song Wenwen. A Golden Realm ability user can already be considered an expert. Although not top tier, they are at least mid-level. Anyone who manages to become a Golden Realm ability user has decent talent and a bit of backbone. Many are recruited by the major powers of the Dragon Kingdom. Those who are unwilling to be recruited usually form their own ability user teams and become little leaders. There aren't many who walk the path alone. No one? If it really comes down to it, I'll just hire an ability user team, Song Wenwen muttered to himself. Although an ability user team would cost a bit more, they are better at handling emergencies. I am a Golden Realm ability user. Are you the one hiring? Why is it just a wet behind the ears kid? At this moment, a man walked up, looked at Song Wenwen, and said with a frown. His tone made Song Wenwen frown. This was really not the attitude a hire should have. Strength is important, but attitude is just as important. Song Wenwen was hiring an ability user to help him solve unnecessary trouble, not to add to his own burdens. Sorry, I don't think you meet my requirements. Nevertheless, he said with patience. Huh? How do I not meet them? Your mission requirement said, the stronger, the better. Right now, in the Ability User Guild, I am the only Golden Realm ability user. Are you just messing with us? The man looked at Song Wenwen, his tone sounding somewhat unfriendly. Why, you don't meet my requirements, are you going to force me to hire you? Song Wenwen's tone also turned cold. He didn't really want to look for trouble, but when trouble knocked on his door, he wasn't afraid of it either. If you say I don't meet your requirements, you owe me a clear explanation. You can't just let me make a wasted trip, the middle-aged man said. An explanation? Is that a rule of your Ability User Guild? Song Wenwen turned and asked the staff member behind the counter. Our Ability User Guild has no such rule. Wangjiang, mind your words and actions. Don't disgrace our Ability User Guild. If you don't restrain yourself, you should know the consequences. The staff member gave Song Wenwen an apologetic look before speaking to the middle-aged man. Wangjiang, you're still as arrogant and overbearing as ever. Just then, a female voice came from the side. Song Warmth understands that in a reputation-based economy, social capital is as valuable as spirit stones. By reframing his friend's arrogance as a mental lapse, he preserves diplomatic ties while filtering for guards who value professionalism over raw ego. Wan demonstrates elite crisis management by using humor to de-escalate Jin's social blunder. He knows that in high-stakes hiring, technical proficiency never outweighs a toxic personality, as a bad attitude is the ultimate liability in security.
Everyone followed the sound and saw a woman who looked to be about 25 or 26, dressed in a red qipao. She was stunningly beautiful, with watery eyes that seemed to ripple with emotion, and every expression of hers was full of allure. She walked towards Song Wenwen as if she were a model on a runway. With each step, her long, fair legs peeked through the slit of the qipao, leaving everyone with plenty to imagine. An older sister type. A textbook definition of an older sister type. That was the first conclusion Song Wenwen reached. To be honest, Song Wenwen had always thought he liked the innocent, pure type of girl, but seeing this woman, he realized that a mature, older sister type could also tug at his heartstrings. He admitted he was having a change of heart. What does a change of heart mean? It means whenever you see a beautiful member of the opposite sex, you immediately want to move in with them. It is the poison rose. I never expected her to show up here today. Doesn't she always act alone? Why would she be here? What is she trying to do? Could she be looking to get hired? The people at the Esper Union were all whispering to each other. Even the arrogant man from earlier didn't dare to chime in. This made Song Wenwen keep his guard up. The name Poison Rose is not one you just throw around lightly, because a poison rose isn't just beautiful, it stings. Little brother, what do you think of me? I am a gold tier numerology Esper. I can see a person's fortune, and I could be a big help to you. The woman in the qipao arrived in front of Song Wenwen, looked up and said, this poison rose stood 172 centimeters tall, and that was with high heels. If it weren't for Song Wenwen's height of 185 centimeters, he might have felt his presence diminish involuntarily in front of her. He didn't speak immediately. Instead, he checked her attributes. Subject name, Nangong Weiyang. Age 23. Physical strength, 21863. Soul strength, 4912. Ability attribute, prophecy. Comprehensive combat power, 7775. When Song Wenwen saw her attributes, he was stunned. A physical strength of 2,800 isn't strange, considering she's a gold tier Esper. There were three things that surprised him. First, she is only 23 though. She looks a bit more mature. Someone who didn't know better would think she was 25 or 26 just by her appearance. Second, he noticed her soul strength was 2,000 points higher than her physical strength. You have to realize, soul strength is the hardest thing to improve. Third, her ability attribute was actually prophecy. If he remembered correctly, the prophecy ability was at sequence 35, with SSS level potential. If her ability were exposed, she would definitely be protected by the Dragon Kingdom. She would be given the best resources to help her grow. After all, the prophecy ability is different from others. Even though it is only ranked 35th, it is extremely unique and, in many aspects, incomparable to other abilities. He didn't know why she claimed to be a numerology expert, whether she didn't realize it herself, or if she was intentionally hiding something. Moreover, he couldn't understand why Nanggong Weiyang wanted to register as a private individual at the Esper Union. Really? That would be a huge help. Can you help me find a pretty girlfriend? My standards aren't high. Someone like you would be fine, Song Wenwan replied with a smile. Little brother, your standards are unusually high. Your sister here is the most beautiful woman on Blue Star. If you want someone like me, you'll probably be single for life, Nanggong Weiyang said, stunned for a moment by his words, then laughing. You can't say that. Why don't you just be my girlfriend? Song Wenyuan's remark was actually full of probing, because he wanted to see if she was intentionally approaching him for reasons he didn't know about. Little brother, you're so direct. You've made your sister shy, but you still fall a bit short if you want to be my boyfriend. You've ever become the strongest in the Dragon Kingdom, I might give you a chance to pursue me. For now, I'm just a bit short on cash and just want to get hired to earn some pocket money. Do you think I meet your requirements? Nanggong Weiyang asked. I'll take this spot. Just as Song Wenwan was about to speak, an unquestionable voice came from nearby. No one expected anyone would dare to speak up at such a time. The Poison Rose is not someone to mess with. Generally, those who try to steal a spot from her don't end up well. The gold-tier man from before hadn't said a word since the Poison Rose appeared. However, when everyone saw who was talking, they were stunned instantly. Why is it him? I can't believe he actually showed up and is planning to work for hire. Am I still asleep? Am I having hallucinations? This world has gone crazy. The surrounding espers were whispering among themselves, the noise even louder than when the Poison Rose first appeared. Who is he? Song Wenwan asked Nanggong Weiyang suspiciously, looking at the man who had just spoken. The man who had suddenly appeared looked sloppy and disheveled, not to mention he was reeking of alcohol. But for the crowd to react this way, he definitely wasn't an ordinary person. Dao Wuxin? Nanggong Weiyang glanced at Song Wenwan as if to say, how can you not even know him? However, she still explained it to Song Wenwan. Dao Wuxin? Who is that? Song Wenwan had never heard of this name. Regardless, he checked the man's attributes. Subject name, Dao Wuxin. Age, 48. Physical strength, 785-42. Soul strength, 1936-9. Ability attribute, Blade. Comprehensive combat power, 97-911. When Song Wenwan saw Dao Wuxin's attributes, he was stunned once again. The man's physical strength was nearly 80,000, but his soul strength was only 20,000. The gap was just too large. He used to be the captain of the Phoenix Squad, which was the strongest Esper squad in Phoenix City. They had once completed a 9-star mission, but later, no one knows what happened. But all other members of the Phoenix Squad died except for Dao Wuxin, and Dao Wuxin's cultivation level dropped significantly. Ever since then, he lost his former vigor and spirit, becoming completely decadent, drowning his sorrows in alcohol every day, Nanggong Weiyang added. Hearing Nanggong Weiyang say this, Song Wenwan suddenly understood. He had been wondering why Dao Wuxin's soul strength was several times lower than his physical strength, barely reaching 20,000. It seemed that his soul had been damaged by past events, leading to a decrease in his soul strength. A decrease in soul strength leads to a decrease in comprehensive combat power, and naturally, that leads to a drop in cultivation level. Mr. Wuxin, why are you here? If you're out of money for drinks, just ask. You don't need to work for hire. The staff member behind the counter stood up and said. Facing the staff member's kindness, Dao Wuxin turned his head and gave him a cold stare.
Do I have hands and feet, or do I need people to pity me? Dao Wuxin said with a slightly cold voice. After saying this, he walked up to Song Wenwan with a slightly unsteady gait. If you hire me, just give me whatever spirit stones you see fit, as long as there is enough wine. How about it? Dao Wuxin asked, looking at Song Wenwan. No problem. Since Mr. Wuxin is willing to condescend, wine is not an issue. Just name whatever wine you want to drink, Song, Wenwan said very politely. Although he was not familiar with Dao Wuxin, Nanggong Weiyang had explained his deeds clearly just a moment ago. Both his past experiences and his strength were beyond doubt. Furthermore, even the staff at the Esper Guild treated him with such respect, which only served to highlight his extraordinary status. Being able to hire such a big shot was definitely an unexpected surprise. Hearing Song Wenwan say this, Dao Wuxin picked up the wine gourd in his hand and took a sip with a blank expression. To him, this seemed like a trivial matter. Nanggong Weiyang, standing to the side, had a slight change in expression, her brows knit together, bringing her thin, willow leaf eyebrows closer. She knew very well that she could not compete with Dao Wuxin. She never imagined that Dao Wuqin would appear at this moment. If you are willing, sister, you can come with me too. 1,000 spirit stones per month, how about it? Just as Nangong Weiyang was thinking about how to persuade Song Wenwan, he spoke to her. Hearing Song Wenwan say this, a trace of shock flashed across Nangong Weiyang's eyes. She did not expect that Song Wenwan would still be willing to hire her after Dao Wuqin had appeared.
She was only stunned for a moment before a smile appeared on her face as she said,
"Of course." And just like that, Song Wenwan led Dao Wuqin and Nangong Weiyang toward the exit of the Esper Guild. Sir, just at this moment, a staff member suddenly called out to stop Song Wenwan. Is there anything else? Song Wenwan turned his head and asked. Please be kind to Mr. Wuqin, the staff member said with a pleading look. Mind your own business. Before Song Wenwan could speak, Dao Wuqin said without even turning his head back. Hearing the exchange between the staff member and Dao Wuqin, Song Wenwan didn't say anything, but raised his palm and made an okay gesture to the staff member. Afterward, he left the Esper Guild with Dao Wuqin, Nangong Weiyang, and Jin Zizai. He knew that there must be many stories behind Dao Wuqin, but he didn't care. Among people of age, especially powerful Espers, who doesn't have an untold story of their own, it was destined that what happened here today would spread throughout Phoenix City. Poison Rose and Dao Wuqin being hired by the same person at the same time, this was huge news. Some people said that the reason Song Wenwan hired Poison Rose must be because he was greedy for her beauty. Otherwise, why hire Poison Rose when he had already hired the powerful Dao Wuqin? Song Wenwan is low, he's just lusting after her body. Actually, Song Wenwan hiring Nangong Weiyang later wasn't because of her beauty. No matter which world it is, there is never a shortage of beautiful women. A great mother once said, the more beautiful a woman is, the more she will deceive you. By the same token, the more beautiful a woman is, the more dangerous she is. If Nangong Weiyang weren't dangerous, she wouldn't be called the Poison Rose. Although Song Wenwan likes beautiful women, he is not the type of lecher who would forget his own life for the sake of beauty. He had two reasons for hiring Nangong Weiyang. First, he previously discovered that Nangong Weiyang seemed to be approaching him intentionally. He didn't know if it was his imagination, but if it wasn't, then that would be very interesting. Nangong Weiyang approaching him must have been for some ulterior motive. For someone who has their eyes on him, the best way to handle it is to keep her by his side. If he had rejected her, she would be in the shadows while he remained in the light. If Nangong Weiyang wanted to do him harm, it would be hard to defend against. After all, it is easy to dodge a spear in the open, but hard to fend off an arrow in the dark. With Dao Wuqin around, keeping her by his side meant she couldn't stir up any trouble. If she had ulterior motives, he could give her the opportunity to expose herself. Second, if Nangong Weiyang really didn't have any ulterior motives and was just, as she said, simply short on money and wanting to work for someone to earn a few spirit stones, that would be even better. That would be best. She possesses the rank 35 prophecy ability, which is extremely unique and could definitely help him in the future. Plus, having such a great beauty around his eye candy is not bad at all. Scientific research shows that looking at beautiful women every day makes people feel happy, reduces the occurrence of diseases, and can even prolong life. It could be said to have many benefits. Nangong Weiyang didn't know these thoughts of Song Wenwan's, and she, like most people, assumed that the reason Song Wenwan hired her was because of her appearance. However, she didn't care about that. Her appearance was originally one of her advantages, and it is not shameful to obtain employment by leveraging one's strengths. After all, she wasn't selling her body. When Song Wenwan and his group arrived at First Tower, they found that the area in front of it was packed tight. Those who didn't know the situation might have thought these people were gathering to cause trouble. Boss, you're finally here. Seeing Song Wenwan appear, 3 young girls hurried forward and said. These were the store clerks Song Wenwan had specifically found yesterday because he couldn't handle everything by himself. Hearing the voices of the clerks, the others immediately turned their eyes to Song Wenwan. What do you all want? Song Wenwan looked at the onlookers and asked, feigning ignorance. He knew that these people were likely looking for him to claim their spirit stones. After all, his spirit stone giveaway event only ran for 2 days. Today was the second day and also the last day. Following yesterday's events, those who received the spirit stones must have spread the news to their friends and family. That so many people came today was completely within his expectations. The most greedy aspect of human nature, if something is free, you might as well take it. Little do they know, free things are the most expensive. We have the flyers, we've come to claim our spirit stones. I heard from a friend that this event is real. The boss wouldn't break his word, right? Someone asked. The event is indeed real. Please wait a moment, everyone. Once I open the doors, I will exchange the spirit stones, Song Wenwan said. As soon as his voice fell, the crowd at the entrance of First Tower very cooperatively made a path for Song Wenwan. Song Wenwan didn't deliberately delay. After opening the door and briefly arranging for Nangong Weiyang and Dao Wuchen, he began exchanging the spirit stones with the 3 temporary workers, just like the day before. This operation of Song Wenwan's left Nangong Weiyang dumbfounded.
Nangong Weiyang had no idea what Song Wenwan was trying to achieve with this. What is the boss doing? Is he stupid and flush with cash? Nangong Weiyang asked as she looked at Jin Zizai. She had been watching for a while and realized that Song Wenwan had already given away hundreds of spirit stones. At this rate, he would probably be throwing away thousands of spirit stones for nothing by the end of the day. Nangong Weiyang's own monthly salary was only 1,000 spirit stones. In just a single day, Song Wenwan was giving away several months' worth of her wages. Some lower-ranked superpowered individuals might not even earn that much in a decade.
Maybe the boss is just in a good mood and wants to experience the joy of handing out spirit stones to others. He only printed 5,000 flyers in total, so it isn't really that much, Jin Zizai said indifferently. With his intellect, even after witnessing yesterday's scene, he still couldn't understand Song Wenwan's methods. Of course, he didn't need to understand. When he was in a good mood, he would also give people tips.
He felt that this was nothing strange. As long as you're happy, that's all that matters.
Hearing Jin Zizai say this, Nangong Weiyang turned to look at Song Wenwan, still looking utterly bewildered.
She didn't believe for a second that there was such a thing as a free lunch in this world.
If Song Wenwan really just wanted to give away spirit stones, there would be no need to hire her and Dao Wuqin to protect the shop. However, she didn't ask again. She just looked at Song Wenwan with confusion, then looked at the people queuing outside to collect the stones. As for Dao Wuqin, after arriving at the shop, he found a place to sit down and kept drinking the wine from his gourd.
He seemed completely indifferent to everything happening outside.
Just like yesterday, those who received the spirit stones didn't leave immediately. They stood at the entrance, browsing the merchandise in the shop. At the same time, some of them began watching the video about Pangu creating the world on the big screen. Seeing this, Song Wenwan didn't rush them at all and continued to trade spirit stones with the 2 temporary clerks. "Boss, give me 10 Earth Attribute Elemental Stones." Soon, someone started buying goods. "Business is open today, and everything is about to begin," Song Wenwan said to himself. With so many onlookers, once someone takes the lead, others will naturally follow. From now on, there will surely be more and more people buying elemental stones or treasure. The facts were exactly as Song Wenwan had anticipated, with more and more people making purchases at the first pavilion.
People are like that. Sometimes, even if they don't really need something, they can't help but buy it when they see it's cheaper than usual.
That is the human desire to consume. All the hype Song Wenwan created earlier had only one purpose: to attract people to the first pavilion. Once they arrived, they all became potential customers of the first pavilion. Very quickly, the day passed. During this time, Song Wenwan noticed that the total number of flyers he had received over the 2 days had exceeded 5,000, reaching 8,000. This meant that some people had forged them. However, he didn't mind. To him, this was a good thing. After all, he had stipulated that each person could only receive 1 spirit stone. The extra 3,000 flyers meant that 3,000 more people had come to the first pavilion. This was equivalent to having 3,000 people promoting his shop for free. He only printed 5,000 flyers, originally because he was too lazy to hire people to hand them out. Now that this was happening, it was exactly what he wanted. After closing the doors, Song Wenwan tallied the day's earnings. The net profit was nearly double that of yesterday. He made a net profit of 21,524 spirit stones today. At this rate, it wouldn't take long before he earned 1,000,000 spirit stones. By then, he would be able to repair his destiny.
The first pavilion is exactly as you see it now. If it keeps growing like this, it will definitely attract jealousy.
What I need you two to do is to prevent those with ill intentions from causing trouble at the first pavilion, Song Wenwan said to Nangong Weiyang and Dao Wuchen. With me here, any superpowered individual below the diamond rank will never leave if they dare to cause trouble, Dao Wuchen replied. Thank you, Mr. Wuchen, said Song Wenwan. Dao Wuchen had once been a diamond rank superpowered individual, though his rank had dropped later due to certain events. However, his combat experience and instincts remained. It is no exaggeration to say that below the diamond rank, no superpowered individual could threaten him. I will also do my part. I will keep a close watch on the fortunes of the first pavilion. If there is anything abnormal, I will inform you in advance, Nangong Weiyang said. That would be perfect, said Song Wenwen. Afterward, Song Wenwen and his group left the shop and headed for the Veterans Pavilion. The so-called Veterans Pavilion was an organization established by some retired military generals of the Dragon Kingdom. Of course, the Veterans Pavilion had the support of the Dragon Kingdom's authorities. It is no exaggeration to say that the Veterans Pavilion was definitely the most powerful force among the civil organizations in the Dragon Kingdom. Even the Superpowered Association couldn't compare to it. Although the Superpowered Association was the largest organization in the Dragon Kingdom, that was only in terms of membership numbers and geographical reach. But when it came to actual combat power, the Superpowered Association was worlds apart from the Veterans Pavilion. The Superpowered Association mainly provided a platform for civil superpowered individuals, acting as a type of intermediary. The main currencies were dragon coins and spirit stones. But the Veterans Pavilion was different. What they valued most was battle merit. Battle merit is different from dragon coins or spirit stones.
All battle merit is earned through killing enemies. There is no way to fake it.
In the Dragon Kingdom, battle merit is held in the highest regard. Many people aren't necessarily impressed by wealth and spirit stones, but if you possess battle merit, you will be respected wherever you go. Precisely because of this, the Veterans Pavilion was an important platform for civil superpowered individuals in the Dragon Kingdom to improve their strength. Here there were not only gravity chambers, but one could also engage in arena combat or simulated battles to hone one's combat experience. If willing, one could also head to the real front lines through the Veterans Pavilion. Although the Dragon Kingdom seemed peaceful on the surface, battles had never stopped in places hidden from public view. There is no such thing as an easy life. It's just that someone is carrying the burden for you. Although this phrase has become cliché, that is simply the reality of things. Song Wenwen and his group stood in front of the Veterans Pavilion and looked up at the building. It was an ordinary-looking building, and even the 3 characters for Veterans Pavilion at the entrance were barely legible due to the passage of time. However, they could sense a very intense aura of carnage coming from it. Just as they were about to enter the building, they noticed a man and a woman walking out.
What was that just now? Taking advantage of my time in meditation to flirt with another man? And saying you're not my girlfriend? How did I never notice you were such a shameless person before? The man stared at the woman and demanded loudly. Oh, drama! Time to grab a front row seat! Song Wenwan's eyes lit up as he saw this scene. He pulled out a handful of sunflower seeds from somewhere, passed some to Jin Zizai, Nengong Weiyang, and Dao Wuqin, and then started snacking away while watching the man and woman in front of the old general tower. Jin Zizai followed Song Wenwen's lead and started cracking seeds too. Nengong Weiyang looked at the seeds in her hand with a blank expression. Who carries sunflower seeds around with them? Is Song Wenwen not afraid of getting beaten to death for being such a gossip? She used to think Song Wenwen was very steady, especially when he was handling the first floor business with such confidence and strategic grace. Now she realized she had misjudged him. He's just a big kid. Did I say something wrong? You're not my boyfriend, you're my husband, we're already married, the woman retorted loudly. Then what did you say about me earlier? You said we were just passing acquaintances. Is that because I don't compare to the love at first sight you had with that guy? If I hadn't come out, you two probably would have been all over each other by now, right? The man said angrily. So, are you planning to divorce me now? The woman asked. You're about to cheat on me and you expect me to stay married to you? The man asked. Wu Datong, are you even a man? You have absolutely no backbone. Don't even mention that I didn't do anything with that man. Even if I did, so what? Are you saying our 6-year relationship can't even withstand a momentary physical impulse with a stranger? You'd rather divorce me than give a woman you've loved for 6 years a second chance. Don't you find that ridiculous? The woman looked at him with an incomprehensible expression. What a masterclass in manipulation. Little Jin, did you learn that? That is the true art of debate. No matter whose fault it is, just flip the narrative and claim the moral high ground first. If you hadn't heard what they were arguing about, you'd find it hard to believe that the woman is the one in the wrong, Song Wenwen said to Jin Zizai while cracking seeds. Got it. This is classic. I need to make a note of this. Boss, to be honest, if I wasn't following you, I'd want to learn that woman's art of conversation, Jin Zizai said, busy taking notes in his small book. You're right. I never would have thought of such a novel angle. I bow to her genius, Song Wenwen said with a look of admiration. How can you be so shameless? Divorce! We are getting divorced right now, the man yelled hysterically. Fine, let's divorce like I'm afraid of you? Just look at yourself, pathetic and weak. 6 years in and you're still just a combat soldier, not even a combat master. I must have been blind to ever be with you. I could have picked a better man off the street back then, the woman said, completely losing her restraint. Get out! Just get out of here! The man roared at her. He clenched his fists so hard his whole body began to tremble with rage. But he only yelled in anger. He didn't lay a hand on her.
The woman snorted coldly and walked away.
"So I'm just a combat soldier? Well, watch me break through," the man said, walking back into the old general tower. He walked with the air of someone determined to succeed or die trying. "The snacks are gone, but I feel like I'm still left wanting more," Song Wenwen muttered to himself, putting away the seeds. "Boss, it's my first time realizing that watching drama can be this interesting. Next time, I should bring a little stool. It really adds to the experience," Jin Zizai said.
Not bad, little Jin. You've grasped the essence of drama watching.
"You're a fast learner," Song Wenwen said, giving Jin Zizai a look of approval. "All right, let's head in." Song Wenwen hadn't forgotten the real reason he came to the old general tower.
Boss, you guys go ahead. I'll wait outside.
"There won't be any danger inside the old general tower," Dao Wuchen told Song Wenwen.
Zhong Wenwan glanced at him upon hearing this.
Dao Wuchen clearly had his own reasons for not entering, so he didn't press the issue.
Sure, Mr. Dao can wait outside, Song Wenwan said, walking into the tower with Jin Zizai and Nangong Weiyang.
"Little Jin, have you ever been to the old general tower before?" Song Wenwen asked.
"I've heard my family mention it, but I've never been here," Jin Zizai replied. He was quite curious about the place.
"You, Sister Ningong?" Song Wenwan turned and asked. Nangong Weiyang hadn't hidden her name, so Song Wenwen called her Sister Nangong.
"I've been here many times. I'm actually a member of the old general tower, currently a 2-star combat spirit," Nangong Weiyang replied.
"What does 2-star combat spirit mean?"
"And what about the terms those two were using earlier, combat soldier and combat master?" Song Wenwen asked, feeling confused.
He hadn't been exposed to this kind of knowledge before.
In the Dragon Kingdom, battle merits are the most highly valued. Combat Soldier, Combat Master, and Combat Spirit are honorary titles based on different levels of battle merit, Nangong Weiyang explained.
"Could you explain in more detail?" Song Wenwen asked.
Those with under 1,000 battle merit points are known as Combat Soldiers. Combat Soldiers are further divided from 1 to 9 stars based on their points. Those with 1,000 to 10,000 points are called Combat Masters, also ranked from 1 to 9 stars.
Those with 10,000 to 100,000 points are called Combat Spirits.
Those with 100,000 to 1,000 points are called Combat Sects.
Those with 1 million pure capturen are called Combat Generals.
And those with over 20,000 points are known as Combat Gods.
Combat God is the highest honor in the Dragon Kingdom.
Aside from the Combat God title, all others are divided into 1 to 9 stars, Nangong Weiyang clarified.
"How do you earn battle merit? What are the standards for obtaining it?" Song Wenwan asked again.
You earn battle merit by killing exotic beasts or enemy Esper users.
As for the standard, it depends on the level of the beast you kill.
Every Black Iron tier beast grants 1 to 5 points.
Bronze beasts grant 10 to 50 points.
Silver is 100 to 500, gold is 1,000 to 5,000, platinum is 10,000 to 50,000, diamond is 100,000 to 500,000, and king tier is 1,000 to 5,000 points.
Nangong Weiyang was very familiar with these stats and rattled them off without hesitation.
She had earned her combat spirit title by killing quite a few exotic beasts herself.
Killing exotic beasts of the same rank yields different amounts of battle merits. According to Song Wenwan's conjecture, that is because exotic beasts of the same rank vary in actual strength. Whether they are awakened ability users or exotic beasts, besides the major ranks, each major rank is further divided into 5 minor grades. Take the Black Iron rank, for example. From lowest to highest, they are Black Iron Grade 5, Black Iron Grade 4, up to Black Iron Grade 1, abbreviated as Black Iron 5, Black Iron 4, down to Black Iron 1. The Bronze rank is also divided from lowest to highest into Bronze 5, Bronze 4, Bronze 1. The same applies to all other ranks. After Song Wenwan and his group entered the Veterans Building, the first thing they saw was a massive hall. Judging by Song Wenwan's visual estimation, this hall was at least the size of a football field. Just like at the exchange agency, there were multiple service windows in the hall. Each window had a corresponding staff member. Similar to the exchange agency, you have to take a number and wait in line. Why is there still a queue? I hate queuing the most. Is there no VIP channel? Jin Zizai looked at Nangong Weiyang and asked, "There is, but you would need to hold the title of Warsec to skip the line," Nangong Weiyang replied. "Is the Warsec title a must? Can I pay extra spirit stones to cut in line?" Jin Zizai asked. For him, anything that could be solved with spirit stones was not a problem at all. In the Veterans Building, spirit stones are the least valuable thing. Here, battle merits are everything. Without battle merits, even if you possess trillions of spirit stones, it is of no use, Nangong Weiyang said. "Forget it, I'm tired. Let it all in." As Jin Zizai said this, he lay directly back on the chair, For as long as he could remember, this was the first time he had encountered something that couldn't be solved with spirit stones. It dealt a devastating blow to his spirit stone supremacy worldview, because his mantra used to be that there was nothing in this world that money could not solve. And if there was, it was simply because you didn't have enough money. But now he realized he was wrong. The convictions he held for the first half of his life had collapsed. Little Jin, although you don't have battle merits, you can still hire a powerful expert who does, as long as the price in spirit stones is right. Even a war god might be willing to act for you, Song Wenwan said at this moment. His heart softened. He didn't want to watch Jin Zizai's belief system crumble. Hearing Song Wenwan say this, Jin Zizai sat up from the chair in an instant. It was as if he had been instantly revived on the spot, his face filled with excitement. Boss is right. I don't have battle merits, but I have spirit stones. This is what people often call money can move the gods, Jin Zizai said, quite excitedly. Seeing that Jin Zizai had come back to life, Song Wenwan walked toward the service window. His number had been called. Hello, I would like to use the gravity chamber, Song Wenwan said. Please present your honor bracelet, the staff member said. What is an honor bracelet? Song Wenwan asked, looking puzzled. Nangong Weiyang hadn't mentioned anything about this. This must be your first time at the Veterans Building. If you want to use the gravity chamber, you must register as a war soldier. Pay 100 spirit stones, and we will gift you 10 battle merits, which will make you a 1-star war soldier. And the honor bracelet is the symbol of your status. From then on, whenever you kill exotic beasts or enemy ability users, the honor bracelet will automatically record your battle merits, the staff member explained with a smile. Hearing the staff member explain this, Song Wenwan understood that if I pay 1,000 spirit stones, can you gift me 100 battle merits? Song Wenwan asked. No, sir. Everyone is only gifted 10 battle merits upon initial registration. If you want more battle merits, you will need to kill exotic beasts yourself. The more battle merits you accumulate, the greater the discounts and benefits you will receive in the Veterans Building. For example, for the gravity chamber you wish to use, a war soldier pays the full price. A war master gets a 10% discount. A war spirit gets a 30% discount. A war sec gets 50% off. A war general gets 70% off. And a 9-star war general gets 90% off, the staff member said. What about a war god? Song Wenwan asked curiously. A war god can use any service, facility, or training room in the Veterans Building for free. As long as a war god has a need, our Veterans Building will do everything in its power to accommodate them. Hearing this, a flash of realization crossed Song Wenwan's eyes. Perhaps the very reason for the Veterans Building's existence is to incentivize the ability users of the Dragon Kingdom to accumulate as many battle merits as possible. Then please help me register as a war soldier first, Song Wenwan said, handing over 100 spirit stones. Sir, I need a drop of your blood for verification. Once verified, this honor bracelet can only be used by you, the staff member said. Song Wenwan had no suspicions about this and used the tool provided by the staff to prick his finger. It didn't take long for Song Wenwan to finish the entire process. He examined the honor bracelet and found 4 pieces of information on it. 10, war soldier, a string of numbers, and 0. The 10 represented his battle merit points. The string of numbers was the serial number of the honor bracelet, and you represented the spirit stones pre-deposited in the Veterans Building. Song Wenwan could not identify the material the honor bracelet was made of. However, it looked quite ancient. I want to use 100,000 battle merits to access the Veterans Building's intelligence system to find the murderer of my 2 brothers. Just as Song Wenwan was about to leave, he suddenly heard a voice filled with rage from the adjacent window. Upon hearing this voice, Song Wenwan immediately turned his head toward the neighboring window. He discovered a man who appeared to be in his late 20s, sitting in front of the window with a grim expression. The moment he saw this person, Song Wenwan's pupils contracted sharply, because he noticed that this man bore a 40 to 50% resemblance to both Lu Jiao and Lu Mang. Combined with what he had just said, Song Wenwan immediately guessed the other person's identity. Lu Jiao and Lu Mang's eldest brother, the young master of the Lu family. Lu Long. When Song Wenwan decided to kill Lu Mang and Lu Jiao, he had already researched information about the Lu family. He knew that the younger generation of the Lu family had 3 children, all boys. Although he hadn't found a photo of the Lu family's eldest son, he had found his name, Lu Long. Without hesitation, Song Wenwan immediately checked the man's attributes. Subject name, Lu Long. Age, 28. Physical strength, 1025-1. Soul strength, 8D500. Ability attribute, water. Overall combat power, 18751. Lu Long is already a platinum rank ability user, and he has the strength of a platinum grade 4, Song Wenwan thought to himself. Lu Long was the most gifted of the 3 Lu brothers. Song Wenwan had not been able to find out exactly where he had been before this. However, he never expected to encounter Lu Long here. And hearing what Lu Long just said about wanting to use 100,000 battle merits to identify the killer of his 2 brothers made Song Wenwan feel a bit nervous. Liu Long trading a fortune in battle merits for intelligence exposes the lethal economy of this world. It is a chilling reminder that in a meritocracy, revenge is just another high-tier commodity that the state gamifies to keep its elite warriors hunting. The veteran building operates on a harsh meritocratic model where capital is secondary to combat contribution. As Liu Long leverages massive merit points for intelligence, Song faces the danger of high-level information asymmetry. In this surveillance-heavy system, anonymity is the most expensive luxury.
Admittedly, Song Wenwan's previous actions could be called flawless, as he had not left any evidence behind. On top of that, since he hadn't awakened any superpowers, it was impossible for the Liu family to suspect him at all. However, if the old General Tower were to take action, things might become unpredictable. He didn't know how many methods the old General Tower had at its disposal, or if they would be able to track him down. Excuse me, I'd like to ask, does the old General Tower's intelligence system track absolutely everything? Song Wenwan turned his head and asked the staff member at the window. As long as one has enough military merit, there is almost nothing within the borders of the Dragon Kingdom that the old General Tower cannot find out. Of course, nothing is absolute. There are always some things that even the old General Tower is powerless to solve. However, such cases are extremely rare, the staff member replied. The staff member's answer caused Song Wenwan's heart to sink to the bottom. Although he was quite confident in his own methods, he knew better than to be complacent. One can never be too careful. I must keep a low profile for this period of time. I should avoid showing my face as much as possible until the college entrance exam is over, Song Wenwan thought to himself. After thinking this through, he returned to the main hall. At this point, Jin Zizai had also finished registering as a combat soldier. Sister Nengong, could you help me take a look at my fortune for the next 10 days? Song Wenwan said as he looked at Nengong Weiyang. The reason he only asked for 10 days was that there were only 10 days left until the college entrance exam. If he could achieve a good ranking in the exam, he would naturally be under the protection of the 3 great academies. By then, even if the Liu family discovered that he was the one who killed Liu Jiao and Lu Meng, it wouldn't matter. The more potential he demonstrated, the more his safety would be guaranteed. Just a moment, Nengong Weiyang said, and began to calculate Song Wenwan's fortune for the next 10 days. Her superpower was not fortune-telling, but the rank 35 power, prophecy. Prophecy is essentially catching a glimpse of the tip of the iceberg of the future by analyzing existing information. This is much more thorough than the fortune-telling power. It didn't take long for Nengong Weiyang to open her eyes and look back at Song Wenwan. Your fortune is stable for the next 10 days with no major fluctuations, Nengong Weiyang replied. That's a relief. The college entrance exam is in 10 days, so I've decided to stay in the old General Tower for the next 10 days to find ways to increase my strength. So the business of the first pavilion will be left to you for the time being. Every morning you can come to me to collect the products that need to be sold. Sell as much as you can, don't force it, Song Wenwan told Jin Zizai and Nengong Weiyang. Boss, if you're staying in the old General Tower for the next 10 days, does that mean I won't be able to learn from you for 10 whole days? Jin Zizai asked. Don't worry, I'll refund your spirit stones. Of course, if you want to, you are welcome to stay in the old General Tower with me, Song Wenwan said to Jin Zizai. I don't want to stay in the old General Tower like I'm in prison. I like being free. Don't bother with the refund. We'll talk about that later, Jin Zizai said, showing he didn't care about the spirit stones. Wait, you haven't taken the college entrance exam yet? Nengong Weiyang asked, looking at Song Wenwan in shock. She had only met Song Wenwan today, so she didn't know much about him, neither his age nor the fact that he hadn't awakened any superpowers. Do I not look like a young man who hasn't taken the exam yet? Song Wenwan said. You certainly look the part, which explains why you acted so childishly earlier, Nengong Weiyang whispered. If you're going to badmouth someone, please do it behind their back. I can hear you, Song Wenwan said with a dark expression. Soon after, Song Wenwan parted ways with Jin Zizai and the others and headed towards the gravity chamber. The reason he intended to stay in the old General Tower wasn't just because of the Liu family situation. It was also partly because he needed to strengthen his physical body and soul as quickly as possible. This way, he would have more methods available to him during the exam. First, Song Wenwan headed to the two-fold gravity chamber. The two-fold gravity chamber cost 100 spirit stones per hour. Song Wenwan directly topped up 10,000 spirit stones into his account at the old General Tower, so that his expenses could be deducted directly from his honor bracelet for more convenience. So this is the two-fold gravity chamber? It looks quite ordinary, Song Wenwan muttered to himself. What stood before him looked like a basement. It appeared perfectly plain. Let's start, Song Wenwan said, placing the stone given to him by the staff member onto a pedestal in the center of the room. This was the control hub of the gravity chamber, and placing the stone triggered the activation of the field. The moment the gravity field turned on, Song Wenwan felt as if someone were riding on his back, and he nearly collapsed to his knees. Although he had been mentally prepared, he still found it quite uncomfortable when the gravity actually kicked in. Fortunately, his physical strength had already been improved many times, and he quickly adjusted his state. For the next while, Song Wenwan performed running, push-ups, and sit-ups within the gravity chamber. These movements were easy under normal conditions, but they were significantly more difficult within the gravity field. When the hour was up, Song Wenwan had completely adapted to the double gravity. Without any hesitation, he chose to enter the four-fold gravity chamber. The so-called four-fold gravity chamber meant that it could reach a maximum of 4 times gravity, not that it started at that level upon entry. It could be adjusted incrementally. This allowed the body to have a process of adaptation. Song Wenwan had already adapted to double gravity. Therefore, in the four-fold gravity chamber, he first attempted three-fold gravity. Cultivation is a dull business, regardless of the method used. In the threefold gravity chamber, Song Wenwan did push-ups while refreshing his attribute panel. He wanted to see how long he needed to train to increase his physical strength by 1 point. The conclusion didn't take long to surface. He discovered that for every 100 push-ups he did, his physical strength increased by 1 point. This discovery gave him a burst of energy. In the threefold gravity chamber, he could do 1 push-up every 3 seconds. So doing 100 push-ups took 5 minutes. Converting that meant his physical strength increased by 1 point for every 5 minutes of training. At this rate, he could increase his physical strength by 12 points in an hour. Train a little, get stronger a little, keep training, keep getting stronger. If I keep this up during my training, doesn't that mean I will constantly break through my own limits? The final result of this would be becoming Saitama, Song Wenwan said in disbelief. Saitama was a character from a fictional world back on Earth, and no one knew exactly how strong he was. He trained for 3 years and reached the absolute peak of combat power.
Song Wenwan began to calculate. If his physical strength kept growing at this rate, how strong would he be after 3 years of training? Increasing his physical strength by 12 points per hour. Training for 10 hours a day would mean 120 points. Training for 360 days a year would mean 43,200 points. In 3 years, that would be 129,600 points. At this level of physical strength, he would already reach the king realm. If he added external aids like body tempering liquid, hitting 200,000 in physical strength would be absolutely no problem. Thinking of this, Song Wenwan felt as energized as if he had been pumped full of adrenaline. Although he didn't know if he would keep breaking his limits by training this way. Now that he had a clear goal driving him, he had no intention of stopping. However, after just over 3 hours of such intense training, Song Wenwan felt his stamina reach its limit. He lay on the ground, sprawled out in a star shape, gasping heavily for air. Training 10 hours a day was a bit too optimistic. A person's stamina has its limits. Staring at the ceiling of the gravity chamber, Song Wenwan suddenly thought of something and opened the computer manager. Then he clicked on Comprehensive Physical Examination. Before long, 2 prompts popped up in front of him. Fate damaged, repair it. Status abnormal, clear it. Seeing these 2 prompts, a look of joy appeared on Song Wenwan's face. The prompt about his fate being damaged was one Song Wenwan already knew about. Repairing his fate required 1,000,000 spirit stones. He was currently working hard toward earning that 1,000,000. The prompt about an abnormal status, however, was appearing for the first time. Without overthinking it, he chose yes. Clearing this abnormal status consumed a total of 100 spirit stones. Quickly, another prompt popped up. Then Song Wenwan felt a surge of energy flowing into his body. Under the nourishment of this energy, his stamina recovered rapidly. In about 30 seconds, he felt that the fatigue in his body had completely vanished. That is incredible! I wonder if this skill only clears physical fatigue, or if it can fix other abnormalities as well, Song Wenwan said with some excitement. After saying that, he pondered for about 5 seconds, then flipped his palm and took out a dagger. Without any hesitation, he stabbed it into his thigh. He winced in pain. If he had been accidentally stabbed, he wouldn't feel it hurt that much. But when you deliberately stab yourself, that pain is amplified. If this doesn't work the way I imagine, I will have suffered a huge loss, Song Wenwan muttered to himself. Without further ado, he pulled out the dagger and initiated another comprehensive physical examination. After a dozen seconds, those same 2 prompts appeared again. Song Wenwan chose to clear the abnormal status. Clearing this abnormal status consumed a total of 1,000 spirit stones. Ha ha ha, it really works. The wound is completely healed, Song Wenwan said with a loud laugh. For him, this skill was simply a god-tier survival tool. As long as he didn't die instantly, he would remain in an unbeatable state. However, the only downside was that it required a huge amount of spirit stones. A single small wound cost 1,000 spirit stones. If he suffered a serious injury, it would probably cost tens of thousands. Of course, if tens of thousands of spirit stones could buy back a life, it was definitely worth it. A horse cannot get fat without wild grass, and a man cannot get rich without ill-gotten wealth. I really want to go rob someone, Song Wenwon said. Even though he was earning 10 or 20,000 spirit stones a day, he always felt that it wasn't enough to satisfy his spending. Although the first tower earns quite a bit every day, it's all from the general public, just small change. After the college entrance exam, I'm heading to the imperial capital to earn the spirit stones of those rich snobs, Song Wenwon said, making up his mind. He began to think about how he could trick those rich snobs out of their spirit stones. To make big money, you must achieve one thing: have what others don't, be better at what others have, and be the best at what others are good at. The imperial capital is the center of the Dragon Kingdom, so accomplishing this wouldn't be easy. However, where there's a will, there's a way, and there was still some time before the entrance exam. Song Wenwon believed he would definitely find a way. After figuring this out, he began to train again. Only by upgrading the hardware can the performance be improved. For the next 9 days, Song Wenwon did exactly as he said and stayed inside the old general tower. During the day, he stayed in the gravity chamber to train his body. He trained for 10 hours a day. At night, he would soak in the soul spring. The soul spring could enhance soul strength. One could only soak in the soul spring for 5 hours a day, increasing soul strength by 30 points per hour. However, soaking in the soul spring cost 1,000 spirit stones per hour, which most people couldn't afford. They say the poor study and the rich practice martial arts without the support of spirit stones. Even if one has great talent, progress in cultivation will be very slow. The strong are built with resources. That saying is absolutely true. The reason everyone fights to get into the 3 major academies is not just because their instructors are rare experts. It's even more because the resources they provide to students are the best in the entire Dragon Kingdom. Many wealthy families cannot even compare to that. If Song Wenwon couldn't earn enough spirit stones, getting into the 3 major academies was his best choice. In these 10 days, in addition to strengthening his body and soul, Song Wenwon would also go to the arena in the old general tower to spar and simulate battles against strange beasts. While this wouldn't improve his body or soul strength, it would increase his combat experience. Although he had many unorthodox skills, he was severely lacking in frontline combat experience. The arena and the beast simulation battleground helped him fill this gap. During those 10 days in the old general tower, Song Wenwon basically didn't treat himself like a human being. Except for the 4 hours a day he squeezed out to sleep, all his time was spent finding ways to increase his strength. In these 10 days, his progress was very significant. Object name, Song Wenwon. Age, 18. Physical strength, 1542. Original 252 plus 120 per day in gravity chamber for 10 days plus 90 from body tempering liquid. Soul strength, 1783. Original 130 plus 150 per day in soul spring for 10 days plus 90 from soul cultivation liquid. Ability attributes none. Comprehensive combat power, unknown. Compared to 10 days ago, Song Wenwon's physical and soul strength had achieved a qualitative leap. Now, in terms of physical strength alone, he was no weaker than a gold rank 5 ability user. Furthermore, his soul strength had finally surpassed his physical strength again. However, the amount of spirit stones consumed in these 10 days was also an astronomical figure.
Song Wenwon did a rough calculation. In 10 days, he had spent over 120,000 spirit stones. If it weren't for the fact that the first building was profitable every day, he really couldn't have afforded this cost. The good news is that the first building's net profit over these 10 days reached 250,000. Calculating it this way, he still saved 130,000 spirit stones. He was one step closer to his goal of 1 million spirit stones. Walking out of the old general building, Song Wenwon took a deep breath and stretched. Haha, I'm out. Old sun is out. Oh ho ho. The next moment, Song Wenwon started sprinting just like that monkey who had been pressed under the Five Fingers Mountain for 500 years. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the old general building, Jin Zizai, Nangong Weiyang, and Dao Wuqin saw this look on Song Wenwon and all turned their heads away silently, pretending they didn't know him. 10 days ago, although Song Wenwon was a bit childish, he was quite normal. Staying inside the old general building for 10 days has driven the kid crazy. Life is valuable and love is even more so. But for the sake of freedom, both can be cast aside. After sprinting around in front of the old general building, Song Wenwon came up to Nangong Weiyang and the others and said with some emotion. Hearing Song Wenwon recite this poem, a hint of surprise flashed in the eyes of Nangong Weiyang and Dao Wuqin. They hadn't expected Song Wenwon to be so literary. He truly lives up to his reputation as the top-ranking student in liberal arts at the 6th middle school for the past 3 years.
Let's go, Song Wenwan then said to the three of them.
Their next destination was the college entrance exam site. The college entrance exam for ability users is completely different from the one on Earth.
Boss, are you confident about the college entrance exam? Jin Zizai asked while looking at Song Wenwan.
He knew that Song Wenwan hadn't awakened any abilities at all.
For such a person, it is extremely difficult to stand out in the college entrance exam. The exam determines the honor and shame of one's future, and every candidate will do their absolute best.
Therefore, it's inevitable that the competition for the ability user's entrance exam is incredibly fierce.
This is a war without smoke.
Piece of cake. Don't you have to take the exam? Song Wenwan suddenly asked.
No, I've already been admitted to Imperial University, Jin Zizai said.
Don't talk to me, you person with a guaranteed admission. When Song Wenwan arrived outside the exam site, he found it filled with the sound of gongs, drums, and firecrackers, with red flags waving and a sea of people.
Gower, over here! When Song Wenwan appeared, his mother, Yu Qingcheng, hurriedly waved at him.
Sister Qingcheng, Dad, Uncle, you two came too? Song Wenwan asked, looking at the three of them with surprise as he walked up to his mother.
The dad he referred to was the father of little cheap Yunde, whose name was Yun Deshan.
The uncle was Tang Qiqi's father, Tang Ziyu.
Both men were sworn brothers of his father, Song Laosen, and they had a very close relationship.
The reason Song Wenyuan, Yunde, and Tang Qixi were so close, besides being childhood friends, was mainly that their personalities were quite similar. Otherwise, they wouldn't have called themselves the Three Musketeers. However, Yun Dashan, Tang Ziyu, and Song Wenyuan's father, Song Laosen, had three completely different personalities. Yun Dashan was honest and kind, usually didn't like to talk, and looked a bit spineless. Tang Ziyu was a scholar, very elegant, and looked quite refined. Song Laosen's personality was basically identical to Song Wenyuan's. He was very cunning and not very serious. Song Wenyuan had always been curious about how such three different people became good friends, and they trusted each other unconditionally. Song Laosan had told Song Wenyuan more than once that no matter what happened, if he wasn't around, he could trust Yun Dashan and Tang Ziyu with 100% certainty. Yun Dashan and Tang Ziyu had said similar things to Yunde and Tang Qiqi.
Your father has something urgent to attend to and can't come today. Big brother and I are here in his place to cheer you on, Tang Ziyu said. Big son, these are the buns your dad made specifically for you. Remember, don't force yourself, just do your best. Yun Dashan handed over a paper box containing 3 buns.
Thanks, Dad, Song Wenyuan said to Yun Dashan with a smile.
Gower, your dad is right, just do your best, don't force yourself, Yu Qingcheng said.
Sister Qingcheng, Dad, Uncle, look over there. Song Wenyuan suddenly pointed to a huge screen in the distance.
Look at what? Yu Qingcheng asked, puzzled. There was nothing on the big screen. Before long, my name will appear at the very top of that screen. This time, the top scorer of the Phoenix City College entrance exam will definitely be me. Just wait for my good news, Song Wenyuan said, then turned and walked into the exam site while eating a bun. Big son, you've got spirit. Dad believes in you, Yun Dashan shouted at Song Wenyuan's retreating figure. It wasn't until Song Wenyuan entered the exam site that everyone looked away. Subsequently, Yu Qingcheng turned her gaze toward Nangong Weiyang and the other two. Weiyang greets second aunt. Suddenly, Nangong Weiyang said to Yu Qingcheng with great respect. No wonder you looked familiar. You're big sister's daughter, right? I didn't expect you to have grown up so much in the blink of an eye, and you're so pretty. Do you have a boyfriend? How do you know my Wenyuan? Let me tell you, although my Wenyuan can be unserious sometimes, he's very reliable and quite handsome too. Even though he's a bit younger than you, being young has its perks, Yu Qingcheng said, pulling Nangong Weiyang aside to start chatting. Her demeanor clearly showed she had already accepted Nangong Weiyang as her daughter-in-law. Second aunt, I only just realized that Song Wenyuan is your son. Nangong Weiyang didn't dare to respond to that, so she hurriedly changed the subject. Facing a woman who is set on finding a daughter-in-law for her son, an ordinary person finds it hard to handle. The sister-in-law is at it again, Tang Ziyu said, stepping back 2 paces to speak to Yun Dashan. Actually, I think Qiqi and Wenyuan would make a good match, and old San and his wife like her quite a lot. You also quite like that rascal Wenyuan. I think we could become in-laws. It would keep it all in the family, Yun Dashan said, looking at Tang Ziyu. I don't have any objections to it. The key is that the 2 children don't have a spark, so there's nothing I can do, Tang Ziyu said. Song Wenyuan didn't know that his mother was already playing matchmaker between him and Nangong Weiyang. He definitely wouldn't have guessed that Nangong Weiyang actually called his mother second aunt. However, judging from Yu Qingcheng's attitude, there shouldn't be any blood relationship between him and Nangong Weiyang.
Once Song Wenwan walked into the exam site, the identity verification began. The Dragon Kingdom takes the Ability Users College entrance exam extremely seriously, so every candidate's identity must be verified. The whole process was extremely tedious. Furthermore, during the identity verification process, one had to be completely naked. Only after the identity verification was completed could one go to a designated room to pick out clothes and their own standard weapons. This is because no external items are allowed during the college entrance exam.
The Ability User College entrance exam strictly prohibits the use of external aid to ensure fairness.
Therefore, during the exam, candidates must undergo a thorough check from head to toe to prevent anyone from carrying enchanted items, rare treasures, or similar things. Storage-type treasures, though extremely rare, can still be possessed by some students from exceptionally wealthy families. During the entrance exam inspection, any storage treasures found will also be temporarily confiscated. After completing the series of checks, Song Wenwan walked towards a specific room. To be precise, this is a small secret realm. Unlike naturally formed secret realms, this one was jointly created by the strongest experts of the Dragon Kingdom specifically for the entrance exam. You can get injured in here, but you will not die, because once a lethal attack is detected, the protective measures on your body will be triggered, teleporting you out of the secret realm. Being teleported out of the secret realm means that your entrance exam has ended. The entrance exam consists of 3 stages. Stage 1. Item retrieval. Stage 2. Slaying exotic beasts. Stage 3. Clearing the path. Different points are awarded based on the time taken to clear the 3 stages.
The large screen outside the exam hall displays a ranking based on the total points earned by each candidate.
The more points earned, the higher the ranking. Soon, Song Wenwan appeared in the first stage. This is a wilderness filled with jagged rocks and overgrown weeds. Although there are no fierce exotic beasts here, nor any other people, it is covered in traps. If you are not careful, you will get caught. And once caught in a trap, it takes a lot of time to break free.
In this stage, time is the most important factor, so you must absolutely avoid being caught in any traps.
The task in this stage is to find 3 key fragments hidden in various corners.
Only by collecting all 3 key fragments and assembling them into a complete key can you proceed to the next stage.
Of course, these keys aren't just buried randomly in a hole. That would make the difficulty far too high.
Within this secret realm, there are various clues regarding the key fragments.
Candidates can follow these clues to find the 3 key fragments. On the surface, this stage tests your ability to find items, but in reality, it tests your intelligence. I have the intelligence, but I choose not to use it. Just for fun, he muttered to himself while standing in place and looking at his surroundings. Attention everyone, a line to the right, he suddenly roared. Instantly, every object in the secret realm, whether it was rocks, trees, traps, or any other miscellaneous items, began to move. Almost in the blink of an eye, everything became perfectly neat, arranged into several rows. All key fragments, step forward, Song Wenwan shouted again. Just as before, after his voice faded, red light erupted from 3 locations in the secret realm. These 3 places were exactly where the key fragments were located. Nice job! Come right into my bowl! In the next second, the 3 key fragments vanished. Song Wenwan reached out his hand, and the key fragments suddenly appeared in his palm. He walked with a lazy, swaggering gait towards the gate of the second stage. The reason Song Wenwan could find the key fragments so easily wasn't because he possessed the power of word manifestation. There is only one truth! He used his cheat. When he just entered the secret realm, he opened his word processor, selected all the objects in the secret realm, and had them aligned to the right, which is exactly what he meant by aligning to the right. Next, he used the find function in Word to locate the key fragments. Then he used the background color fill function to highlight the key's location in the most conspicuous red. Finally, he used the cut function and pasted the key fragments into his own hands. Just like that, he stood there without moving and found the key fragments. This is why Song Wenwan said earlier, I have the intelligence, but I choose not to use it, just for fun. With such a bug-like cheat, there really is no need to rack one's brain like everyone else. The entire process only took about a minute. If it weren't for the sake of playing around, he could have done it even faster. Song Wenwan placed the key fragments on the gate leading to the second stage and then used the undo function to restore all objects in the secret realm to their original state. When the gate to the second stage opened, he walked straight in without any hesitation. However, little did Song Wenwan know, it was getting noisy outside the exam hall at this very moment, because everyone saw that only 1 minute into the exam, a time when many probably hadn't even adjusted to the environment of the secret realm yet, Song Wenwan's name had already appeared on the big screen. Song Wenwan, time taken for stage 1. 2 up to 9 points earned, 200. The perfect score for the first stage is 200, and Song Wenwan received the highest score.
How is this possible? He found the key fragments in less than a minute. This must be cheating.
It has to be cheating. It's impossible for anyone to find the key fragments in such a short time.
Over the years, the record holder for the shortest time took 9 minutes and 55 seconds. Finding the key within 10 minutes is already a rarity in the world. Less than a minute, absolutely impossible.
Exactly, he must have colluded with the examiners, or had the complete key prepared in advance. Let's go. We need to ask the examiners for an explanation. The parents outside the exam hall were all whispering and discussing. Shortly after, a group of people rushed directly toward the invigilators to demand answers. However, they didn't know that at this moment the expressions on the invigilators' faces were even more incredulous than theirs. They knew perfectly well whether Song Wenwan had cheated or not.
Do you think the ability this guy awakened has something to do with finding items? An invigilator couldn't help but ask.
Is there such an ability?
Hard to say. There are thousands of types of abilities. It's possible to awaken anything.
Do you think it's possible that this Song Wenwan awakened the word manifestation ability?
As soon as this invigilator said this, everyone's eyes went blank for a moment.
It's possible, highly possible.
Only the word manifestation ability could find the key fragments in such a short time, the first teacher who spoke said with certainty.
If that's really the case, then Phoenix City has produced a peerless genius this time. The word manifestation ability is ranked 21st. Regardless of whether it's word manifestation or not, someone who can clear the first stage in under a minute must be extraordinary. Notify the higher-ups first. The chief examiner made a decision. Yes.
Meanwhile, Yu Qingcheng and the others outside the exam hall were also dumbfounded. Less than a minute, that is my eldest son for you, Yun Dashan said excitedly. This time taken is just too frightening.
Is this even possible? This brat didn't use some underhanded methods, did he? Tang Ziyu said with a skeptical tone.
Second brother, can you have at least a little bit of faith in our eldest son? This brat has been smart since he was little, as if you did not know that, Yun Dashan said with unconditional trust in Song Wennuan. He did not let your dad and your mom down, Yu Qingcheng said, a look of genuine pride blooming on her face. Come to think of it, this was probably the first time she had referred to herself as mom. Although she had always told Song Wenwan that it would be enough for him to just live a safe and happy life. It did not matter whether he was a supernatural being or not. However, seeing her son's achievements, she still felt pride and joy from the bottom of her heart. As expected of the person I chose. But what exactly are the secrets you are hiding? Nangong Weiyang did not say this out loud, but whispered it silently in her heart. Jin Zizai felt nothing about Song Wenwan's results, because he had no idea what these results meant. A few minutes later, inside the secret realm, a long-haired man had a smile on his face. He held 3 key fragments in his hands, looking extremely excited. 7 minutes and 28 seconds, I broke the record held for years, 200 points secured. I am the coolest guy in Phoenix City, and even in the entire Dragon Kingdom. After today, the entire Phoenix City will remember my name, Feng Xiaoxiao. I have been holding back for 2 whole months just to make a stunning impression. Now it seems that all of this was worth it. Ha ha ha, Feng Xiaoxiao shouted in a manic tone. After shouting for quite a while, he finally walked through the gate to the second stage. At this moment, Song Wennuan was looking at the second stage of the secret realm with an expressionless face. The second stage of the secret realm was simple, just 300 simulated exotic beasts. Although these simulated beasts were not real ones, they were not much different from the real things. These beasts varied in size and strength. Zhang Wenyuan immediately checked their attributes. Subject name, exotic beast. Age, incalculable. Physical strength, 228. Soul strength, 108. Supernatural attribute, strength. Comprehensive combat power, 336. Based on the information shown for these beasts, their strength was equivalent to that of a human bronze-level supernatural user. Among them, there were also some at the silver level. However, they were very few, only 1 in 50. For the vast majority of candidates, if they only had to deal with 1 or 2 of these beasts at a time, they could easily win. However, the number of beasts in the secret realm was simply too high. There were 300 of them. As the saying goes, many ants can kill an elephant. If 300 beasts swarmed them, they would have no power to fight back. This stage tested the candidates' combat power, adaptability, and positioning. If they could not fight 300 beasts at once, they had to learn how to position themselves and then use the environment of the secret realm to contain or kill the beasts. Every time a beast was killed, 1 point could be obtained. Only when more than 200 beasts were killed would the gate to the third stage open. Zhang Wenyuan did not act immediately. He held a large saber provided by the exam venue, looking at the beasts ahead with a thoughtful expression on his face. It was not that he was worried he could not kill these 300 beasts. He was thinking about how to kill them in the simplest and most effortless way possible. I have an idea, I just don't know if it will work, Song Wenwan muttered to himself. After speaking, he opened an Excel spreadsheet. Instantly, the 300 exotic beasts in the secret realm were divided into 300 different cells. The beasts could not see the spreadsheet, but they could feel many invisible walls surrounding them, isolating them. In such a situation, the numerical advantage of the beasts was no longer there for Song Wenyuan. If he wanted to, he could engage in 300 individual duels. However, he had spent so long thinking just now not to use such a physically exhausting method. Oh, great dark god, grant me power! Clear contents. As Song Wenwan said this, he used his mouse to select 10 cells containing beasts and then chose the clear contents option for those cells.
There were two similar functions. One was delete, and the other was clear contents.
The final effects of these two might seem similar, but in reality, they were completely different. One deleted the entire cell, while the other just cleared the contents inside the cell.
In terms of operation, clearing contents was simpler.
It was like cleaning a trash can. Deleting would be taking away the entire bin, while clearing contents just meant dumping out the trash while keeping the bin.
The reason Song Wenyuan chose 10 cells first was because he wanted to see if this method would actually work.
He was afraid that if he did too many at once, it would exceed his limit and cause physical overload. After the clear contents option was clicked, Song Wenwan felt very clearly that the bodies of the beasts inside those 10 selected cells were shaking violently. The next second, their bodies turned into starlight and disappeared directly.
It really works.
Impressive. It seems I have acquired another way to attack without anyone noticing, Song Wenwan said with a smile. He discovered that his golden finger was a massive treasure. As he researched and explored, he could constantly discover new skills. This time, I will take on 100 at once. Without any hesitation, Song Wenwan selected 100 beasts and chose clear contents.
Just like before, the bodies of the beasts shook violently for a while before turning into starlight and disappearing.
However, it took twice as long this time compared to before.
This is not my limit yet. Let me try again, Song Wenwan said, directly selecting all the remaining beasts. This time, when all the beasts disappeared, Song Wenwan was panting heavily.
His body was under great strain, and he almost reached his limit. I can basically infer that, with my current physical strength, the limit should be clearing 200 cells at once.
This move is strong, but it also does not seem strong enough, Song Wenwan muttered to himself. Most of these beasts were equivalent to human bronze-level supernatural users. His current physical strength and soul strength had already reached the golden level. With gold-level strength, dealing with 300 bronze-level beasts was not difficult. As of now, the only good thing is that it saved time. Plus, it was done without anyone noticing. By treating the battlefield like a spreadsheet, Song Wenyuan is essentially performing a dimensional strike on his competition. While Feng Xiaoxiao celebrates an obsolete record, Song is busy debugging reality. This is what happens when you bring a developer's mind to a gladiator's fight. Feng Xiaoxiao's arrogance highlights the Dunning-Kruger effect as he celebrates a record that is already obsolete. By treating the trial like a spreadsheet error, Song Wenyuan demonstrates that administrative access is a far more efficient survival strategy than traditional combat.
As my strength grows in all aspects, if one day I can clear out every creature in this entire Excel spreadsheet, even if they are only at the black iron level, then my power will be unrivaled in the world, Song Wenyuan suddenly said. In this entire Excel spreadsheet, there are 256 columns and 65,535 rows, which adds up to 17,032,960 cells. To kill over 17 million black iron level beasts in one go is not something just anyone can achieve. According to the combat merit exchange rate, one black iron level beast is worth 1 point of combat merit. Over 17 million black iron level beasts would mean over 17 million points of combat merit. With that, he would instantly reach the honor of a 9-star war general, just one step away from becoming a war god. Of course, Song Wenyuan is still a long way from that level right now, but as for how far he will grow in the future, it remains an unknown. After clearing out all the beasts in the secret realm, Song Wenyuan headed toward the entrance of the third stage. He had spent 48 seconds on the stage of killing the beasts. When Song Wenyuan walked into the third stage, the people outside the exam hall were stunned once again. Song Wenyuan, stage 2 time 48 seconds 300 points added. If passing the first stage could be attributed to a certain element of luck, then passing the second stage was a matter of pure absolute strength, because in the second stage there was no external help, and the beasts had no other natural predators. The only thing one could rely on was oneself. So when Song Wenyuan's name appeared on the big screen again, everyone was completely numb. Many people didn't even have a clue how to handle the first stage, yet to everyone's surprise, he had already passed the second stage with a perfect score. What was even more incredible was that it took him 11 seconds less than the first stage. Did he cheat? Cheating might have been possible in the first stage, but it is absolutely impossible in the second, unless a Saint Venerable took action. But is that even possible? Who exactly is this Song Wenwon? I know him. He's my son's classmate and has held the top academic ranking in the 6th high school for 3 years. But I heard he didn't awaken any supernatural abilities. No supernatural abilities? Can someone without abilities really do this? Sister-in-law, did Wenwan really not awaken any supernatural abilities? Tang Ziyu asked as he looked at Yu Qingchen. At this moment, even he was starting to have doubts, because Song Wenwan's performance was simply too dazzling. It was hard to believe he hadn't awakened any powers. With this current score, it would likely be difficult to achieve even with a top 100 ranked supernatural ability. His fate is damaged. Yu and Deshan know that better than anyone. He couldn't have awakened any abilities, Yu Qingchen said. She was also puzzled as to how Song Wenwen managed to kill 300 beasts in 48 seconds. It seems my eldest son has other secrets after all. This brat, he hid it so well, he even kept it from us, Yun Dashan remarked. Although he said that, his tone was full of excitement. He had previously been worried that as Yunde and Tang Qiuqi awakened SS-level potential abilities, the gap between them and Song Wenwen would only grow larger. But now it seems it's Yunde and Tang Qiuqi who should be worried. At the very least, based on his knowledge of those two, they definitely wouldn't have achieved this score if they were taking the exam. No supernatural abilities? How is that even possible? Song Wenwen, what secrets are you hiding? What made me choose you out of billions of people? Is the person I saw in that glimpse of the future really you? Nangong Wei Yang muttered to herself while watching the big screen. Song Wenwen was unaware of what those outside were thinking. He furrowed his brows looking at the scene before him, feeling conflicted, because entering the 3rd stage meant facing a choice. There are 3 modes in the 3rd stage: normal mode, hard mode, and hell mode. The difficulty varies for each mode, and so do the points earned. Hard mode rewards double the points of normal mode. Hell mode rewards triple the points of normal mode.
Likewise, the difficulty increases exponentially.
Forget it. Since I am already here, I might as well break some records. I promised Xiao Jianjian and Qiuqi that I would enter the Imperial Capital Academy in the most dazzling way possible. A promise is a promise. After saying this, Song Wenwen didn't hesitate and chose Hell mode. Once the mode was selected, Song Wenwen found himself on a small island. Or rather, it was more like a giant rock, no more than 3 or 4 square meters in size. Surrounding the rock was a small lake. Song Wenwen could clearly see water-type beasts swimming around in the lake. The next moment, a 2-meter-long beast with sharp teeth opened its bloodthirsty maw and lunged at Song Wenwen on the rock. Song Wenwen could even clearly smell the fishy scent coming from it. Without a second of hesitation, he swung the large blade in his hand. Song Wenwen's current physical strength was already on par with the average gold-level supernatural user. His strike possessed tremendous power, instantly cleaving the fish-like beast in two. However, this attack acted like a fuse, instantly causing the other water-type beasts in the lake to go berserk. Suddenly, all sorts of beasts rushed towards Song Wenwen one after another. At a glance, there were at least 30 or 40 of them. As expected of the hell-level difficulty, this is slightly interesting, Song Wenwen muttered to himself. If an average supernatural user faced this situation, they would basically be sitting ducks. After all, if you don't possess water-type or lightning-type abilities that can attack through the water, it's impossible to harm the beasts inside the lake. Without any hesitation, Song Wenwen immediately applied his enlarge and thicken skills to the giant rock beneath his feet. Instantly, the 3 or 4 square meter rock grew more than 10 times its size. The incoming water-type beasts never expected Song Wenwen to have such a move. Immediately, over a dozen of them landed onto the surface of the rock, wriggling their bodies in a rather comical fashion. Generally, when water-type beasts leave the water, their combat effectiveness drops drastically. So, for those beasts that landed on the rock, they were essentially lambs waiting for the slaughter. Song Wenwen didn't go easy on them either, quickly making short work of those dozen or so water-type beasts on the rock. Afterwards, he began to ponder how he could kill the remaining beasts still in the water.
Zhang Wenyuan knew clearly that using the clear content skill from Excel would definitely not work. Because there was water in the lake, and the resistance of water is 800 times that of air. The exotic beasts in the lake did not give him much time to think of a countermeasure. They could not come ashore, but they could attack the giant rock under Song Wenwan's feet. It wouldn't be long before the giant rock he was standing on would be shattered. Although Song Wenwan could still make the giant rock bigger, this was not a long-term solution after all. Bring to front. Song Wenwan opened Word, selected himself, and brought himself to the front layer of the objects. In this way, he could hover above the object. The next moment, he made a move and started running directly on the surface of the lake. His running was no different from running on land. Even his shoes were not soaked by the lake water. The exotic beasts in the lake saw Song Wenwan running on the water and hurriedly wagged their tails, chasing after him. As he was running, Song Wenwan noticed a huge crab claw suddenly shooting up from beneath the lake surface. He hurriedly dodged to avoid it. Then he discovered a giant crab over 2 meters long appearing on the lake surface. I wonder if this giant crab is edible. If it is edible, it must be satisfying to eat so much crab meat, Song Wenwan muttered to himself. After he finished speaking, other water-type exotic beasts appeared on the lake one after another. They couldn't run on the lake surface like Song Wenwan, but they could stick their heads out of the water. I was planning to play with you for a while longer, but it seems that's not necessary now. I'm getting serious now. Count number. Song Wenwan began to calculate the number of exotic beasts in the lake. Very quickly, the number of exotic beasts in the lake was displayed on the computer screen in his mind. 86. He had previously killed 14, which meant there were a total of 100 water-type exotic beasts in the lake. Insert borders. With a loud shout from Song Wenwan, black cage-like borders instantly appeared around the 86 exotic beasts he had calculated, locking them in. Insert internal vertical borders. Before the beasts in the lake could react, Song Wenwan activated his skill again. This time, spears started falling continuously from the sky, stabbing down toward the beasts in the lake. The beasts in the lake felt the danger and wanted to dodge. However, they were firmly fixed by the black cages and had nowhere to hide. They could only watch helplessly as the spears falling from the sky pierced into their bodies. Is that it? What a pushover! Song Wenwan said with some pride. When he first obtained this golden finger, he always felt that it was only good for auxiliary skills. But as he researched the golden finger more thoroughly, he realized there were plenty of offensive skills. Everything that seems plain might actually be a god-tier skill. After killing the beasts in the lake, Song Wenwan's body did not leave the secret realm of the 3rd level. Soon the scene in front of him changed. This time, he appeared in a forest. Looking around, all kinds of exotic beasts surrounded him once again. At the very first moment, Song Wenwan performed a count. Not one more, not one less, it was also 100. Before Song Wenwan could make a move, the beasts in the forest attacked first. In an instant, various attacks came smashing toward him crazily from all directions. Wind blades, fire, water arrows, giant rocks, vines, lightning. Facing such an onslaught, Song Wenwan felt no panic at all. I've been using my golden finger all this time. This time, I will rely on my own strength to fight a fair and square battle, Song Wenwan said, swinging the large blade in his hand. In an instant, a scorching and blinding light erupted from the blade. This was the energy accumulated from the sunflower manual that Song Wenwan had been practicing for so long. When this energy merged with the large blade, it formed waves of blade aura. Those attacks flying towards Song Wenwan were directly shattered by the blade aura. The next moment, Song Wenwan's figure became a phantom, quickly shuttling through the forest. Previously, he had experienced simulated battlefields in the old general building, so he was no stranger to such combat. In fact, at this moment, he felt like a fish in water. Wherever he went, exotic beasts were killed by him. The physical strength of the Gold Realm was an absolute crushing force for these beasts, which were at most Silver Realm. It didn't take long for all 100 beasts in the forest to be slaughtered by Song Wenwan. Even without using his golden finger, his combat prowess was not to be underestimated. Soon, the scene in front of him changed again. He was standing on a mountain peak, and hovering above his head were various flying exotic beasts. Not one more, not one less, still 100. First it was the ones that swim, then the ones that run, and now we have the ones that fly. They certainly have plenty of tricks. Let me let you taste my 40-meter-long blade, Song Wenwan said as he made the blade in his hand bigger and thicker. Instantly, a large blade dozens of meters long shot up into the sky. With a wide horizontal sweep, he slashed toward the flying beasts in the sky. The flying beasts never expected Song Wenwan to be able to launch such an attack. A significant number of them did not have time to dodge and were hit by the 40-meter blade. They fell toward the ground immediately. However, they disappeared before they even hit the ground. That is because the exotic beasts here were not real, but specially created by the powerful masters of the Dragon Kingdom for the college entrance exam. Those flying beasts that survived the attack scrambled to launch their own counterattacks against him. Countless feathers turned into arrows, raining down like a storm. Mixed in with these arrows were wind blades, lightning, and all sorts of other miscellaneous attacks. Insert borders. Song Wenwan inserted 2 black borders in succession around himself, protecting him inside. This type of skill can not only trap an opponent, but also serve as a defense. It is no exaggeration to say that Song Wenwon has far too many ways to defend himself. This border is just one of the most basic ones. After the attacks of the flying beasts landed on the black border, the outermost layer trembled slightly but did not shatter. Although the quantity of these falling attacks was high, the individual attacks were not strong, so they could not damage the black border. Insert table. Song Wenwon performed the operation again. In the next second, a giant web over 100 meters wide appeared in the sky, directly engulfing all the exotic beasts above.
Once those flying beasts were caught in the giant net, it was fated that they would become lambs ready for the slaughter. Very soon, they perished under Song Wenwon's great blade. Is the fourth level next? Song Wenwon wondered to himself. Those that swim in the water, those that run on the ground, and those that fly in the sky have all made an appearance. What else could there possibly be? To be honest, he was actually quite looking forward to it. A few seconds later, Song Wenwon knew what the fourth level was.
What appeared before him was a sky full of yellow sand. This expanse of yellow sand seemed endless. Looking into the distance, he felt so small.
Shortly after Song Wenwon arrived, a fierce gale suddenly erupted all around him. Very quickly, a devastating sandstorm began. This sudden sandstorm made it difficult for Song Wenwon to keep his eyes open. However, he could clearly see that some extremely tiny yellow insects were hidden within the sandstorm. If you do not look closely, it is hard to notice their existence. This was the true danger. For the first time, Song Wenwon felt threatened. In the face of nature, human beings are incredibly fragile.
The power of nature is truly terrifying.
Just like a single drop of water or a basin of water, it will not harm anyone. But when countless drops converge to form a vast ocean and monstrous waves, they can destroy everything. The wind and yellow sand are the same. A wisp of wind or a grain of sand, taken individually, is utterly insignificant. But when they gather together, they too can destroy everything. I admit you have some power, but before me you are nothing. Cells, split, Song Wenwon said as he opened the Excel spreadsheet.
Instantly, the raging sandstorm in the sky was divided into countless tiny fragments.
Unable to converge, the sandstorm was rendered powerless. In the blink of an eye, the once aggressive and oppressive sandstorm vanished without a trace. However, Song Wenwon soon noticed something moving beneath the sand at his feet. He guessed that these must be the beasts living inside the sand.
A pincer attack. The designer of this level is quite twisted.
No wonder it is called Hell Mode, Song Wenwon thought to himself. If there were other candidates, just facing the sandstorm would have been enough to make them frantic. Not to mention having to guard against the beasts in the sand below. The beasts in the sand had no idea what Song Wenwon was thinking and attacked him directly. Insert bar chart. Song Wenwon used this skill. Very quickly, several square stone pillars rose from beneath his feet and his body was instantly lifted into the air. In this way, the beasts in the yellow sand could no longer attack him. Since you refuse to come out of the sand, I will help you out. Insert bar chart. Soon, various stone pillars rose continuously from the sand, and each pillar topped with one or two yellow beasts. Song Wenwon did not hesitate and finished them off with the fastest speed possible. Just like that, Song Wenwon passed the fourth level with ease. Next should be the final level. I wonder what it will be. Designer, how many more tricks do you have up your sleeve? Song Wenwon said. A few seconds later, he appeared in a pitch-black environment.
It was impossible to see one's hand in front of one's face. He had no idea what the surroundings looked like. Such an environment renders vision useless. For most people, being unable to see would indeed significantly hamper their combat ability. Moreover, a black, unfamiliar environment amplifies the fear in one's heart.
The designer is indeed twisted. But it is a pity that the color of the environment is the thing I fear the least. Background color fill, white, Song Wenwon said, turning his surroundings into white. In the white environment, other colors had nowhere to hide. He discovered that hundreds of black-bodied beasts were hiding around him and had already launched an attack. If he had not changed the background to white, he might not have even noticed these black beasts until they were right in front of him. It is just a pity that now these black beasts had all become living targets. Within a few minutes, Song Wenwon had wiped out all the beasts around him. No more, no less, exactly 100. Congratulations on perfectly clearing Hell Mode. You have received a hidden reward, the War God token. A mechanical voice resonated. At the same time, a shimmering purple gold token appeared in front of Song Wenwon. The War God token. It is actually the War God token. This reward is too generous, Song Wenwon said in disbelief. He had heard of the War God token when he spent those 10 days at the old general building. Only those with over 20 million battle merits can be called a War God. It is said that there are only 8 War Gods in the entire Dragon Kingdom. When a War God has a need, they can mobilize the resources of the entire old general building. The so-called War God token naturally symbolizes the authority of a war god. Possessing the War God token allows one to exercise the rights of a war god once. In other words, after obtaining this token, Song Wenwon could make one request to the Old General Building. As long as the Old General Building is capable of doing it, they cannot refuse. This is something many people dream of, but can never obtain. Song Wenwon never expected that he would obtain the War God token just by taking a college entrance exam. Although it can only be used once, it is still an invaluable treasure for him. Thinking of this, he reached out and took the token into his hand. The characters Dong Feng were engraved on the token. Just as Song Wenwon grabbed the token, the scene shifted, and he appeared back at the entrance of the secret realm. In other words, his college entrance exam was over. At this very moment, in a secret room in the imperial capital, an old man who was cultivating suddenly opened his eyes. How can this be? How is this possible? Someone has actually taken the War God token. No! I must go and see for myself. If this person really exists, I must recruit him, the old man said, his figure flashing as he left the room. He was one of the designers of the Dragon Kingdom's college entrance exam. On a whim, he had used one of his own War God tokens as a reward for the final level. However, in his view, it was almost impossible to win the War God token, because he knew just how twisted the exam levels were. To obtain the War God token, one must achieve a perfect clear. And to achieve a perfect clear, one must get a full score on every single level. Moreover, one must choose Hell mode when selecting the mode in the third level. Likewise, one must also get a full score in Hell mode. Only by doing all this could one obtain the War God token.
To be honest, when he designed these levels, he never imagined that anyone could achieve a perfect clearance. As the creator, no one knows better than he does just how insane these levels are. I never expected that, after all these years, such an extraordinary talent would actually appear. A person like this must never be snatched away by others. Someone like this belongs only to him. No matter who tries to stop it, they won't succeed. With that, his figure flickered and vanished from the secret room. Meanwhile, a message appeared on the large screen outside the examination hall. Song Wenwon, third level completion time, 0:57:42, points added, 1900. When everyone saw this, they were all stunned. Because the full score for the college entrance exam is only 1,000, how is it possible for Song Wenwon to get 1,500 points on the third level alone? If you add the points from the first two levels, his final score is 2,000 points. This is impossible. How could anyone get 1,500 points on the third level? Cheating! It is cheating! We must demand an explanation for our children. Exactly. The examiner this time must have been bribed. Not necessarily. Your talents are average, and I doubt you even made it to the third level during your own exams. Or perhaps you didn't choose the Hell mode when you reached the third level. I can tell you clearly that the points gained in Hell mode are 3 times that of the normal mode. So, theoretically speaking, it is entirely possible to earn 1,500 points in the third level. When this voice, different from the others, rang out in the crowd, everyone fell silent instantly. With just a few sentences, their hearts were struck time and time again. You are talking about theory. I just don't believe anyone can actually clear the Hell mode perfectly. We must find the proctor and get an explanation. After a brief moment of hesitation, the crowd began to clamor loudly again. Just as they were speaking, the chief examiner of Phoenix City walked out of the exam hall. In an instant, an incredibly powerful aura surged from him, engulfing the parents of the candidates outside. The previously noisy environment fell into a dead silence. This is the pressure of a king-level expert, someone thought to themselves. Only those at the king realm could possess such an aura. That makes sense. The chief examiner for every city is a powerhouse at the king realm. Otherwise, if an accident were to occur, ability users below the king realm wouldn't be able to handle it. Let me introduce myself. I am Duan Fa, the chief examiner for this Phoenix City College entrance exam, and I am responsible for all matters regarding the exam in this city. I can clearly tell you all that every one of Song Wenwon's results was achieved by his own effort. Our proctors have not practiced any favoritism or fraud, let alone helped him cheat. Perhaps some of you are saying, how could Song Wenwon pass all the levels without losing a single point? To that, I have only one thing to say. Just because you cannot do it doesn't mean others can't. It is just like how some people awaken with SSS-level potential abilities, while others do not. The Dragon Kingdom has never been short of geniuses. You should be glad that such a peerless talent has appeared in our Dragon Kingdom. Because this means our country will have a supreme powerhouse in the future, and when that time comes, the Dragon Kingdom's overall strength will take a massive step forward. That is all I have to say. You had better behave yourselves. With that, Chief Examiner Duan Fa turned and walked back into the exam hall. With a situation like this, it was necessary for him to step out and explain. However, that was all he would do, just explain. Right at that moment, Song Wenwen happened to walk out of the examination hall. Duan Fa glanced at him but continued on his way inside, because he didn't know who Song Wenwen was. Although Song Wenwen recognized Duan Fa as the chief examiner, they weren't close, so he didn't say anything to him. Song Wenwen's appearance didn't attract any attention from the other parents. That was because he wasn't the first one to come out. Some students with truly lackluster talents had been killed by magical beasts during the second level. Once they died, it meant their college entrance exam was over. So they had come out quite early. This pathetic test was supposed to stop me from earning spirit stones? Song Wenwen stood outside, looked up at the sun in the sky, and said as he stretched. After saying that, he walked toward Yu Qingcheng and the others. At this moment, he noticed them walking toward him with joyful expressions. Just as Song Wenwen was about to say something, Yu Qingcheng pulled him into a hug. "My boy, you really are my son. Mom is so proud of you," she said excitedly. They had never expected Song Wenwen to be able to earn 2,000 points. "My big son, you're awesome." Yun Deshan looked at Song Wenwen, said only one sentence, and gave him a thumbs up. To pass 3 levels in under an hour and earn 2,000 points. This result not only broke every record in history, but also set an insurmountable mountain for the students to come. "My big son, you are amazing!" Tang Ziyu added right after. "I told you my name would appear at the very top of the big screen." "I naturally kept my word," Song Wenwen said as he struggled out of Yu Qingcheng's embrace. "From now on, I will believe whatever you say." Yu Qingcheng had turned into Song Wenwen's fan. If Song Wenwen said he was already invincible, Yu Qingcheng would probably believe it without a second thought. Nangang Weiyang didn't speak, but her expression was extremely complex. There was a bit of surprise, a bit of disbelief, a bit of it was to be expected, and a bit of worship. "You really are the person I saw in my prophecy," Nangang Weiyang said. "My big son, how on earth did you manage to do that?" Yun Deshan couldn't help but ask. He had also gone through the college entrance exam years ago and naturally knew how high the difficulty was. That was why he was even more curious. "Isn't this something anyone with hands could do?" Song Wenwen turned his head and looked at Yun Deshan with an innocent expression. "Everyone, damn, he is showing off again." "Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go celebrate," Yu Qingcheng said. She could tell that her son was hiding some unknown secret. This was not the right time or place for such a conversation. Moreover, since her son hadn't chosen to tell them, he surely had his reasons, and there was no need to pry. Hearing Yu Qingcheng say this, Yun Deshan came back to his senses. "You're right, let's go celebrate," Yun Deshan agreed. And so, Song Wenwen and his group headed toward the best restaurant in Phoenix City. However, they hadn't walked for long when suddenly an incredibly powerful aura appeared ahead.
The sudden appearance of this powerful aura made everyone's expressions change instantly. Yun Dashan, Tang Ziyu, and Yu Qingcheng quickly formed a triangle, shielding Song Wenwen and Nangang Weiyang in the middle. In this world where everyone awakened supernatural abilities, they were naturally ability users themselves. They felt the formidable presence radiating from the newcomer and became extremely tense. "Brother and sister-in-law, get ready to call for help," Tang Ziyu shouted hurriedly to Yu Qingcheng. "Dragon Kingdom's hostile nations are always looking for ways to assassinate the prodigies of Dragon Kingdom. Song Wenwen scoring 2,000 points on the college entrance exam is more than enough to attract everyone's attention. It is not surprising that the enemy nations could track Song Wenwen down in such a short time." Song Wenwen's expression grew tense as well. He didn't know if his skills would still be effective against a superpower house. "Little ones, don't be nervous, it's just me, the old man." Just then, a voice rang out, and a figure appeared in front of them. The War God of the East. Upon recognizing the person, Yu Qingcheng and the others breathed a collective sigh of relief. "Greetings to the War God of the East," they said respectfully. "No need for formalities," the old man known as the War God of the East said, waving his hand. "War God of the East, what brings you here?" Yun Dashan asked curiously. "I happened to be passing by and saw you little ones here, so I came over to say hello." "Which one of you is this child a descendant of?" the War God asked. "He is my son," Yu Qingcheng said, stepping forward. "No wonder. Little one, you have an aura on you that I'm very familiar with," the War God asked, looking at Song Wenwen. Hearing this, Yu Qingcheng and the others all turned their eyes towards Song Wenwen. An aura familiar to the War God of the East could not be anything ordinary. Song Wenwen was also startled inside, immediately thinking of the War God token. However, he pretended to be calm on the surface. "What familiar aura?" he asked with a puzzled look. He didn't know the War God's intentions and knew nothing about him, so he decided to play dumb. "Have you seen a purple token?" the War God asked. "Never seen one," Song Wenwon pretended to think for a moment, then replied. If nothing else, the war god was definitely referring to the war god token. But since he had uploaded the token to his digital cloud storage, he didn't believe the man could find it. The war god frowned upon hearing Song Wenwon's response. He could tell that although Song Wenwon carried the aura of the token, he truly didn't sense the object itself. Little ones, I have business to attend to, so I'll be taking my leave. The war god of the East said this, then flashed away and disappeared. He was in a hurry to reach the exam site to find the person who had the token, so he had no time for small talk. Kid, tell me honestly, is the war god token with you? After the war god left, Yu Ching-cheng looked at Song Wenwon and asked, Yeah. Song Wenwon nodded slightly. Then why did you deny it when the war god asked you just now? Yu Ching-cheng asked. I don't know him and I don't know what kind of person he is. He came right up and interrogated me. Do you think I could trust him? What if he decided to kill me and take the treasure? Song Wenwon said. You child, you could have asked us first. The war god of the East is actually quite a decent person, Yu Ching-cheng said helplessly. Song Wenwon was great in every way, except that sometimes he was just too sneaky. When would I have had the chance to ask you? Let's go. Let's head to the Phoenix Tower for a big meal. My treat! By the way, where is Xiao Jin? Song Wenwon suddenly turned his head to ask Nanggong Weiyang. That guy said he was used to being free and didn't like waiting for people, so he went off to play on his own, Nanggong Weiyang said. Oh, and Weiyang is my eldest sister's daughter. She's older than you, so call her sister from now on, Yu Ching-cheng suddenly said to Song Wenwon. What? Your eldest sister's daughter? Sister Ching-cheng, aren't you an only child? Where did an eldest sister come from? Song Wenwon asked, looking confused. Just in the time it took to take an exam, then subordinate had turned into a sister. My relationship with my eldest sister is just like the one between your dad and your big dad. We were the best of sisters when we were in school. It's just that after we both got married, we drifted apart, Nanggong Weiyang explained. Little Wenwan, call me sister, Nanggong Weiyang said, looking at Song Wenwan. Although Song Wenwan had called her sister Nanggong before, she knew that was just because she was older, a generic term of respect. But now with this connection through Yu Ching-cheng, she was his sister in truth. Since you're my aunt's daughter, that makes you my fake older sister then. Greetings, fake older sister, Song Wenwon said, drawing out the words. Everyone present was an adult and instantly understood the other layer of meaning in Song Wenwon's words. Nanggong Weiyang naturally understood as well, a blush appearing on her face before she kicked out at him. Song Wenwon had already anticipated this and quickly dodged. If you dare talk nonsense again, kid, I'll beat you until you look like a panda. I trust your second aunt won't help you, Nanggong Weiyang said indignantly. Weiyang, feel free to beat him up just like you would your own husband. No need to hold back, Yu Ching-cheng declared her stance immediately. Second aunt, you're bullying me too, Nanggong Weiyang said. This brat needs a lesson every 3 days. Weiyang, if you want to hit him in the future, just tell your big dad. Your big dad and your second dad will hold him down for you, Yun Dashan said with a laugh. He had no actual relation to Nanggong Weiyang, but by calling himself Big Dad, he was clearly siding against Song Wenwon. Uncle Yun, Uncle Tang, you two are bullying me too. I'm going home to tell my mom. I once heard my mom say that both of you have been beaten by her. And not just once, Nanggong Weiyang suddenly said to Yun Dashan and Tang Ziyu. Hearing her say that, the corners of Yun Dashan and Tang Ziyu's mouths twitched as if remembering things from the past. Niece Weiyang, Uncle Tang didn't say anything just now. I'm not really that close with your Uncle Yun. Whatever he said has nothing to do with me, Tang Ziyu said without hesitation, selling Yun Dashan out immediately. Friends are meant to be betrayed when the time is right. There's a saying, let the friend die so the self can live. It was clear that he had some lingering fear of Nanggong Weiyang's mother. So what if I said it? If you have the guts, get your mom to come and hit me. Do you think I'm still the same Yun Dashan I was back then? Yun Dashan was gnashing his teeth in anger at Tang Ziyu's betrayal. But to save face, he declared it in a righteous tone. Anyway, Nanggong Weiyang's mother wasn't there. Song's refusal to trust the war god proves that information is the supreme currency in this hierarchy. He prioritizes calculated skepticism over blind respect for authority, displaying a strategic maturity that is far more valuable than his high test scores. Song's decision to deceive a national hero proves that in high-stakes power struggles, skepticism is a survival requirement. By digitizing a physical treasure, he exploits a conceptual blind spot that even a war god cannot bridge with raw strength.
Mom, Uncle Yun was just kidding. Don't take it seriously. Nanggong Weiyang suddenly said this while looking behind Yun Dashan. Hearing Nanggong Weiyang say that, Yun Dashan's body stiffened. Right. I was just talking nonsense. Don't take it to heart. Let's talk this out. Yun Dashan put on a flattering smile as he spoke and turned around. It was only then that he realized there was no one behind him. Boss, can you not be so naive? You actually believe that? Tang Ziyu said speechlessly. Ha ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter at the scene. At this moment, Song Wenwen became interested in Nanggong Weiyang's mother, who was also his so-called eldest aunt. What kind of woman could make his two godfathers so terrified? Second brother, are you serious about laughing at me? Back then, you were the one who got beaten the most. If it were you, you probably would have vanished the moment you heard her voice, Yun Dashan retorted indignantly. I'm just a gentleman who doesn't fight with women. If she dared to show up in front of me now, I'd settle all our old scores. I'll show her exactly why flowers are so red, Tang Zio declared loudly. Second godfather, that is so like you. You've just issued a formal challenge to my aunt. I've recorded everything you just said. When I get the chance to meet my aunt, I'll show it to her. Let's see if she dares to accept your challenge, Song Wenwan said while putting away his phone. Eldest son, a challenge like that should be delivered in person to be truly satisfying. Hurry up and delete the video. I'll tell your aunt myself when I see her, Tang Ziu said, rushing up to Song Wenwan. Oh dear, I'm so hungry my head is fuzzy. I forgot where the delete button is. Second godfather, what should I do now? Song Wenwan said dramatically. It's a small matter. Let's head to Phoenix Tower. Order whatever you want to eat, my treat today. We're celebrating my eldest son for outperforming everyone and taking the crown as the college entrance exam champion, Tang Ziyu said grandly. And just like that, Song Wenwan and his group headed toward Phoenix Tower. Phoenix Tower was the finest restaurant in Phoenix City, a gathering place for the wealthy. It is no exaggeration to say that a single meal here could cost as much as an ordinary family's total annual income. This was also Song Wenwan's first time at Phoenix Tower. On the way there, Song Wenwan finally figured out the relationship between his two godfathers and his aunt. Yun Dashan, Tang Ziu, Song Wenwan's father, Yu Qingcheng, Nanggong Weiyang's mother Wu Yinyin, and another girl named Bai Zier were all schoolmates. Yun Dashan, Tang Ziu, and Song Laosan were the Iron Trio. Yu Qingcheng, Wu Yinyin, and Bai Zier were the sister duo. Originally, the two groups didn't interact much, but by chance, Song Laosan and Yu Qingcheng got together. Thus, the Iron Trio and the sister duo became familiar with each other. Yun Dashan looks honest and loyal, but in reality, he is quite mischievous, just like Yunde. Tang Ziyu is the same. He looks refined, but he is full of wicked schemes. The two would always come up with crooked ideas to play pranks on Wu Yinyin and Bai Zier. Who would have thought that Wu Yinyin was a violent girl with exceptional talent? Every time they pranked her, she would beat them up. After being beaten, Yun Dashan and Tang Ziyu would hold a grudge and try to plot another prank. Then Wu Yinyin would beat them up again. Just like that, both sides fell into a vicious cycle. In the end, it was Yun Dashan and Tang Ziyu who surrendered. That was because the two of them had developed psychological trauma from being beaten by Wu Yinyin. So that's why these two were so cowardly earlier when they heard Nanggong Weiyang mention her mother. There was no other reason. They were just terrified of being beaten. After learning the story, Song Wenwan was even more curious about Wu Yinyin. Song Wenwan was extremely satisfied with the meal at Phoenix Tower. The taste was definitely worth the price. The meal cost Tang Zia over 100 spirit stones. Exchanged into dragon currency, that would be over 1 million. Definitely a massive splurge. It seems like eating the meat here has some benefits. Song Wenwen suddenly felt his physical strength increase slightly and asked, "The meat at Phoenix Tower is all exotic beast meat. And exotic beast meat contains spiritual energy. The higher the rank of the beast, the denser the spiritual energy." What we ate today was just from a bronze rank beast, nothing special, Tang Ziyu said. Good stuff! Hearing Tang Ziyu's words, Song Wenwan's eyes lit up. He had always felt that relying on gravity fields, body-refining fluids, and practicing the sunflower manual wasn't fast enough to strengthen his body. He was just thinking about whether there were other ways, and here, exotic beast meat had appeared before him. It looks like I've found another way to spend my spirit stones, Song Wenwan thought silently. The portions of exotic beast meat they ate earlier were small, and they were all bronze rank. And even that cost over 100 spirit stones. If it were silver, gold, or platinum rank meat, it would surely be even more expensive. The more spirit stones I earn, the less it seems to be enough. At this rate, when will I be able to save up 1 million spirit stones? If I'm really broke, I'll secretly sell the War God token, Song Wenwan suddenly thought. A War God token that allows one request from the old General Tower would definitely fetch a good price. That would be enough for repairing my fate and all my future expenses. Little brat, lying is not a good habit. You made this old man run a huge circle. Just as Song Wenwan was considering whether to sell the War God token, a voice suddenly sounded. Hearing this voice, Song Wenwan hurriedly turned to look beside him. he discovered that the war god of the East had appeared before him, looking at him with unkind eyes.
There's no need to ask. The war god of the East definitely knows he got 2,000 points in the college entrance exam. And he must also know that he got the war god token.
This old man is hard to trick. He found me so quickly, Song Wenwan whispered to himself. Oh, it's the war god of the East. Please, sit. I've grown up listening to your stories. My admiration for you is like a surging river, endless. It is also like the water of the heavenly river, impossible to stop.
Please have a seat. I'll go ask the waiter to add a few more dishes for us. Zhang Wenyuan said, quickly standing up to help the war god of the East sit in his seat. Then he turned and walked out of the private room as if he were really going to find the waiter.
Stop right there. The god of war of the East looked at Song Wenwan and shouted, "Do you have any further instructions for me? If you have any commands, just say them. You are an elder to my mother, which makes you an elder to me as well. I will have Phoenix Pavilion bring out some of their signature dishes for you. Please, don't stand on ceremony. My second uncle is paying for everything today," Song Wenwan said, appearing very generous. Anyone who didn't know better would have thought he was the one paying. "You brat, you seem to be having a lot of fun pulling the wool over this old man's eyes. Do you think I'm a fool and easy to trick?" The god of war of the East asked while looking at Song Wenwan. "Senior, what do you mean by that?" "You are the god of war. How would I ever dare to trick you?" Song Wenwan said with complete sincerity. Everyone knew he was just acting. Yu Qingqing even turned her face away, pretending she didn't know him. His shamelessness made her very reluctant to admit that he was her son. "Brat, keep up the act. I want to see how long you can keep it going," the god of war of the East said, looking at Song Wenwan. Just thinking about how he had actually been tricked by a teenager made his old face feel a bit warm. After separating from Song Wenwan and the others, he had gone to the exam site specifically to have the chief examiner check all the information on those who had achieved a perfect clear. Only then did he become certain that the person who took his God of War token was Song Wenwan. Although he didn't know where Song Wenwan had hidden the token, this only made him more certain.
Without some hidden strength, it would be impossible to pass the challenges he had set perfectly.
"Oh, I understand now. Does Senior Eastern want a drink? I will go get the waiter to bring you some fine wine right now," Song Wenwan said, hurrying toward the door of the private room. However, just as he reached the door, he felt a powerful force restraining him. Then his body was pulled backward involuntarily, finally landing right in front of the God of War of the East. "If you have something to say, just say it. Why do you need to scare a mere kid like me?" Song Wenwan said, acting pitifully. "Little guy, there's no need to be so defensive. I mean you no harm. My God of War token is with you, right? I didn't come to you today to take it back. I have only one purpose in coming to find you. I want you to be my disciple, the God of War of the East," said bluntly without beating around the bush.
Hearing this, everyone in the room widened their eyes in shock.
"Senior, isn't it a bit inappropriate for Wenwan to be your disciple? The generations don't match up," Yu Qingqing turned to say. "If we were to talk strictly about seniority, she would have to call the God of War of the East grandfather. If Song Wenwan became his disciple, wouldn't that make her the same generation as the God of War of the East? You young people, why are you more old-fashioned than an old man like me? I don't care about seniority, so why do you? Let's just address each other however we want," the God of War of the East said. His words left Yu Qingqing speechless. Address each other however we want? There's no way to even figure that out. Once Song Wenwan becomes the disciple of the God of War of the East, he would effectively be in the same generation as their uncle. Would she have to call Song Wenwan uncle in the future, while he calls her mother? "Senior, we've only just met. You might not know me that well yet. I'm a stubborn person who doesn't know how to beat around the bush. I'm just a hot-headed youth. If I became your disciple, it would be the biggest disgrace of your life. How about you find someone else?" Song Wenwan spoke up. "You brat. Do you know how many people in the Dragon Kingdom are fighting to be my disciple? And you don't want to be?" The God of War of the East looked at Song Wenwan. "I'm really thinking of you. Not only am I hot-headed, but I'm also greedy for money, lustful, and I don't follow the rules of martial arts. If I become your disciple, I bet you'll live 5 years less," Song Wenwan said. Actually, deep down, becoming his disciple would be pretty good. After all, he's a huge backer, and he could get a major generational promotion. But he still had concerns deep down, fearing his secret golden finger might be discovered. "When I, the old man, have made up my mind, no one can change it. You are my disciple. I've decided, and that's final." The God of War of the East showed his stubborn side. "If you want me to be your disciple, it's not impossible, but you'll have to pay more." "Pay more?
You're becoming my disciple. Not only are you not paying me, but you dare to ask me for money?
Do you know that if I just said the word, the people willing to be my disciple would line up from Phoenix City to the imperial capital?" The God of War of the East said, "Then go find them." "Why find me?" Song Wenwan threw caution to the wind, hoping to make a bad impression on the man. His words left the god of war of the East momentarily speechless. There were indeed many who wanted to be his disciple, but he hadn't found any of them worthy. After all these years, Song Wenwen was the only one whose talent had moved him. "How much money do you want?" God of War of the East said. If Song Wenwen became his disciple, it would be natural for him to spoil him. So giving him some pocket money was no big deal. He would just consider it an advance payment. "How many spirit stones do you have?" Song Wenwen asked. While speaking, he quickly corrected his terminology from money to spirit stones, because he worried that if he talked for a long time only to be paid in dragon coins, he would take a huge loss. After all, it takes 10,000 dragon coins to exchange for 1 spirit stone. "If you apprentice yourself to me now, I'll give you 10,000 spirit stones," the god of war of the East said. 10,000 spirit stones. Song Wenwen's eyes widened instantly. "How is it? Are you tempted?" The god of war of the East said with a smile upon seeing Song Wenwen's expression. 10,000 spirit stones are indeed an astronomical figure for a 10-year-old kid. A god of war like you, and you're only offering a measly 10,000 spirit stones. If I were you, I would be too embarrassed to even bring it up. Being so stingy, there's no financial future in being your disciple. "Let's just drop the apprenticeship," Song Wenwen said with an expression of disdain. "You brat, you think 10,000 spirit stones are too little. How long would it take you to earn 10,000 spirit stones on your own?" The god of war of the East asked. "Sister Nangong, tell this stingy old man how many spirit stones my first pavilion makes in a day," Song Wenwen said, turning to Nangong Weiyang. "Great-Grandpa East, the first pavilion that Wenwen runs has a net profit of over 20,000 spirit stones every day," Nangong Weiyang said. "What? What did you say? How much?" Just as Nangong Weiyang finished speaking, everyone in the private room was dumbfounded, especially Yun Deshan and Tang Ziyo. Yu Qingcheng was no exception. Although they all knew that Song Wenwen had opened a shop called the First Pavilion, and that it had caused quite a stir in Phoenix City.
They never imagined it could earn over 20,000 spirit stones a day.
When the god of war of the East heard Nangong Weiyang, his old face turned red instantly. If what she said was true, the 10,000 spirit stones he had just offered were indeed a bit stingy.
He never expected a kid who had just come of age to be able to earn that many spirit stones a day.
"I don't have that many spirit stones on me, but if you apprentice to me, I can gift you a diamond-grade artifact. How about that?" The god of war of the East said.
The god of war of the East also knew that it would be quite difficult to sway Song Wenwen with just spirit stones. After all, this little guy could earn 20,000 spirit stones in a single day. Therefore, he had to find another way. Diamond-grade treasures are priceless and hard to come by. Even with spirit stones, you might not be able to buy one. What kind of treasure is it? Show it to me first. If it is too shabby, I do not want it, Song Wenwen said. Although he said that, he was secretly overjoyed in his heart. He was just saying that, but he did not expect to actually bluff out a diamond-grade treasure. The god of war of the East did not hesitate. He flipped his palm and a white vest appeared in his hand. Just this, Song Wenwen looked at the vest with clear disdain. It looked about the same as something he could buy at a street stall for a few dozen dragon coins. You brat, do not fail to recognize a good thing when you see one. It is crafted from the silk of a king-level ice silkworm beast. It is impervious to water and fire, and nearly impossible to pierce with sharp weapons. Ability users below the king realm cannot cause any damage to it. It can be considered the top tier among diamond-grade treasures, Tang Ziyu hurriedly added, noticing Song Wenwen's disdainful look. Thank you, master. Hearing his second dad say that, Song Wenwen snatched the ice silk vest from the god of war's hand with lightning speed. He did not really want to take a master, but the other side was offering too much. Master is not a title you use so casually, the god of war of the East said, putting on airs. Gower, since Senior Eastern has agreed to take you as his apprentice, and you have agreed as well, then kneel down and kowtow to serve tea to your master now. Yu Qingcheng stepped forward with a cup of tea. Song Wenwen did not hesitate, immediately kneeling before the god of war and respectfully kowtowing 3 times. Apprentice greets master. After finishing the kowtows, he said respectfully, Good, 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 my good apprentice, get up. Hearing this, the god of war wore a smile and said happily, Master, is there no gift for becoming an apprentice? Song Wenwen stood up and reached out toward the god of war. You brat, you do not forget to take advantage of me even at a time like this. Did I not just give you the ice silk vest? The god of war said, his smile fading immediately. That was just for the apprenticeship ceremony. It was a gift you gave. What I want now is an initiation gift. That is different. Just say one word. Are you giving it or not? Song Wenwen asked. Take this. It contains a clone of mine, sealed with 1/10 of my strength. If you encounter danger, just crush it, the god of war said, pulling out a seal stone and handing it to Song Wenwen. Thank you, master. You are definitely the best master in the whole world. May your fortune be eternal and your lifespan reach the heavens. Song Wenwan happily accepted the seal stone and laid on the flattery.
The strength of 1/10 of a god of war is definitely not to be underestimated.
With this thing, his life had one more layer of protection. You kid, you are even more shameless than your shameless father, the god of war said irritably.
Thanks for the compliment, master. That is just one of my thousands of advantages. Song Wenwan was completely indifferent.
To him, being shameless was always a compliment. Now tell me, what ability did you awaken? How could you perfectly pass the levels I set up?
Is it in the top 10 sequences? The god of war asked curiously. He had wanted to ask this for a long time, but his previous identity made it inappropriate.
Ability? What ability? I did not awaken any ability, Song Wenwan said.
Hearing Song Wenwan say this, the god of war was stunned.
Apprentice, do not joke around. Are you still keeping secrets from your master?
Rest assured, with your master here, no one can hurt you, the god of war said.
He had noticed earlier that Song Wenwan was very guarded, so he assumed he was just being secretive.
Senior, Venuan's destiny was damaged 3 years ago, so he truly cannot awaken any abilities, Yu Qingcheng spoke up.
How is that possible? Without an awakened ability, how did you perfectly pass all the levels? The god of war asked.
Song Wenwan might be lying to him. After all, the kid had not said many true things since they met. But Yu Qingcheng had no reason to lie to him.
Perfect pass? I did this, then did that, and finally a quick turnaround grab.
And I passed.
It is simple, as long as you have hands, Song Wenwan said.
Hearing this, the god of war placed his palm over the boy's heart. He wanted to check personally if Song Wenwan's destiny was truly damaged. Very quickly, he got his result. Song Wenwan's destiny was indeed damaged, and quite severely at that. How is this possible? The god of war still could not understand how someone with a damaged destiny and no awakened abilities could pass perfectly. He was the designer of the high-level exam, and he knew better than anyone that to pass perfectly there were no shortcuts. It required real strength. There were only 2 possibilities for Song Wenwan to have passed perfectly. First, he colluded with all the invigilators and head examiners to have someone take the test for him. In his view, this was impossible, because if the invigilators did that, they would definitely face the death penalty if caught. Moreover, even if they colluded, they would not be stupid enough to aim for a perfect score, because such a candidate would inevitably attract the attention of the top officials of the Dragon Kingdom. And once they investigated, the whole thing would be exposed. So there was only the second possibility. Song Wenwan was hiding other unknown secrets. The more he thought about it, the more likely this seemed. If Song Wenwan were truly someone who had awakened no ability and had no other powers, he could not be so calm in front of him. He would not dare to try and fleece him. He had lived for nearly 100 years and had seen countless people of all types. Anyone who, like Song Wenwan, remained shameless in the face of a powerhouse was, without exception, a peerless genius. The more shameless a person is, the more confident they are deep down. As for your secrets, I will not ask if you do not speak. I only have one requirement for you. After entering the Imperial Capital University, win first place in the freshman competition. Can you do it? The god of war looked at Song Wenwan and asked. He was from the Imperial Capital, so he did not give Song Wenwan any other choice. Song Wenwan had to enter the Imperial Capital University, and with his exam scores, getting in was a breeze. Is there a reward for being first place among freshmen? Song Wenwan asked. No reward, the god of war said irritably. Then I cannot do it. I have not awakened any ability. I am a good for nothing, and I will be in last place, Song Wenwan said without a second thought. If there is no reward, what is the point of fighting for first place?
Hearing Song Wenwan say this, the Eastern god of war almost couldn't help but give him a kick. What kind of creature did he even take on as a disciple? He suddenly had a feeling that if Song Wenwan stayed by his side every day, he would live 10 years less. What if there is a reward? The Eastern god of war then asked again, patiently. That depends on what the reward is, Song Wenwan said. The top-ranked freshman gets 1,000 academic credits and a spot to enter the secret realm, plus a private villa and the right to use all the equipment rooms at the Imperial Capital Academy for free. In short, there are many benefits if you can take first place, the Eastern god of war said. Are credits worth much? How many spirit stones can 1,000 credits buy? Song Wenwan asked, stepping forward. You brat, are you obsessed with money? The Eastern god of war said, reaching out his palm to smack Song Wenwan on the head. Nguyen didn't even think, quickly dodging the blow. This kid's speed is not bad. His physical strength has already reached the gold realm, the Eastern god of war thought to himself. Master, you don't understand. Your disciple is poor, and I rack my brains every day trying to earn more spirit stones. I am about to go bald from the stress, Song Wenwan said with a pitiful look. You still poor. You earn 20,000 spirit stones a day. Even I do not have that many spirit stones, the Eastern god of war replied irritably. His words were true, although he had great influence and possessed many resources. But if we are talking specifically about spirit stones, he really didn't have many, because the resources he needed for his daily cultivation, or anything else, were provided for free by the Dragon Kingdom, so he rarely had a need for spirit stones. The more you earn, the more you spend. Besides, I have no one to rely on. I can only count on myself. If I don't find a way to save up some spirit stones, I will end up starving on the streets, Song Wenwan said. Doesn't your dad help you? The Eastern god of war asked. Don't even mention him. That guy is even less reliable than me and is always trying to cheat me out of money, Song Wenwan said pitifully. Hearing Song Wenwan say this, the Eastern god of war looked at Yu Qingcheng. Then he noticed a look of embarrassment on Yu Qingcheng's face, because what Song Wenwan said was the truth. At the Imperial Capital Academy, 1 credit is equivalent to 100 spirit stones. 1,000 credits is equivalent to 100,000 spirit stones. If you add in the other resources, the total value is not less than 10 million spirit stones, the Eastern god of war said. 10 million spirit stones! I hereby announce that the top freshman title at the Imperial Capital Academy is mine, Song Wenwan. Hearing the words 10 million spirit stones, his eyes widened instantly and he spoke with an undeniable tone. So confident? The Imperial Capital Academy is a gathering place for geniuses. Just the number of SSS-level potential ability users is likely in the double digits, the Eastern god of war asked. Rejoice, that is just how confident I am. If I say I have booked the spot, then I have booked it. Even Jesus himself couldn't stop it, Song Wenwan said, brushing his hair with full confidence. Good, what ambition. Master promises you that as long as you win first place in the freshman tournament, Master will reward you with an extra 100,000 spirit stones. Although the Eastern god of war did not know who Jesus was, he could see the confidence in Song Wenwan. Master, your disciple is very innocent. I believe whatever you say, Song Wenwan said. A master's word is gold. I will never go back on my promise, the Eastern god of war assured. Then I will give you a military pledge. If I don't get first place, you can slap my face as much as you want. I will have no complaints, Song Wenwan said with complete confidence. As they spoke, they slapped their palms together in the air as a vow. Your master will be waiting for you at the Imperial Capital Academy, the Eastern god of war said, his figure flashing as he turned and left. Big son, are you really sure about taking first place? After the Eastern god of war left, Yun Deshan stepped forward and looked at Song Wenwan. Absolutely. Good, truly worthy of being my eldest son. I just told the third one about your apprenticeship, and he said he would come back before you head to the Imperial capital. He has something he wants to say to you, Yun Deshan said. Why so mysterious? Is there anything that cannot be said over the phone? Song Wenwan asked. You will know when the time comes, Yun Deshan said with a smile. Inevitably, Song Wenwan's college entrance exam score of 2,000 shocked the entire Phoenix City and even the whole Dragon Kingdom. For a time, it spread across all major online platforms and information channels. After all, since the inception of the college entrance exam in the Dragon Kingdom, no one had ever achieved such a high score. Others score 7 or 800, 8 or 900. That is because that is all they can score. But Song Wenwan scored 2,000 because that was the maximum possible score for the exam. Soon, the 3 major academies of the Dragon Kingdom extended olive branches to him. Song Wenwan did not hesitate at all and chose the Imperial Capital Academy. This was the agreement he had made with Yun Dae and Tang Qiqi. At night, Song Wenwan hung up the video call with Yun Dae and Tang Qiqi. Both of them were calling to congratulate him. With a full score of 1,000 for the exam, Song Wenwan got 2,000, making him absolutely the most dazzling figure. He had fulfilled his promise to Yun Dae and Tang Qiqi. After hanging up, Song Wenwan consumed a bottle of gold-grade body tempering liquid and a bottle of gold-grade foundation building liquid, even though he had won the top spot in the college entrance exam with a score of 2,000. Song Wenwan did not slack off on his requirements for himself. He had pledged a military promise to the Eastern god of war to win first place in the freshman tournament. Don't be fooled by his confidence. He wasn't actually that certain inside. It wasn't that he lacked confidence in his abilities, but because he knew too little about SSS-level potential ability users. He did have quite a few SSS-level ability users around him, such as Yun Dae, Tang Qiqi, Jin Zizai, and Nangong Weiyang. However, he had never officially fought against any of them. He did not know if his abilities could counter those among the top 100 in the sequence. After all, none of the abilities in the top 100 are simple. Therefore, he needed to take advantage of the time before school officially started to continue finding ways to strengthen himself. Respect the enemy in tactics, but despise the enemy in strategy. After consuming the gold-grade body tempering and foundation-building liquids, his physical and soul strength increased by 100 points each. At this moment, he checked his attributes. Object name, Song Wenun. Age, 18. Physical strength, 1642. Soul strength, 1883. Ability attributes, none.
Comprehensive combat power?
The physical strength is still more than 3,300 away from the Platinum Realm. If I continue to use the gravity field, body tempering liquid, and practice the sunflower manual, it will take another half a month or so. Song Wenwen calculated silently. Beep, beep, beep. Just at this moment, the screen in Song Wenwen's mind suddenly emitted a sound similar to an alarm. Postscript. It is time to start recommending. Dear readers, please remember to support me. 5-star reviews, reminders, and small gifts are all needed.